Chapter 50, Chapter 49, The Harvest. Lancer, who was holding Toka Kirishima, staggered abruptly, and Toka Kirishima, who was in his arms, was almost thrown to the ground. It was obvious that she had no idea what had happened. They had clearly escaped to the collapsed area, so why did Lancer suddenly become so strange? But what Toka Kirishima didn't know, Lancer knew very well. The so-called secret technique has extremely terrifying abilities. For example, Lancer move is enough to kill an S-class ghoul in normal times, and after gaining a buff, its lethality increases exponentially, but secret is not something to be trifled with. The decrease in all attributes and the double physical consumption are just the visible effects, the mental fatigue is not even noticeable. After the buff ended, the sharp drop in attributes, coupled with huge fatigue and mental pressure, made him fall into a daze. However, before he lost consciousness, he still pressed the distress signal on his headset. Bang! Lancer, holding Toka Kirishima, fell headfirst to the ground. Toka Kirishima, who also fell, didn't even react for a moment to what had happened, but when she got up, holding her butt, she saw Lancer lying on the ground. If he hadn't maintained normal breathing, people would probably have thought he was dead. Looking at the unconscious Lancer, Toka Kirishima's expression became extremely complicated. The Kagun that protruded from behind her flickered continuously, just like its owner's heart. The other party had almost killed her brother, and then Ken Kaneki was left in an unknown state of life and death by him. It could be said that this rescue mission was very likely to have failed, but recalling how the other party protected her under Ken Kaneki's Kagun and the last scene of him sprinting with her in his arms, she felt that she couldn't bring herself to do it. Ever since her father was captured by the CCG that year, she had never been held in someone's arms like she was today. Even though the owner of this embrace had no gentlemanly demeanor and was extremely rude, she felt incredibly at peace when she leaned against him, as if the explosion behind her hadn't affected her mood. Looking at Lancer's wrinkled face in his unconscious state, her right hand, which she had extended, remained suspended in mid-air. Lancer! Lancer! And at this moment, a call from a distance made Toka Kirishima snap out of her daze. She looked at Lancer with an extremely complicated expression. "The next time we meet, I will definitely kill you." This sentence, she didn't know if she was saying it to the unconscious Lancer or to herself, and then she stumbled to her feet and walked towards the darkness. Lancer! Stretcher! At the same time, Kotaro Aman, who had come following the signal, kept calling for the medical team. And the red pupils hidden in the darkness gradually disappeared into the darkness after confirming the arrival of the medical team. Antique coffee shop lost Ken Kaneki. He had disappeared since he was attacked by Lancer. The only evidence that he was alive was the long spear that Lancer had thrown in the end, which was stained with blood and lying by the side of the road, and there was no corpse of Ken Kaneki nearby. Aogiri Tree sacrificed hundreds of miscellaneous soldiers and a large amount of explosives that they had painstakingly accumulated, but ultimately did not achieve any strategic success, and completely angered the CCG. The 11th Ward had now completely become a battlefield between Aogiri Tree and the CCG, and with the CCG's anger, some light and heavy weapons were also brought onto the battlefield. In the past, it was mostly carbines or submachine guns, but now even machine guns have appeared in the CCG's regular weapon configuration. And the CCG mobilized more than 500 investigators in this operation. Although the shopping center was blown up, the 11th Ward was still not under their control. It can be said that this operation was a strategic failure, and if it hadn't been for Lancer's timely reminder, there might have been a large reduction in personnel in the end. There is no doubt that none of the three forces involved in this incident were true winners. The CCG was barely a little better off. And thanks to Lancer's reminder, the CCG's personnel had basically suffered little loss, which kept the battle with Aogiri Tree within the 11th Ward. The two districts next to the 11th Ward were even stationed with troops with heavy weapons. Now, the 11th Ward has completely become a battlefield. Although the 11th ward was completely sealed off by the CCG, rumors were still circulating among ordinary people. After all, Kichimura Washuyu had clearly expressed the CCG's confidence in a TV speech before the 11th ward's capture began. So although ordinary people do not know the battle situation in the 11th ward now, they know that the 11th ward has not been restored. And in the face of huge external pressure, the Special Class Investigator Conference had to be held ahead of schedule. There is no doubt that this conference will determine the next plan for dealing with Aogiri tree, but this has nothing to do with Lancer. He had long known what would happen at the conference. At this time, he was lying in a hospital affiliated with the CCG, covered in bandages, looking helplessly at the person in front of him. Ms. Akira Mato, I'm fine. Although I can't fight ghouls, I have no problem walking normally. Isn't rehabilitation better than lying in bed? No. Special Class Mato ordered me to make you lie in bed and rest. Sigh. Lancer, with a helpless look, covered his face with his hands and wanted to cry, because he really had no way to deal with the person in front of him. If Kotaro Amon had been responsible for the care, he would generally choose to go out for a walk with him, but this one was a stubborn person who completely ignored Lancer words. Normally, it should be a pleasant thing for a person to lie in a hospital bed with a beautiful woman sitting next to them, but if this beauty always has a cold face, and every 3 words she says are rules and requirements, it is very helpless. In addition, the other party is the daughter of his lifesaver, so he can't even run away. And Lancer worse than death expression seemed to have moved Akira Mato, and she decided to make a little concession. Is there anything you need to do? I can help you with it. Is there anything he needs to do? Of course there is. There are 2 ghouls living in his house. Although it has been less than a week since the last time they ate, and theoretically they should be fine for now, Lancer didn't save them just to be sadistic and starve them to death. What else could a helpless Lancer do besides sighing up to the sky? Bored, he simply flipped through the records that he had already looked at countless times since he woke up. In this battle, he customarily went to the hospital, but he also gained a lot. He cooperated with Amon to kill 23 ordinary ghouls along the way, and later, with Amon help, he killed 2 S-class ghouls, and finally snatched Jason's head from Jozu Suzuya. Although he didn't know why a mission wasn't triggered this time, he gained a lot, getting a total of 1030 points, plus the 159 points he had saved before. He didn't know why, but he felt that some things in the supply system were sparkling and attracting his attention. Sighing, he gave up on the idea of dealing with the matter for now and decided to take a look at the supply system. P.S. It seems I've always forgotten to post the point acquisition. I'll make up for it now. Ordinary human +1. Ordinary ghoul +10. S-class ghoul +200. SS class ghoul +800. SSS class ghoul +3200. Kakuja points are the original level X2. Chapter 51, Chapter 50, Secret Technique Lazy 3-Stage Stab. Most of the things in the supply system are ordinary supplies, such as compressed food, firearms, RC bullets, bandages and so on, but only 2 things are extremely glaring. Gun type Quinqua, S-Class, 500 points. Spearmanship Secret Technique 1000 points. Unlike other items with detailed descriptions, these 2 items only have a name and the number of points required. That Quinqua was in an unused state, and Lancer had no idea what it was. As for the so-called secret technique, it was simply a glowing bead. Before, Lancer had ignored them because he couldn't afford them, but now that he had enough points, he was getting a bit antsy. The Kami Shiro 1/4 in his hand could be said to be Lancer's biggest trump card. Without it, Lancer combat power would be reduced by at least half, so he could know how strong an S-class Quinqua was. However, considering that the strongest thing about a Quinqua is that it has RC cells and has a special attack effect on ghouls, and he will be leaving in about a month, so, he was more optimistic about that secret technique. But considering his constant lucky attribute in his attribute panel, he began to get tangled, but on second thought maybe this so-called lucky is not as evil as he thought? Although he had been in the hospital multiple times in over 4 months, isn't he still jumping around now? It seems that besides possibly encountering a rogue enemy during a mission or always encountering a ghoul during patrols, there are no other situations? And for him, this has helped him improve his strength a lot. Should I say there are pros and cons? There is no doubt that Lancer was in a strange state at this time. Survivor's bias. In Lancer's opinion at this time, since he survived, it means that his luck is good, but in fact, the reason he survived was only because his strength was strong enough and he had made preparations in advance. But it was obvious that he just wanted to pull one now. As for the others? And just when Lancer's face changed several times and he finally made up his mind, Akira Mato raised her head and glanced at him, then she lowered her head again to look at the documents in her hand. As a second-class investigator who had just completed her internship and was preparing to be officially hired, Akira Mato had some expectations for her assignment, but she did not expect to be told by her father that she would become Lancer's assistant, which made her very helpless. Of course, this is not to say that Lancer's strength is not good, or that she, like other ordinary people, would care about Lancer's eccentricities. After all, as the daughter of Kurio Mato, as far as she knew, there were investigators with more twisted personalities in the CCG. The reason she was unhappy was simply because Lancer could not meet her purpose. What is Lancer's reputation in the CCG? 2 words to describe it: crazy. Normally, at least half of the investigators in the CCG who enter the hospital probably have no chance to step on the battlefield again. After all, the enemy is a ghoul, and most of the injured will be missing some parts. But what about Lancer? In 4 months of service, he was hospitalized 4 times. Lancer had not yet joined the CCG when the door was opened. First, in the battle to exterminate the binge eater, he was bruised and battered. According to the doctor's description, when he was sent there, he had been on the verge of death due to excessive blood loss. Later, he went to find the binge eater again just a few days after being discharged from the hospital. Although the final extermination of the other party was not his sole achievement but the other party's bad luck, it cannot be denied that without Lancer restraint, the other party would not have been hit by the piano or the safe. Then there was the previous incident. He discovered the ghoul restaurant and killed several ghouls alone under the siege of dozens of ghouls. When he was sent to the medical department in the end, she was there. Although in the eyes of most people, his bruised and battered appearance was very attractive, she, as a rational type, did not like this kind of person, because she could not even predict the other party's next move. For cooperation, he was simply a disastrous existence. Finally, last night, according to the later statistics, the number of ghouls he exterminated was at the forefront, even surpassing Special Class Hirako, but he was also carried back by the medical team on a stretcher. To be honest, Akira Mato really couldn't understand why her father was so optimistic about this man. He's just reckless, and he's even performing facial expressions while lying in bed. Is he planning to perform at the CCG's New Year's party? Lancer had no idea that his emotional facial expressions were being taken as a facial expression performance by Akira Mato, but it was obvious that he was not in the mood to think about this at this time, because after he purchased the supply, he finally knew what he had bought. Secret Technique Fishman Triple Thrust. To be honest, when he saw the name of this skill, Lancer's heart went cold, but with the mentality of the box is out, don't you want to confirm it, he checked it out, and then his expression became even more complicated. Secret Technique Fishman Triple Thrust. Level, E. As one of the weakest races on the continent of Azeroth, the Fishmen have always been persecuted by other races, and in order to resist the persecution of other races, the Fishman race finally developed a secret technique that was suitable for them after the death of countless tribesmen. Effect: using magic can attach a water attribute to the attack and curb the enemy's recovery ability. Using it on a target with a higher strength or luck value than the user will gain a buff, Armor penetration. Consumption, 30% stamina. How to put it, the effect of the skill is very good, and the consumption is not much. This skill is much better than the desperate blow he somehow created himself, but he didn't know why the image that appeared in his mind was not those fishmen, but a lazy fish holding a bamboo pole and shouting "Lazy fish thrust." "I'm so tired, really." Lancer, lying on the hospital bed, felt like he was really going to become a lazy fish. No. How can I become a lazy fish? Hey! What are you doing? Akira Mato, who was sitting in the caregiver's seat, had no idea that Lancer would suddenly sit up from the bed. She wanted to stop him, but Lancer grabbed the suitcase next to him and walked out the door. It just so happened that Kurio Mato, who was also carrying a suitcase, walked over at this time. "Lancer? What's wrong?" Nothing, I just feel like my body is going to rust if I keep lying in bed, so I want to go to the training ground for some rehabilitation." Facing Kurio Mato's question, Lancer didn't know how to answer for a moment. He couldn't tell the other party that he felt he was going to really become a lazy fish if he continued to lie down, so he planned to do some activities. Could he? Not to mention that this reason is really absurd. First of all, the other party probably wouldn't even understand what he meant, would he? Is that so? Then wait a minute, go to the conference room with me first. Although the information you know has already been submitted, it seems that the director intends to personally ask you some things. The director? Lancer's expression suddenly became extremely subtle. He was not an investigator who was hired normally, so he had never even met the highest leader of the CCG. The last time he was awarded the badge, it was awarded by the Iwao Kuroiwa, who was still at the headquarters. Can he finally meet the director now? To be honest, Lancer was still a little bit looking forward to it. Let's go quickly. Maybe it was because he wanted to quickly meet the director, or maybe it was to not be caught up by the person behind him. Kurio Mato glanced at Lancer, who was walking quickly forward, and then glanced at his daughter, who was following closely behind him, and he shook his head helplessly. Chapter 52, Chapter 51, The Other Person is an Idiot. Lancer's expression was extremely subtle after leaving the conference room. In general, this conference was basically praising him, such as discovering the bomb and avoiding significant personnel losses for the CCG, and his excellent performance in hunting ghouls recently. But besides that, the director also patted him on the shoulder meaningfully and reminded him of things like "Don't be reckless." To be honest, Lancer felt like he was about to despair. Had his strange gossip already spread to the director? But maybe it was because Lancer's attention was all on the fact that the big boss also knows my gossip that he didn't notice the strange look the director was giving him. On the other side, after Lancer left, the meeting continued. I remember Special Class Mato said he hoped to promote Second Class Lancer to First Class Investigator when he discovered the ghoul restaurant before. Yes, there was such a thing. Mato report was submitted by me. Facing Washuyu's question, Yukinori Shinohara directly agreed, but then his expression became a little strange. What's wrong? Shinohara, just say it if there's anything. After all, the purpose of this meeting is to let everyone who is usually difficult to get together communicate. That. I also hope to apply for a promotion for Special Class Mato. As soon as Yukinori Shinohara finished speaking, everyone was stunned. It wasn't that promoting Kurio Mato was strange. After all, he had worked with everyone present, and he even participated in the battle with the one-eyed owl back then. It can be said that in terms of qualifications and strength, he would not be inferior to anyone present, but he had already refused when he was proposed to be a special class investigator a few years ago. Does Special Class Mato know about this? Yes, I asked Kurio about it before, and he has already agreed. It seems that this battle with Aogiri Tree has made him see the growth of the younger generation, and he has also decided not to be confined to working on the front line anymore, and he seems to have to admit that he is old. At the end, Yukinori Shinohara couldn't help but reveal a strange smile. Kurio Mato age is actually not much older than the oldest person present, but due to high-intensity work and old injuries, he looks much older, but no one looks down on him for this. After all, everyone present has gone through the rookie stage, and they have all worked with him, and his teachings have helped them many times. The only thing that limited Kurio Mato promotion was his own obsession. Now, seeing the performance of the young people in the CCG and his daughter's growth, coupled with the battle with the Aogiri tree cotters, he had to admit one thing: he might indeed be old. Yes. I support this matter. How about we ask Mato for his opinion later? With his qualifications, I don't think anyone would object to him becoming a special class investigator. There is no doubt that this meeting determined that the CCG would increase its crackdown on Aogiri tree. In addition to that, the biggest winners were probably Lancer, Amon, and the mentor and disciple, Kurio Mato. Lancer was remembered by everyone in the CCG for his rocket-like promotion speed from intern to special class investigator in just over 4 months. Some people even claimed that Lancer might become the next special class Arima, but what was strange was that although many people sighed, not many people were jealous. After all, Lancer experience was also there. Being seriously injured once a month on average, and encountering a number of S-class ghouls and SS-class ghouls that many investigators have never seen in their lives, more than one person sighed with a complicated expression: is special class Lancer lucky or unlucky? Kotaro Amon promotion was not unexpected. He himself had excellent grades among first-class investigators. This time, he cooperated with Lancer to exterminate 2 S-class ghouls, so his promotion was expected. And Kurio Mato did not accept the director's invitation to become a special class investigator but took a step back and became an associate special class investigator. The reason for this was that he felt that he might not have many opportunities to go to the front line in the future, so he did not want to occupy the title of special class investigator. Of course, in addition to the 3 of them, many other investigators were also promoted, but they were not as conspicuous as the 3 of them. And the most conspicuous one among the 3 was drinking coffee. I have to say that although Akira Mato is very different from her father in both appearance and personality, the only thing that is exactly the same is her bad sense of humor. I don't know what she was thinking, but she followed Lancer wherever he went. Even when he went for a walk, she would always follow behind Lancer, and even if Lancer protested, she would use the reason of protecting him to follow him. Although Lancer really wanted to complain that even though his injuries hadn't healed, his stamina had long since recovered, and although dealing with S-class ghouls would be troublesome, he was still much stronger than Akira Mato. Lancer's state at this time can be understood as his HP cap, stamina cap, and attributes being reduced. Second class Mato, I'm just drinking coffee, do you really have to follow me all the time? You drink yours, I'm just following associate special class Mato order to protect you. Sigh. After a helpless sigh, Lancer looked at Toka Kirishima on the other side, who was handing him coffee. It had been less than a day since the 2 of them last met, but Toka Kirishima no longer showed any signs of her previous weakness. To be honest, Lancer felt very strange. Toka, I remember it should be the season for entrance exams soon, right? It's best not to wander around after your part-time job is over. I'm sorry, I bothered you last night. Toka Kirishima, holding the plate with both hands, was full of embarrassment. It looked like she was shy, but in reality, she was tangled about what she had said last night. She had clearly said that the next time they met, they would be enemies, but the other party was just here to drink coffee, so it should be fine, right? But at the same time as being shy, she was also secretly celebrating one thing. It's so good that the other person is an idiot and didn't notice anything unusual. In reality, he was just playing dumb. It's so good that the other person is an idiot and didn't notice my flaws. In reality, he had already noticed them. Lancer was celebrating that he had survived another day, but what he didn't notice was that although Akira Mato's expression had not changed, her eyes had become extremely dangerous. It was probably a look similar to looking at scum. I didn't expect that special class Lancer would go after a high school girl. It turns out he was trying to get rid of me before. It seems the rumors are true. Lancer, who was happy to have survived another day and was chatting with Toka Kirishima, had no idea that his already demonized image had taken another step further, but the only thing worth celebrating was that at least Akira Mato wasn't the kind of person who likes to spread rumors everywhere, right? Probably not. Chapter 53, Chapter 52, Best Friend. Lancer, who had no idea that his reputation was once again in crisis, was walking towards the 20th Ward branch as usual. Along the way, many new investigators greeted Lancer, which made Lancer a little uncomfortable. After all, he himself was not very comfortable with the strange rules of Neon, for example, greeting seniors. As for Kurio Mato, the other party was his lifesaver, so no matter how he saluted, Lancer would not find it troublesome. But what surprised him was that he saw a familiar person in the branch. "You are Hideyoshi Nagachika." Lancer's sudden shout made the blonde young man in front of a sign freeze for a moment. "You are Investigator Lancer." Hideyoshi Nagachika never expected to be greeted in the CCG branch, and the person who greeted him was Lancer. Just by looking at Lancer, his expression was a little complicated. "What's wrong?" "No, nothing, I just didn't expect to see Investigator Lancer here." "Haha, what's so strange about seeing me here? I'm an investigator belonging to the 20th Ward branch. By the way, is there something you need? Could it be that you found a clue about a ghoul? Do you need my help?" "No, nothing, I just happened to see the part-time job information outside." The relationship between Hideyoshi Nagachika and Lancer was probably similar to nodding acquaintances. The two had met many times because they would both appear at the Antioch coffee shop, but if it was just that, he should be happy. After all, it should be easier to get things done if you have an acquaintance when applying for a job, but in reality, his heart had been in his throat. "He won't find out that Kaneki is hiding in my house, will he?" That's right, Ken Kaneki, whom Lancer had been curious about, was currently hiding in Hideyoshi Nagachika's house. Although he was a human, Hideyoshi Nagachika had known for a long time that Ken Kaneki had become a ghoul, but even so, the friendship between the two had not been broken. In his opinion, his friend's personality was gentle, and the reason he became a ghoul was completely an accident, and he shouldn't alienate him because of this accident. Later, when Ken Kaneki was taken away by Jason, he was also very nervous when he heard the news, but unlike the people in the coffee shop, he was just a human and could not help, but he was still worried and chose to go near the 11th ward. It wasn't that what he did had any meaning, he just simply felt that doing so might allow him to be a little closer to his friend. But what he didn't expect was that his self-comforting action saved Ken Kaneki's life. When the explosion began, he knew that it was meaningless for him to stay, but when he was riding his bike to go home, he happened to see Ken Kaneki, who was covered in blood, lying on the side of the road. Then he rushed to the other person's side without hesitation. It was also fortunate that Ken Kaneki was a ghoul, otherwise, just having his flank pierced by a quinqua would have been fatal, but in reality, his situation was not much better. After all, the principle of a quinqua is to use RC cells to deal with ghouls. Then Hideyoshi Nagachika helped Ken Kaneki remove the quinqua spear that was stuck in his flank, and used his clothes to simply bandage the other person, and finally, he took the seriously injured Ken Kaneki alone to a house that looked like no one had been there for a long time. It can be said that Hideyoshi Nagachika was not just a simple matter of having clues about ghouls, he was completely harboring a ghoul. At this time, facing Lancer, he even felt a little at a loss. But fortunately, Lancer did not expect that Ken Kaneki would be with the other person, so he was just simply joking, and then he patted him on the shoulder and led him to the part-time job application office next to them. Part-time jobs at the branch are generally for organizing some documents, which shouldn't be a problem for you. Although I don't think there will be any boring guys at the branch, if there are, just tell me and I'll deal with those black sheep. Thank you, Mr. Lancer. No need for that, we're acquaintances after all, and the branch is indeed a bit short-handed. How could they not be short-handed? Now that the 11th Ward branch has been completely wiped out, the personnel of each branch have been transferred to the 9th and 10th branches next to the 11th Ward, and as the most stable 20th Ward, it naturally has the most personnel transferred. And the partner who was following behind Lancer was silently writing down strange news in her notebook. Special Class Lancer is not only interested in high school girls, but also shows great interest in male college students. Lancer had no idea that he was just simply greeting an acquaintance, which made a certain serious-looking woman imagine some strange things. On the other side, Hideyoshi Nagakika's application was extremely smooth with Lancer help. After all, the branch was already short-handed, so after he finished his business, he naturally went straight home, but "I'm back." After opening the door, he habitually shouted, but there was no response, and the aisle was a little messy. Did the CCG people come here? Feeling that something was wrong, he rushed into his room but only saw Ken Kaneki, whose upper body was tied with bandages, lying on the ground. "Kaneki! What's wrong with you?" Bang! Hideyoshi Nagachika, who had just helped Ken Kaneki up, was directly pressed to the ground by the other person. And looking at Ken Kaneki's completely different scarlet Kagun eyes, Hideyoshi Nagachika couldn't help but shiver. He felt that his friend seemed to have become a different person at this time, just like a wounded beast. But at this moment, slap! Ken Kaneki, who was pressing on his shoulder, suddenly raised his hand and slapped himself, and then bit his own arm. And Hideyoshi Nagachika, who was lying under Ken Kaneki, touched the mixture of blood, saliva, and tears on his cheek, and a look of relief appeared on his face. "Sure enough, no matter what you become, you are still my best friend." As he spoke, he took out a fruit knife from behind him and, with a tangled expression, cut his own finger. "Although I can't be like Senior Kimi, but what can I say, you're a guy? If you were a girl, I might have just given it to you directly." Hideyoshi Nagachika, whose expression was twitching due to the pain, put his bloody finger to Ken Kaneki's lips, but he said a nonsensical cold joke, maybe to relieve his own pain. And Ken Kaneki on the other side, perhaps because he felt the things he craved in his mouth, his ferocious expression gradually became gentle, and it wasn't until the end that he weakly called out Hideyoshi and fainted in his arms. Chapter 54, Chapter 53, Meeting the final boss at home, what to do? Waiting for a response. Urgent. It must be said that many things were changed because of Lancer arrival. Although Ken Kaneki was not killed by Lancer, he seemed to have disappeared and hadn't shown up for a long time. Second, Kurio Mado survived. Although he chose to get promoted and leave the front line, he was now in command of the 20th Ward as the general commander. And the most direct impact was that Yukinori Shinohara and his assistant, Juzu Suzuya, did not settle in the 20th Ward but continued to patrol in various sub-wards. And Lancer, who had been rehabilitating at the branch for a day because of his injuries and hadn't gone out on patrol, finally got rid of Akira Mado and his colleagues' teasing looks and returned home. Welcome back. 2 days had passed, but looking at Reiko Fueguki and Hinami Fueguki, who was hiding behind her, Lancer still felt extremely conflicted. When he took off his suit jacket, he clearly saw Hinami Fueguki shiver. It seemed that in the 2 days he was away, Reiko Fueguki must have given her daughter some adult knowledge. Lancer really didn't know how to complain about this. He couldn't just say, "I'm not interested in kids without chests or butts, right?" Not to mention whether the other person would believe him, they might even take it as a hint. Sigh. He just had a moment of weakness at that time, and now he was so tired. "I ate dinner outside. I'm going to rest now. You too, do as you please." After saying that, Lancer picked up his briefcase and walked towards the study. On the other side, the mother and daughter Fueguki also couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief when they saw Lancer leave. In fact, the two of them had already learned about Lancer deeds in the 11th Ward retaking operation from Toka Kirishima during the day, which of course included the fact that he killed the Bin brothers of Aojirai tree. The stronger the other persons displayed strength, the more uneasy the two of them became. After all, with Lancer's strength, they couldn't even resist. And because they were confined to this house, they had nothing to do but overthink things. Hinamai was okay. As a child, she was still pure enough to only be able to imagine the beginning. As for what came next, she didn't know anything. But Raiko Fueguki was different. As a wife, she naturally knew what a man would do when faced with a woman who couldn't resist. But thankfully, they met Lancer, this idiot. Although he had to admit that he was tempted that night, he was a person who was bound by being a human and self-discipline. He would rather rely on his 5 fingers than make a move. But as the day of his departure got closer, he also started to consider how to deal with the two of them. After he left, the two of them would probably be the first suspects for his disappearance, right? At that time, the two of them would probably face a fate worse than death. This feeling right now was probably powerlessness, right? He wanted to do certain things, but because of his lack of strength, he couldn't do anything. Because he had been practicing with his spear in the branch training room all day, Lancer, for once, wanted to lie on the tatami and be a couch potato. Since he had nothing to do, he simply started to look through his system. Looking at his steadily rising attributes, he couldn't help but show a hint of a smile, but his expression became extremely complicated when he looked at the supply system. But at this moment, he discovered something. Emergency food required 5 points. Description: a standard food that can quickly restore stamina, universal. Although Lancer would always complain that this system was a bit like an RPG, it was still very different from a real RPG. For example, he had never seen the most important HP attribute. In other words, even though he had a system, he would still be GG if he was shot in the head. It could be said that this was very realistic, and the stamina attribute was an important attribute for maintaining bodily functions. If the hungry debuff appeared, the attribute would be continuously reduced. And now, Lancer, with a face full of excitement, rushed out of the room holding a sealed package. Raiko Fueguki, come here for a moment. Raiko Fueguki, who was just saying something to her daughter, felt her heart sink when she saw Lancer's somewhat excited face. But she had already made up her mind. She gently pulled her daughter's hand away with a gentle expression, then stroked the other person's head, and took a deep breath before walking towards Lancer's room. And Hinamai Fueguki, on the other side, was stunned when she saw her mother's hand being released. In the end, she gritted her teeth and clenched something in her arms. This was something that Toka Kirishima had given her. It wasn't some high-tech thing. It was just a switch. When it was squeezed, a prompt sound would be heard on the other side. And there was no doubt that Raiko Fueguki didn't want to get the Antioku Cafe involved in her family's matter, but Hinamai Fueguki, as a daughter, was obviously not as mature as her mother. With Toka Kirishima repeated persuasion, she had been keeping this switch close to her body. On the other side, Lancer, who had no idea what was going on, handed the sealed package he was holding to Raiko Fueguki after she came in. Try it. But what Lancer found strange was that Raiko Fueguki didn't take the sealed package from his hand but bit her lip instead. Lancer-san, there's no need for this. I've said before, if you need me to, I'm willing to do anything. I don't need these things. Of course, if you need an aphrodisiac, then I'll. Wait. Aphrodisiac? Why would he need an aphrodisiac for eating? Although he was confused at first, he had played a lot of H games, so he quickly guessed what the other person was saying. Immediately, his expression became subtle. Ryuko-san, I think I've said this more than once. Although I, Lancer, am not a hero, I won't do anything by force. I don't want to say something like that a third time, because I'm tired. As for what's in my hand, it's just food. Food? Lancer words stunned Raiko Fueguki. After all, she was prepared to either endure the disgust of eating normal human food or starve to death. When Toka Kirishima came before, she had told her a lot about Lancer, and his attitude towards ghouls was the most important. She didn't think Lancer would let them eat the flesh of his own kind, so what was in it? Encouraged by Lancer's gaze, she opened the sealed package. Then she saw a brown, rod-shaped object about 2 fingers long and a sealed package of white liquid. To be honest, this thing was very suspicious, but Raiko Fueguki gritted her teeth and put the thing in her mouth and then tore open the sealed liquid and poured it into her mouth. She originally thought that she would feel very disgusted after eating it, so she almost swallowed it directly with the unknown liquid, but after she swallowed it, she was completely stunned. How is it? Lancer's answer was Raiko Fueguki directly eating the rest of the things and then covering her mouth and crying. That's right, she started crying. Raiko Fueguki's biggest wish with her husband was for their daughter to live a normal life. Later, her husband died at the hands of Jason, and his kokuhou was even made into a quinqua by the CCG. As for the mother and daughter, although they had not been abused for the time being, their current life was indeed very uneasy, but with this thing, they might be able to live a normal life. Snap! But at this moment, the sound of glass shattering behind them made Lancer reflexively grab his quinqua. As Lancer had said before, the most important things he learned in this world were caution and humility. So, even when he was resting, he never fell into a deep sleep unless he was at the branch or headquarters. He never let go of his quinqua. Almost at the same moment a strange noise came from behind him. Lancer activated his quinqua and thrust it behind him. Pfft! It was clear that the attacker also didn't expect Lancer's reaction to be so quick and intense. The other person only had time to slightly turn their body before being directly pierced in the right arm by the spear. And Lancer's eyes widened after hitting the target. Rabbit! That's right, it was the rabbit mask. However, unlike history, Raiko Fueguki was not killed, and she naturally did not attack Kurio Mato with Hinamai. Naturally, the S-rank ghoul rabbit was not on the CCG's wanted list. But these were not the key. The key was that rabbit was Toka Kirishima. What's going on? Why did she suddenly come to attack him today? Although he didn't know what had happened, Lancer still assumed a ready stance. No matter who the other person was, he had to at least save his own life first. Only by surviving could he consider other things. And Toka Kirishima on the other side also didn't expect Lancer to mercilessly shoot her. After all, Lancer had saved her life before, but this surprise was fleeting, replaced by an uncontrollable rage. What did she just see? In fact, when she first heard the alarm, she was still a bit skeptical. After all, she had known Lancer for a few months, and he had never done anything out of line. In addition, when she came before, he didn't do anything either, so she initially just planned to investigate. But what she didn't expect was that when she climbed onto the windowsill, she saw an incredible scene. That guy! You scumbag! Even though she was injured, emotionless words were spat out from Toka Kirishima's mouth. For some reason, Lancer felt a sense of Chen Shimei in the other person's voice. Was it his imagination? Although I don't know what you mean, Miss Ghoul in the mask, I must state one thing before I kill you. I am not a scumbag. In order to hide the fact that he knew the other person's identity, Lancer simply pretended not to know her. But when he said this, Lancer still felt extremely strange, as if a person was deliberately shirking responsibility. But thankfully, Toka Kirishima, who was in a state of maximum rage, didn't notice this abnormality. As for Lancer's words, in her opinion, they were just a blatant excuse. When she climbed up, she saw Aunt Ryuko kneeling on the ground. After Lancer moved aside, she also saw Raiko Fuegaku kneeling there, covering her mouth with tears on her face, and there was also a strange white liquid at the corner of her mouth. Did she even need to think about it? Although she was a ghoul, she had taken health and physical education classes in school, not to mention her friend Yoriko had also made some jokes with her. She naturally knew about this kind of thing. But on the other side, Raiko Fuegaku, who was a bit confused by Toka Kirishima's sudden attack, was a bit red-faced. As a wife, how could she not understand what Toka Kirishima was saying? She couldn't help but touch the corner of her mouth and then subconsciously licked the white liquid at the corner of her mouth. As a widow with a good figure and appearance, her action undoubtedly attracted the attention of the two other people, and this action instantly dispelled the tense atmosphere. "You misunderstood. Investigator Lancer just let me eat some food, and I was a bit emotional." Food? Could it be because she hadn't eaten for a long time? No. If it was just a simple eating of flesh, Ryuko-san wouldn't be like this, and when eating, the Kokyugen would also be involuntarily released. Could it be that? Ryuko-san, what you ate wasn't that, was it? Seeing Raiko Fuegaku nod, Toka Kirishima, who was originally covering the wound on her shoulder, trembled all over. Of course, the reason she was like this was not because of pain, but because of excitement. Finally, there would be a day when she could live like a human. Toka Kirishima, who had been living according to her father's teachings until now, S biggest hope was to one day be able to integrate into human society and be able to talk about anything and everything with her friend Yoriko, instead of how it was now. And after the excitement, her first reaction was she had to tell the manager about this. But just as she turned to leave, a spear was extended in front of her. "Miss Unknown Ghoul, you don't think I'm going to let you go that easily, do you? Even if we don't talk about your ghoul identity, what about my room? Aren't you going to pay for it?" Lancer originally just intended to scare the other person, but what he didn't expect was that at this moment, a hand was placed on his spear. "If it's about compensation, why don't you let me handle it?" Accompanied by a somewhat deep voice, Lancer's eyes widened. "Owl!" He jumped backward and landed behind Raiko Fuegaku. Although it was a bit cowardly, when facing a boss-level character, it was a necessary measure to survive. After all, he had never dreamed that the non-killing owl would come looking for him, as the other person had only made a few moves in the original plot. His feeling right now was probably like he had finally left the novice village, went on an adventure, and then decided to go back to the novice village to show off, only to meet the final boss. Met the final boss at home, what to do? Waiting for a response. Urgent. This sentence was probably the most accurate portrayal of Lancer's inner feelings at this moment. Chapter 55, Chapter 54, My move was simply perfect. Although Lancer sometimes liked to be reckless, he wasn't an idiot. Since he took out the thing in his hand, he knew how important it was. But what he didn't expect was to meet Yoshimura. His original plan was to slowly lure the people of the Antioco Cafe with the Fuegaku mother and daughter as bait and evidence, but now, he had skipped the middle and gone directly to the last step, so it was no wonder he was nervous. But it was clear that Yoshimura didn't care about Lancer. Although Lancer had hunted down several S-rank ghouls and had recently been promoted to first-class investigator, with his strength, weren't first-class investigators just minnows? He was more concerned about the thing in Raiko Fuegaku's hand. "Fuegaku, is what you said true? After you ate that thing just now, you're not hungry anymore?" To hide his identity, Yoshimura's voice was a bit low, which made Raiko Fuegaku not recognize Yoshimura at all. Everyone in the Antioco district knew that the manager was a ghoul, but not many knew he was the owl. But after glancing at Toka Kirishima and seeing her nod, she also nodded at Yoshimura. Immediately, an astonishing aura erupted from the other person. As a ghoul who was rated as an SSS rank, Yoshimura's lifelong pursuit was for the ghoul race to be able to continue normally, but unfortunately, he was strong enough but still unable to change the rules. But with this thing in front of him, it was different. Although the corpse collector like them was not the majority, a large portion of the ghouls who hunted humans were also just trying to survive. If they were given a new possibility to survive, who would want to live under the threat of the CCG all day? Investigator. Where did that thing come from? Even though Yoshimura tried his best to control his tone, his voice still trembled. The other person's reaction also made Lancer a little relieved. It was probably a downgrade from a red level alert to an orange level 1, but the quinqua in his hand was still pointing straight at Yoshimura. As for the source, it's some test products I got through my personal connections. Source? Of course, it was from the system. But the problem was, how could he say that? So Lancer simply fabricated a story about it coming from across the sea, but what he didn't expect was that his made-up story seemed to be surprisingly useful. Over there? That's indeed possible. Yoshimura wasn't an idiot who would believe whatever Lancer said, but Lancer personal connections? Then it wasn't a CCG thing, right? Connecting that to the other person's identity. Yoshimura suddenly understood. It was indeed possible, after all, the country across the sea was famous for being a country of foodies. Although they were also ghouls, they were completely suppressed in that country and couldn't cause any trouble. And with that country's pursuit of food, it wasn't impossible for them to develop food that ghouls could eat. But just as Yoshimura was about to let out a sigh of relief, his heart was lifted by a single sentence from Lancer. Let me just say this first, this thing is not a mass-produced product. It's still a laboratory product. To create one right now would probably require the sacrifice of a ghoul's life. Lancer was very curious about what the other person knew, but it was better to let the other person's imagination run wild at a time like this. Lancer's words made Yoshimura's excited mood sink, but he didn't think Lancer was lying to him. After all, if this thing had really been mass-produced, it was impossible that he wouldn't have heard anything. But in any case, the fact that a lab product existed was a good thing. But before he could sigh in relief, there was one more thing he had to confirm. I want to try it. Yoshimura's behavior was undoubtedly very arrogant, but unfortunately, the situation was against him. Could Lancer refuse? Aren't you afraid that I'll poison this thing? You are Owl, a wanted SSS rank ghoul of our CCG. Lancer, who pretended to take something out of his briefcase, did not forget to act arrogant. After all, this was in line with his character. It would be abnormal for an investigator to not say a word after being threatened by a ghoul. But Yoshimura raised his head defiantly in the face of Lancer's words. If you have the ability to poison me. He took the silver-sealed package from Lancer's hand, tore it open without hesitation, pushed his mask aside, and poured all of it in. Crunch crunch. The chewing sound made everyone present a little nervous, and the mysterious silence after the chewing sound disappeared made everyone's hearts sink, until... It's actually real. Yoshimura's words made Lancer let out a sigh of relief, but he didn't put away his quinqua. He knew that the other person would probably not hurt him anymore, but there was one thing he wanted to discuss with the other person. The next day, CCG 20th Ward Branch Kurio Mado office. Bang! What did you say? Owl. Kurio Mado, whose pen was bent and slammed onto his desk, widened his eyes and looked at Lancer. At this moment, his expression was extremely distorted. I'm sorry, Lancer, I was a bit emotional. Please continue. I think you must have gone through something when you met Owl, right? But maybe he also noticed his own abnormality. After pulling out the pen, he ruffled his hair with one hand, and his expression gradually calmed down, but the trembling of his hand showed that he was not calm at the moment. And Lancer was not surprised by the other person's reaction. After all, the other person's wife was killed while covering others in the previous Owl extermination operation, and even her body was incompletely eaten. Although Lancer knew that Owl was not the one he knew, the other person's reaction was already much smaller than Lancer had expected. The other party wants to cooperate with us. Cooperate? Ha! Owl! Don't tell me the other party wants us to be his executioners. And you agreed? Mr. Mado. Even Kotaro Aman, who was on the side, couldn't bear to listen to Kurio Mado words. Although he also knew what the other person had been through, saying such things was a bit hurtful. No, it's because of this. Saying that, Lancer took out the emergency food that he had given to Yoshimura and Raiko Fueguka before. What is this? Food that both ghouls and humans can eat. If Kurio Mado was just emotionally out of control before, then now he was truly speechless out of shock. Food? Food that both humans and ghouls could eat? Are you saying that Owl has already mastered the way to produce this food? Not at all. The origin of this thing also seems to be unofficial. The other party doesn't know how to produce it, so he wants to cooperate with our CCG to decipher it. Kurio Mado's expression immediately became extremely serious, and Lancer, upon seeing the other person's reaction, let out a sigh of relief. No matter what the final outcome was, it had nothing to do with him. One of the steps in his deal with Yoshimura before was to have the other person pretend to have obtained this thing by accident. The other person naturally felt strange about this, and Lancer's explanation was that the origin wasn't quite right. Although this was undoubtedly making Yoshimura take the blame, he didn't mind taking the blame for the future of ghouls. So now, even if the CCG were to investigate, it wouldn't be able to connect it to Lancer. As for whether they would be able to successfully research it, to be honest, Lancer wasn't optimistic about the CCG. Although he still didn't know what the system was, there was no doubt that a system that could stop time was definitely not an ordinary existence. What's more, it could even let him travel between worlds. He suspected that the materials inside this thing probably came from countless worlds. But what did that have to do with him? His goal was simply to change the relationship between the Antioch Cafe and the CCG. One was an organization that protected humans, and the other was a rare peaceful coexistence faction among ghouls. What was the benefit of having the two sides fight each other and give opportunities to those crazy killing ghouls? At least, before those extremist ghouls were completely gone, cooperating with the moderate faction was still more beneficial than harmful. And this food that he didn't know if it would be successful was the link. Although everything was just a whim, after careful thought, Lancer felt that his move was simply perfect. Chapter 56, Chapter 55, What do you think? On the other side, as Lancer was rushing to the branch, Toka Kirishima also brought Raiko Fueguka and Hinami Fueguka back to the Antioch Cafe. The two of them did not say a word on the way, and Toka Kirishima also didn't know what to say for a moment. Although it had been proven that Raiko Fueguka had just simply eaten something, what Toka Kirishima had said before made the two of them feel a bit awkward. As for Hinami, who was following behind Ryuko, although she was finally able to leave that investigator and see her favorite big sister, she also didn't know what to say because of the strange atmosphere. Aunt Ryuko, although we've left, you and Hinami will probably have to stay in the cafe. That's all right, this is already very good for us. The two of them deliberately ignored the strange events that had happened before, but thankfully, because they were talking about a serious matter, the awkward atmosphere between them gradually disappeared. On the way, in order to hide their tracks, the two of them even went around the 20th ward and went through the sewers to get back near the Antioch Cafe. Then, as expected, the people in the cafe, who should have gone home long ago, were sitting in the lounge. Toka, you're back. Ms. Fueguka, the room for you and Hinami has been prepared. Please go and rest. Although the Fueguka mother and daughter didn't have many restrictions at Lancer House because Lancer was out and about most of the time, they could even be said to have deliberately rested well while Lancer was out so that they could be more vigilant when he came back. But now, then Hinami and I will go and rest first. It was clear that the other person's intention was to not have them get too involved, and Raiko Fueguki only wanted to protect her daughter, so she naturally didn't mind these small things. And seeing the mother and daughter leave, Toka Kirishima bowed directly to Yoshimura. "Manager, thank you for before." Although Toka Kirishima was indeed a bit shocked when she first saw the other person, she later realized something. He had probably been following her and silently protecting her the few times she came before, right? After all, from the battle in the 11th Ward before, she had realized how terrifying Lancer's strength was. And Yoshimura just nodded at Toka Kirishima thanks and moved on. After all, from a certain perspective, Toka Kirishima was a substitute in Yoshimura's eyes. After his breakup with his daughter, he had almost treated Toka Kirishima as his own daughter, and protecting her was his own voluntary act. He just didn't expect to encounter something like this time. The topic of the Antioco Café's meeting was undoubtedly the food that Lancer had provided. Although it was called a meeting, there was actually nothing to discuss. They were either the moderate faction themselves or they had decided to abandon their past experiences for various reasons. They were naturally 100% in favor of this thing that could help them integrate into society, but compared to the Antioco Café, which was full of excitement and could almost be called a celebration, the special class meeting at the CCG headquarters was much more terrifying. Bang! I don't agree. That's just a damned monster. Being called to a meeting at headquarters in the middle of the night, everyone knew that things must be urgent, but no one expected that the first person to fire would be Itsuki Merid. At this moment, there weren't many investigators in the CCG who were older than Itsuki Merid and knew about his past. Most of their impressions of him were that he was good at commanding and good at personnel management, but people who truly knew him knew how passionate his heart was, hidden beneath his slick exterior, from the founding of the CCG until now. Have you all forgotten what the owl did? It is something that is completely etched into the pillar of shame of our CCG. I have no opinion on this item. I have no right to speak without evidence. Let the R&D department test it first, but I absolutely object to anything about the owl. There were a total of 7 special class investigators, 2 of whom were absent. Kishao Arima was, as usual, patrolling and hunting throughout Tokyo, while the other person, who was the deputy warden of the 23rd Ward and an interrogator, had been stationed in the 23rd Ward and had missed who knows how many meetings. And besides these 2, there were a total of 5 special class investigators present, one of whom was the director who had a voting right. After Itsuki Merid expressed his opinion, the others also spoke up one after another. As expected, Yukinori Shinohara chose to support the plan. In his opinion, if this matter could succeed, it would improve the situation of the entire human society. And Ueo Kuroiwa, who was his good friend and also an older man, did not say much but also chose to agree. But besides these 2, the other 2 special class investigators both chose to object. Washu Tsunyoshi served as the general commander of the 2nd Ward, which was one of the wards with the most ghouls. Humans were completely unable to survive there. At 49 years old, he had been fighting ghouls for most of his life, and he had seen too many casualties during this time. His voice, which always sounded condescending, was unusually gloomy this time as he said, "I object. I cannot tolerate living with those monsters. Even if this is real, it's just giving those monsters another choice. Those monsters have no humanity, and they will still hunt innocent humans. And I also don't want to one day, after I die, meet my former subordinates and tell them that we lived with those monsters. This is a blasphemy to the investigators who fought and sacrificed their lives for ghouls." And the reason Kyoko Ora chose to object was even simpler. My best friend died at the hands of that monster. My subordinates. My students. Many people I knew died at the hands of that monster. Who knows if this is a conspiracy? I will absolutely not agree before everything is made clear. Out of the 5 investigators who attended the meeting, 3 objected, and 2 chose to support. Everyone's gaze turned to Washiyoshi Toki, who was sitting at the head of the table. There was no doubt that everyone was waiting for his answer. Although I also hate those man-eating monsters, if all of this is real, then countless civilians and investigators will be able to survive. At least, I choose to support it until it's proven to be a conspiracy. Washu Yoshitake's words undoubtedly made the situation a 3-3 tie, and everyone fell silent. But at this moment, Washu Yoshitoki suddenly sat up straight. Associate Special Class Mato, what do you think? No one expected Washu Yoshitoki to suddenly ask Kurio Mato, who was observing on the side, but after the surprise, no one objected. As mentioned before, Kurio Mato knew all the special class investigators and had even taught them before. Kurio Mato could be said to be a respectable senior. And Kurio Mato also seemed to not have expected to be asked, but he did not back down. Instead, he walked directly to the side of the conference table. I support this plan. Bang! Mato. As soon as Kurio Mato finished speaking, the only female in the room couldn't help but speak up, but Kurio Mato extended his right hand to stop her from speaking and took a deep breath. Aura, don't say it. My hatred for the owl has never disappeared for a single day, but this matter must be separated. The reason I joined the CCG and later served as an instructor was to protect humanity and help more young investigators survive. As her husband. As the successor of her will. I cannot, because of my anger, throw away this opportunity that might be fleeting. When this matter succeeds, that will be the day I settle the score with the owl once and for all. This is my, Kurio Mato, the husband of Mato Mizu, decision. The weathered but determined tone showed the speaker's resolve, and his speech made everyone present fall silent, especially Itsuki Merid, who had been the most emotional. If anyone had the biggest reaction to the name Mato Mizu among those present, it would be him and Kyoko Ora. Kyoko Ora was Mato Mizu's, or Kurio Mato wife's, contemporary and also her best friend. Her determination about her best friend's death could be said to be unwavering. And Itsuki Merid was not Kurio Mato rival in love as some people might have imagined. He was Kurio Mato and Mato Mizu's former captain. It was he who gave the order for Mato Mizu to stay behind and cover their retreat. Although he knew that he did not give the wrong order, everyone, including him, was either injured or simply didn't have the strength to stop the owl. It was the only choice, but being correct did not mean he had no regrets. There was no doubt that this matter had been a steel needle piercing his heart. He even wished that it was him who had died there. And now, hearing Kurio Mato's speech, he couldn't help but clench his hands. As you said, the day this matter succeeds will be the day we settle the score with the owl once and for all. There was no doubt that Itsuki Merid also made the same decision as Kurio Mato at this moment. Chapter 57, Chapter 56, Night Talk. There was no doubt that the final voting result was 4:3, or even 5:2. The cooperation with the owl had a preliminary intention, but according to the discussion, this was only limited to the research of food that both humans and ghouls can eat and would not lift the hostile relationship with the owl. And when Lancer handed over the food, this matter actually had little to do with him. Although several investigators in the meeting expressed suspicion about this matter, even they knew how important this matter was. No matter how much they hated ghouls, they couldn't stop it. As everyone left with various thoughts, Lancer also followed behind Kurio Mato, leaving the headquarters and driving towards the 20th ward. Neither Lancer nor Kurio Mato spoke on the way, just like when they came. Lancer originally just thought that Kurio Mato was conflicted about his relationship with the owl, but after listening to the other person's speech, Lancer realized that he had underestimated the other person. This man's second half of his life was surrounded by hatred, but even so, the only gentleness in his heart was not contaminated by hatred. Even though he had become a bit crazy, he still did not forget his original intention. He became an investigator to protect humans, and the reason he had always refused a promotion was just to fulfill his wife's dying wish. The city of Tokyo in the middle of the night was incredibly quiet, but there were hidden dangers in this quietness. Countless ghouls were lurking in the darkness, and Kuryo was leaning his head on his hand and looking out the window in silence. He couldn't see anything, but at this moment, he was squinting his eyes as if he was seeing something. Lancer thought that the other person was probably reminiscing about his wife, so he also didn't bother him. What's more, Lancer was also thinking about whether he should tell the other person the owl's identity. It was likely that no one would have thought that the leader of Aogiri Tree, the one-eyed owl, was the popular novelist Sen Takatsuki. After all, the gap between the two was simply too great. One was a tyrannical ghoul king, while the other was a petite, quirky, ordinary woman. But if he were to let the other person know the owl's identity, he would probably really go and cause trouble for the other person. The other person wasn't Yoshimura, the non-killing owl. Lancer didn't think that Kuryo, an ordinary investigator who was getting on in age and was already past his prime, could kill the other person. If he told him, the other person would most likely die. If he didn't tell him, he would feel that he couldn't even tell his benefactor who his enemy was. But just as Lancer was conflicted, Kuryo, who was sitting on the side, had turned his head at some point. "Lancer! I'm here." Although he didn't know why the other person suddenly called his name, he still responded. "To be honest, I still have some regrets about inviting you to join the CCG and become an investigator. You are different from me. You could have completely gone back to your home country and lived your life as an ordinary person, instead of fighting on the front line against ghouls as an investigator like you are now." Kuryo words made Lancer let out a wry smile. Go home? Where was his home? If he could, he would indeed hope to live his life as an ordinary person, but unfortunately, when he mysteriously came to this world and might mysteriously go to other worlds in the future, he knew that he would probably never be associated with the word ordinary again. But it was clear that he couldn't say these things to Kuryo, and the other person didn't seem to want to pursue it. Instead, he continued to talk to himself. The so-called investigators were originally just a group of ordinary people who were unwilling to let themselves and their families become ghoul food. And I am even more so, a layman who joined under the influence of my wife. But when we became members of the CCG, when we were given the name doves by those monsters, we were no longer ordinary. We are the last barrier for a peaceful human life. I have too many regrets in this life, but the only thing I don't regret is picking up this briefcase next to me. Lancer, you and I were both not aiming to be investigators when we joined the CCG, but I believe that the life you have lived during this time will also become a precious memory for you in the future." What did the other person's words mean? Although he had less than a month left before he left, shouldn't he be the only one who knew about this? It was impossible for the other person to know, so why did the other person sound as if he had a hidden meaning in his words? Was it because he didn't kill the Fueguka mother and daughter before, and this time he even took off the explosive collars while Toka Kirishima was taking them away? Or was it because the other person was suspicious of the origin of the thing he handed over today? It couldn't be that he was suspicious of the issue of his strength increasing in a short amount of time, right? Upon closer inspection, there were quite a few suspicious things about him. But when he was about to speak, he realized that maybe it was better to not say anything at this time. Anyway, he was going to leave in a month, and when he suddenly disappeared, it might cause the other person to guess wildly, and maybe, that was a good thing? "I'm sorry, I said some strange things. Today's events have made my heart a bit chaotic." "No, you are overthinking it. What you said, I won't forget." The other person didn't say anything to Lancer words and just nodded. Then, silence returned to the car. Lancer didn't know how much change he had brought to this world, but he firmly believed that his efforts would not be in vain. And just as the CCG was focusing on the matter of food, Aogiri Tree on the other side did not stop its expansion. Their operation in the 11th ward had made the CCG look bad, but it hadn't actually caused much of a blow to the CCG. And the conquest of the 9th and 10th wards had also been at a standstill. Are we still going to attack the Ghoul Detention Center Cochlea in the 23rd Ward next? Naturally. Although the previous operation didn't cause any fatal damage to the CCG, for us, it's nothing more than an increase in casualties. We can only proceed with the next step of the plan by conquering Cochlea. To his teammates' question, Tatara, who was the official commander of Aogiri Tree, chose to answer in the affirmative without hesitation. And the other high-ranking codders next to him didn't seem surprised at all. After all, as the other person said, weren't the so-called subordinates just the stepping stones to fulfill their wishes? If they could sacrifice themselves for this, wouldn't it already be the best ending for them? Chapter 58, Chapter 57, The Unknown Future. In fact, Lancer also knew that Aogiri Tree's next target was Ghoul Detention Center Cochlea in the 23rd Ward, but the problem was that he couldn't be sure. After all, in the original timeline, the CCG was severely understaffed because of the operation in the 11th Ward. Even the 9th and 10th Wards fell under the control of Aogiri Tree, but what about now? Although the operation in the 11th Ward failed, the CCG's personnel loss was less than 10% of the original. The mobile forces were very sufficient, and the 9th and 10th Wards were firmly under the CCG's control. Under these circumstances, the number of forces Aogiri Tree would need to attack Cochlea would be several times more than before. But with a cautious attitude, Lancer still told Kurio Mato his thoughts during their conversation, but the other person just smiled. Cochlea holds the most brutal ghouls in all of Japan. Even without Aogiri Tree's previous attack on the 11th Ward, the defense there is second only to the headquarters in all of Tokyo. There is one special class investigator and more than 3 associate special class investigators stationed there, along with more than 250 investigators. In addition, we can also use the facilities inside the prison. Theoretically, it would take at least twice or even 3 times the number of ghouls attacking without regard for death to take that place. And once Cochlea is attacked, the nearby investigators will rush there immediately. Within 20 minutes, the number of investigators in all of Cochlea will double. Of course, that's if the other party has the ability to dispatch more than 5 SS rank ghouls, but the possibility is not high. After all, there are not many SS rank ghouls recorded in all of Tokyo. Although Lancer had known about the existence of Cochlea for a long time, this was actually the first time the two of them had talked about it. After all, the existence of Cochlea was not a secret, but it was also not a topic worth discussing. But then why not just kill them all? To be honest, Lancer had always been curious about this. The number of SS rank and S rank ghouls held there was not small. In the original timeline, these ghouls became a fighting force for Aogiri Tree, pushing Aogiri Tree's power to an extremely exaggerated level. Actually, I didn't quite understand it at first, but the director once explained that to defeat ghouls, you have to at least understand them. So these ghouls can be said to be test subjects, but the only difference is that the stronger ghouls are more valuable, and they generally won't be killed even during experiments. As for the average ones, that goes without saying. But for some reason, Lancer always felt that something was strange. Although Lancer knew about the tendencies of the people in the Antioco Cafe because he knew the plot, Lancer didn't believe that no other normal ghouls had appeared in all the years that ghouls had existed. After all, compared to torture to extract a confession, any information that was said normally should be more credible, right? If this were just a story, Lancer might have just brushed it off as a background setting, but there was no doubt that this world couldn't be without logic. But unfortunately, even though Lancer felt that something was strange, he couldn't pinpoint exactly what it was, so he could only put it aside for now. Just like that, Lancer life returned to his previous routine. He would patrol the 20th Ward every day, then go to the Antioco Cafe for a cup of coffee before dinner. But things had changed a lot recently. For example, he rarely encountered ghouls while patrolling the 20th Ward. Lancer guessed that the bosses in the Antioco Cafe had started to take action. They used to have an hermit attitude and ignored the 20th Ward, but now that they had hope, they also decided to properly clean it up. The final result was that because the public security in the 20th ward quickly improved, Lancer and Akira Mado were transferred to another sub-ward. Patrolling, hunting ghouls, and then going for a cup of coffee every day. Time passed slowly like this, and Lancer almost empty points also gradually recovered to 310. But today, while he was, as usual, drinking coffee in the Antioco Cafe, an accident happened. "Lancer? Where are you?" Kurio Mado voice on the phone was a bit panicked. To be honest, this was the first time Lancer had ever heard the other person's voice become so panicked. "I'm drinking coffee now and planning to go home." "Did something happen?" "Cochlea has been attacked." "It still happened?" "Mr. Mado, can you tell me the specific situation?" "About the attack on Cochlea." While grabbing his suit jacket from the back of the chair, Lancer spoke in a seemingly unintentional loud voice, and Toka Kirishima, who was just cleaning up the tableware on the other side, was completely stunned. "That's what I'm about to say. Aogiri tree has attacked Cochlea, but luckily, they haven't broken through Cochlea yet. The battle is still intense there. We in the 20th ward are relatively close, so you need to get to the branch immediately. I will personally lead Amin, you, and Akira to go and support them." "Yes." After saying that, he picked up the coffee in front of him, drank it in one gulp, and placed it directly on the tray in Toka Kirishima's arms, who had walked over. "Sorry, Toka-san. I have a work matter, so I have to leave. By the way, the coffee you made is much better than before." After saying that, Lancer didn't say anything more and turned to leave. He thought that the information he left was enough. He guessed that the people at the Antioco Cafe would go and support them later, right? As for Toka Kirishima, who was holding the tray, she was stunned. At this moment, she only had one question in her mind: how did he know that this cup of coffee was made by her? But this question was only fleeting. She turned and went to the counter, and Yoshimura just nodded at her directly. "I heard everything that investigator just said. It seems that Aogiri Tree's initial goal was Cochlea. We cannot let the people of Aogiri Tree release the ghouls in Cochlea. Those guys are already extremely vicious, and after being held by the CCG, they will probably become even more brutal. This will make it much more difficult to formally cooperate with the CCG in the future." Yoshimura's words sounded like he was talking to himself, but it also seemed like he was explaining it to Toka Kirishima. And Toka Kirishima was also stunned after hearing Yoshimura's explanation. At the same time, she also thought of another thing. Did the other person just unintentionally reveal this to her? Or does the other person already know her identity? "Toka, go and find Yamo and have him come and meet up with us. This time, we are all taking action." There was no doubt that because of Lancer participation, this timeline was completely messed up. Ken Kaneki, who was supposed to be the protagonist, had not fully recovered his body and had just embarked on the path of finding the person who performed his surgery. And the Antioco Cafe was caught up in the Cochlea siege, which should have had nothing to do with them. The entire world began to turn and head towards an unknown future. Chapter 59, Chapter 58, The Difference Between a Commander and a Soldier. Sorry for this notice, I just uploaded Volume 1.5, Bonus Stage in Monster Hunter World, and Volume 2, Akame ga Kill, on Patreon 1, sorry and thank you. And I have put the raw link in the description. Underscore 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 un. Lancer, you must be careful this time. Unlike the 11th Ward Siege, which tried to reduce the number of ordinary CCG investigators, this time Aogiri Tree's goal is clearly to release those powerful and evil ghouls. We can't even be sure how many trump cards they have hidden away, so you must be careful. Be even more careful. Because of Lancer later actions, Kuryo-Mado mobilization meeting had already ended, so on the way to the 23rd Ward, he did not forget to warn Lancer again. And Lancer naturally took the other person's warnings to heart, because he knew better than anyone how terrifying the enemy was this time. Even if the ghouls in Cochlea were not released, there were already plenty of powerful ghouls under Aogiri tree. Whether the leader, Ito, or the one-eyed owl, would take action was up for debate, but at least there was Tatara, who was at least SS rank, possibly SSS rank, and had a Kakuja form. Then there was Noro, who was also at least SS rank, possibly SSS rank, and had a Kakuja form. These two alone were enough for the CCG to have a hard time. To hunt them down, unless they had a protagonist halo and a plot kill, they would need at least several special class investigators. Besides them, there was also Ayato Kirishima, who was S rank, Naki, the successor of Jason's white suits, and the leader of the Blades, Miza. It was no exaggeration to say that in terms of high-level combat power alone, Aogiri Tree already had more than double the number of investigators stationed at Cochlea. If Lancer hadn't successfully prevented the personnel reduction in the 11th Ward before, the defense force of Cochlea alone would have probably been breached in no time. And now, although the personnel loss was severe, the core area was at least still in an intense battle. The Warden, who did not become careless like in the original timeline because of Lancer report, was being suppressed by Tatara, but at least he survived. And with the support of Special Class Investigator Yukinori Shinohara and Jozu Suzuya, the battle line was also gradually stabilizing. But this balance was too fragile. In terms of stamina, humans and ghouls were still a world apart. No one knew how long Cochlea could hold out. Amen, later, you and Lancer, along with a few other first-class investigators, will form an assault team. I require you to rush to the core area to support the Warden and Special Class Investigator Haizaki. Yes. X2. Kotaro Amen mood was a bit gloomy at this moment. As expected, those people probably intended to release his foster father, but he would absolutely not allow those Aogiri tree ghouls to do that. And when the reinforcement convoy led by Kuryo-Mado arrived at Cochlea, they finally knew how tragic this battle was. The corpses of ghouls and CCG investigators were almost laid out on the ground in pairs, and the area around the main gate was even more tragic, with the corpses of investigators and ghouls piled up there. Proceed as planned. The assault team will support the core area. The rest of you will sweep up the ordinary ghouls in Cochlea with me. Yes. After saying that, Kuryo-Mado nodded to his two disciples and his daughter and then led the team to attack without hesitation. And Lancer and the others also nodded in the same way and rushed towards another passage. Amen. The usual. If you encounter a difficult opponent, you are responsible for holding off the enemy, and I will be responsible for the one-hit kill. As for second-class Mado and the rest, please be responsible for guerrilla warfare and support. Yes. Although Kotaro Amen was much more senior than Lancer, because of his personality, the more aggressive Lancer usually served as the commander, and this time was no different. Although a basic offensive tactic was arranged, there were basically no difficult opponents along the way from the main gate to the core area. At most, there were a few patrol teams made up of ghouls, but they were nothing more than free food for this assault team, whose average strength was first class. No team could hold out for more than 1 minute. However, when everyone arrived at the core area, which was the private prison for high-level ghouls, something unexpected happened. The gate to the core area had been sealed, and dozens of ghouls were glaring at them, with several members of the white suits among them. It's you. You're the bastard who killed Big Brother. And just as Lancer and the others were observing the enemy, a yellow-haired person in a white suit suddenly pointed at Lancer and started shouting like a madman. To be honest, with the yellow hair, the neuroticism, and the white suit, Lancer recognized the other person's identity at a glance, but unfortunately, before Lancer could even speak, the guy rushed towards Lancer like a madman. Why was he acting crazy? His wailing and the mixture of tears and saliva made it clear that this guy was mentally unstable. But no matter how abnormal this guy was, the people of Aogiri Tree couldn't just watch him die. Almost at the same moment Naki made his move, the other members of Aogiri Tree also took action one after another. Fire! This time, Lancer did not charge in directly. Instead, he gave the order and took out his weapon from his arms, the Beretta submachine pistol. Indeed, with Lancer's strength, he could go crazy with these ordinary ghouls who didn't have an SS rank ghoul to back them up, but the problem was that this time, his identity was not a soldier but a commander. Lancer, your strength is very strong, but you have never had any experience in commanding a team. There's no point in saying too much. You have to remember one thing: the biggest difference between us and ghouls is tools. As Lancer gave the order, everyone, including Kotaro Aman, pulled their triggers without hesitation. Because this battle was basically close quarters combat, everyone was equipped with submachine guns or pistols. The advantage of these types of firearms was their rapid rate of fire, but their disadvantages were their killing power and accuracy. However, when being surrounded, these were not a problem. After all, the killing power of RC ammunition against ghouls was not entirely determined by the caliber, and the enemy was all in front of them. As long as they weren't shooting at the sky, it was impossible to miss. In just a few seconds, all the bullets in everyone's guns were emptied. Nearly 10 ghouls were killed or temporarily lost their combat ability, and they did not bother to change their magazines. Instead, they threw their guns away and opened their boxes. Lancer was even faster than them, because he didn't put away his weapon at all. Instead, he pirushed his spear into the ground. When the gunshots behind him stopped, he knew it was time for him to take action. He had chosen to shoot with them before so as not to affect the group's actions, concentrated fire. Now, his job was to be the spearhead, and this was his most important job. He raised his spear high and slammed it down, directly crushing a ghoul who had rushed forward too quickly. The sound of bones and metal colliding was incredibly harsh, and Lancer did not show any mercy as he fiercely stabbed downward, directly piercing the guy's heart and then picking him up and throwing him forward. Although this corpse couldn't completely block the ghoul's sight, it was enough for Lancer. Secret technique: Fishman triple thrust. Accompanied by Lancer's low shout, his entire being instantly disappeared. Both allies and enemies couldn't find a trace of Lancer. Over there! It wasn't until a ghoul's shout that everyone followed his finger and saw Lancer. At this moment, he was slightly bent over, with one hand on his spear, and his body was lowered almost to the ground. Bang! At this moment, the sound of the corpse hitting the ground gradually came over, and along with the sound of the corpse, 3 other ghouls also fell, and as they fell, blood covered the ground. Kill them all! With a swing of his spear, blood was splattered, and the investigators who had been stalled by Lancer's surprise attack erupted with an astonishing aura. Ooh! Chapter 60, Chapter 59, Reinforcements. Although Lancer and his team had a lot of momentum, they were actually still being suppressed. In fact, when the two sides truly engaged, Lancer had already started calling for reinforcements through internal communication. After all, even if he could escape, it would be a huge blessing if half of the people who came with him could escape. The reinforcement team from the 19th Ward is coming soon. Hold on. In reality, Lancer didn't need to encourage them, because if they didn't hold on, they would just die. However, Lancer, who had no experience, overlooked one thing. As Kurio Mado daughter, Akira Mado naturally possessed extremely excellent combat abilities and a quinqua that was far superior to her peers, but she was only lacking in one thing: experience. Although her tenure was not much shorter than Lancer, there was no doubt that she had never fought ghouls almost every day like Lancer had. She had completely followed the CCG's regulations of participating in large-scale operations first and then being assigned to a branch based on her evaluation. This system undoubtedly increased the survival rate of the investigators, but it also prevented them from experiencing a true crisis. The quinquo Amatsu in her hand swung forward, and the long whip that swept out instantly wrapped around a ghoul. The investigator who was originally entangled with that ghoul suddenly pushed the knife handle, and the long blade in his hand pierced into the other person's heart. But at this moment, a ghoul attacked from behind Akira Mato. Pfft! There was no doubt that the whip's attack was extremely strange, but it also made it very difficult to use. At this moment, with it wrapped around an enemy, it also left Akira Mato, as the owner, in a defenseless state, but that was only if what Akira Mato held was just a whip. The handle of the whip suddenly transformed into a short sword and stabbed backward. In the shocked eyes of that ghoul, Akira Mato pressed the handle and swung it downward fiercely. Pfft! Blood gushed out from the other person's body and splattered directly on Akira Mato's face, but she pulled out the short sword with a blank expression and then looked around vigilantly again. As for the blood on her face and the corpse next to her, they seemed to not have affected her at all. If it had ended there, it would have been a perfect performance, but unfortunately, the battlefield always had no shortage of guys who had no sense. Almost at the same time that ghoul was killed by Akira Mato, several ghouls rushed towards Akira Mato together. Smack! Bang! One ghoul was sent flying, while another was stabbed in the neck and fell to the ground, then was fiercely kicked in the stomach by her. But the ghoul who was not kicked in the stomach grabbed Akira Mato's calf and bit down fiercely. Ah! Akira Mato, who had never seen the madness of a ghoul before, suddenly let out a muffled groan, but she was also decisive. The short sword in her hand, which was still dripping with blood, instantly stabbed towards the ghoul who was holding her leg again, but that ghoul seemed to be a madman. It stared with wide eyes and bit down fiercely on Akira Mato's calf, not letting go even after it died. And at this moment, more ghouls surrounded Akira Mato. There was no doubt that with only a few investigators, one less meant one less if there was no support. But just as a ghoul was about to pounce on Akira Mato, pfft! Accompanied by a red flash, a bloody long spear suddenly attacked from behind, directly pinning the guy to the ground. And until he was pinned to the ground, the guy seemed to be trying to pull his body out, but no matter how much the tail Kagun behind him struck, he made no progress until... Be careful! We have too few people now. These guys won't show you any chivalry. At this moment, Lancer, who was holding the long spear given to him by Kurio Mato in his other hand, kicked away an attacker and fiercely stabbed the long spear into the other person's heart before he had the free time to turn his head and remind the other person. Sorry. The usually cold Akira Mato didn't know what to say for a moment. Although she didn't like Lancer's reckless personality, this time it seemed that she was the one who was reckless. But when she frowned and forced herself to stand up, her eyebrows furrowed. You're back. It's a small thing. Associate Special Class Mato said that reinforcements should arrive in about 5 minutes. Before that, let's hold on for a while. When Lancer grabbed the long spear next to him, the feeling of his body being filled with power made him even let out a moan, but he quickly suppressed this feeling. Although the feeling of power was indeed very good, they were still on the battlefield. What's more, there was still an enemy in front of him who was eyeing him fiercely. Bastard! Bastard! Just die! Die! At this moment, Naki was no longer that strange figure with a face mixed with tears and saliva from before. Instead, he was covered in his own blood. That was what he got on his face when he wiped it after Lancer had pierced his right shoulder while he and his subordinates were attacking Lancer together before. But at this moment, with his crazy expression, he looked like a vicious ghost. But at this moment, with a look from Lancer, Kotaro Aman also brought the other 4 investigators to temporarily gather their defense line, and those ghouls did not pounce on them like before, because they had also lost quite a few people in the short few minutes of fighting. At least 3 people died in the previous round of shooting, and 5 or 6 people temporarily lost their combat ability. These 5 or 6 people were basically finished off by Aman and his team later. Afterwards, everyone had killed at least 4 ghouls on average. It must be said that people who were qualified to be first-class investigators would not have many problems against ordinary ghouls as long as they didn't encounter S-rank ghouls. The investigators, under Lancer command, surrounded the immobile Akira Mado in the middle, and the ghouls were also exchanging information to find suitable prey for themselves, but at this moment, a group of people in dark red robes suddenly rushed out from the passage. Are they reinforcements? When they saw the Kagun that appeared behind those red-robed people, they were finally relieved, but before they could fully breathe a sigh of relief, something that no one would have expected happened. When those red-robed people rushed to the side of Aogiri Tree's people, they did not choose to attack the CCG people who were surrounded in the middle. Instead, they turned their attacks on their companions next to them. Ah! Everyone was stunned. The ghouls did not expect that their companions would betray them, and the investigators even less so. They did not expect ghouls to kill each other at a time like this, but there was one person who guessed the identity of those red-robed people. Are they the people from the Antioco Cafe? If it was just a suspicion before, then when he saw Toka Kirishima almost iconic single-wing Yukaku, he was basically certain of their identities. While he was celebrating that he had said that before leaving the cafe, he couldn't help but look at his watch. The people from the Antioco Cafe have all come, so why haven't the CCG reinforcements arrived yet? Chapter 61, Chapter 60, please live on. They were all crazy, everyone was crazy. Not only were the ghouls going crazy, but even the CCG's people were also going crazy. Almost at the same time that the ghouls attacked Cochlea, the surrounding CCG branches were also attacked. Of course, this attack was not as exaggerated as the 11th Ward branch. The number of ghouls who attacked those branches was not many, probably only 20 or 30. Although these ghouls were all wiped out later, because they were afraid that the branches would be breached again, those attacked branches had to leave a certain number of investigators to defend. In the end, only the 21st and 22nd wards, which were closer to the 23rd, came at the first opportunity. The 20th ward, where Lancer and his team were from, arrived later, while the 19th ward was temporarily blocked on the way by a group of ghouls. It could be said that Aogiri Tree had mobilized all the troops they could for this operation. But these things were temporarily not Lancer's concern. His current task was the enemy in front of him. There were a total of 5 ghouls who appeared in Cochlea and attacked Aogiri Tree. Although they couldn't confirm their genders because they were wearing robes and he couldn't see their bodies, and the rabbit was undoubtedly Toka Kirishima, there was no need to guess the identities of the remaining 4. However, there was still one person who was just standing at the very back, neither taking action nor speaking, but Lancer knew that this was Yoshimura, who was holding down the fort. There was no doubt that with 2 S ranks and 3 SS ranks, the battlefield instantly became one-sided, but unfortunately, they were not putting in their full effort, while the other side was fighting for their lives. This instead maintained a strange balance on the battlefield. I'll kill you! I'll kill you! All of you who stop me from avenging Big Brother must die! Ah! And the most exaggerated one among Aogiri Tree was Naki. This guy was completely crazy at this moment. His right shoulder was clearly pierced by Lancer, and his body was riddled with holes by Toka Kirishima Kagun, but he, who was covered in blood, was still swinging his Kaukako like a wounded beast, constantly attacking Toka Kirishima. And facing the madman like Naki, Toka Kirishima did not fight him head-on at all. Instead, she used her flexible advantage to constantly circle him. There was no doubt that she intended to use a bleeding tactic to wear him down and then deliver a fatal blow. When she saw the loudly roaring Naki suddenly stumble, Toka Kirishima's eyes under her mask lit up. She, who was originally fleeing, stomped her right foot on the ground and then spun, rushing towards Naki at a faster speed than when she was running away. Although the Yukaku's killing power and explosive power were the strongest among all Kagun, the problem was that its attacks were not focused enough. The killing power was first-rate, but it was very awkward for a single target, so Toka Kirishima simply didn't count on long-range attacks. Instead, she intended to give the other person a zero-distance attack with the Kagun behind her, but Naki and X2. No one expected that the two giants who were mistaken for humans because they had not used their Kagun would suddenly stand up at this moment and hug Toka Kirishima together. And Toka Kirishima, who was facing the two of them's bear hug, was also stunned for a moment, but she did not hesitate to activate the Kagun behind her. Da-da-da. The rain of Kagun shot towards the two of them, but it did not succeed in one hit, because two Kagun had actually appeared behind the two of them. Her attacks were all blocked, and none of them got through. And then, these two Kagun flew towards her. This sudden attack caught Toka Kirishima off guard. After all, the two of them had never shown any signs of being ghouls before, but when she jumped to a distance, she was stunned, because the two people who had just ambushed her did not chase her but knelt on the ground. Goog. Gagei. But Naki's reaction was more intense than Toka Kirishima. He was protecting the two of them behind him, because he understood the situation of his two brothers better than anyone else. Normally, ghouls would manipulate the RC cells inside their bodies to form Kagun outside the Kakuhao. This was the ghoul's special hunting organ, but the Goog and Gagei brothers were different. The area where the Kagun stretched out behind them was bloody and mangled. There was no doubt that their Kagun had truly grown out from inside their bodies. They were already seriously injured, and now they were bleeding heavily. Their faces under their masks had already become incredibly pale, and facing the loudly crying Naki, they couldn't even lift their hands. It was already their limit to be kneeling there on their hands and knees instead of lying on the ground. Naki. Nii. Please allow us to call you Naki Nii. Jason Nii, is no longer here. Please pull yourself together. Stop talking. Stop talking. Naki, who was covering the wounds on the backs of the two of them with his hands, now had an extremely terrifying face. The tears that had stopped because of anger had long since covered his entire face without him realizing it. Toka Kirishima, on the other side, did not intend to watch the show and started attacking again, but unfortunately, the other members of the white suits were firmly protecting Naki, which made it impossible for Toka Kirishima to find an opportunity. As for the other four people from the Antioku Cafe, Nishiki Nishio was busy with his own fight, while the other three undoubtedly intended to use this opportunity to give Toka Kirishima real combat training, so they simply didn't intervene. Anyway, there was someone holding down the fort behind them. But it was also because of this reason that it gave Naki and his team an opportunity. Although if he could, he would never want this opportunity to appear in his lifetime. Please, allow us to continue. Our two brothers, are they trash among ghouls? We can't use our Kagun. Our parents were killed by the doves. After we were killed, it was Naki and Ii who shared food with us. That's why we didn't starve to death. So, please, eat us. This is the last thing the two of us can do for you. Please live on. X2. Goog. Gagei. At this moment, Naki kept calling out the names of his two brothers, but unfortunately, because they were unable to use their Kagun due to a special reason, and now the massive bleeding after using them had already made them like a candle in the wind. The fact that their speech was no longer stuttered was already a sign of a final burst of energy before death. At this moment, facing his calls, the two of them had no reaction at all. In fact, because of his shaking, the two of them fell directly to the ground. Looking at the blood of the two of them mixed together next to him, Naki was not only stunned but even the tears at the corners of his eyes seemed to have forgotten to flow. Nage. Nagi. After a beast-like roar, Naki did something that Lancer and even Toka Kirishima could not have imagined. He actually hugged the corpses of his two brothers and started biting down on their kakuhao. Pft! Crunch! Accompanied by a teeth-grinding sound, Naki, whose face was stained with blood, stood up shakily. At this moment, everyone felt that this guy had completely gone crazy. After all, eating one's own companion on the battlefield was something that did not seem like a normal person or even a ghoul would do, no matter how you looked at it. But... accompanied by a wailing sound, he slammed his knees on the ground, and then he actually started rolling in the blood on the ground. Finally. Bang! After rolling for more than 10 seconds, he fiercely slammed his right hand on the metal ground, and a small pit was actually created in the ground by him. And a huge change was happening to his body. The cyan Kaukaku actually started to flash, and then it started to cover his body as if it were proliferating. Suddenly, a bad premonition appeared in everyone's minds. Chapter 62, Chapter 61, Lancer Blessing. Although this was the first time Lancer had seen such an abnormal Kagun, and the other person shouldn't have even entered this form, a term came to Lancer mind: Kakuja. I can't let him succeed. The people from the Antioco cafe weren't flustered, as Yoshimura was holding down the fort in the back, but Lancer was panicked. The few special class investigators from the headquarters were not here. Although Lancer, with his full firepower, was qualified to fight an SS rank ghoul, the problem was that even ghouls of the same rank had different levels of strength. And the so-called Kakuja and half-Kakuja were not a clear ghoul rank but an abnormal state, which could also be understood as a buff. An S-rank ghoul who entered a Kakuja state could be stronger than an SS rank ghoul, or they could be weaker. And as for the other person, no matter which it was, Lancer did not intend to let him continue because either one would be more difficult to deal with than he was now. But the Aogiri tree members also seemed to have noticed Lancer thoughts. At the same time as they noticed the changes around Naki, they all stood in front of the other person. There was no doubt that the originally balanced battle instantly became a fierce one again. And with most of the Antioco people slacking off and training the newcomers, Lancer, as the CCG's commander, received special attention. At least 1/5 of the ghouls were targeting Lancer. The stalled battle continued for dozens of seconds without any change. The only ability Lancer had to break the stalemate had a huge side effect. If he were to use it at a time like this, it would be suicide. So the final result was Lancer, who had just swept away several Kagun attacking him from behind, felt a gust of wind from behind him and only had time to turn around and hold his spear horizontally in front of him. Bang! Puff! His originally red cheeks from the impact instantly turned incredibly pale, and the white-suited Naki who was at the original location of Naki had disappeared, replaced by a monster whose body was half covered in a cyan Kagun armor and whose exposed right shoulder and head were completely covered in blood. I'll kill you! Accompanied by the other person's roar, a voice that had disappeared for a long time also appeared in Lancer mind. Emergency Mission Naki. Mission Requirement, Hunt down S-rank half-Kakuja Naki. Mission Reward, Defensive Equipment X1, Random. But Lancer, who had a mission triggered for the first time in a while, was not happy at all, because the half-Kakuja Naki, after sending Lancer flying, rushed at him again. Naki, whose body was covered in Kagun, was like a giant. The only thing that was a little off was that this giant only had half a body, but every time he swung his arm or stomped his foot, he would leave a small pit on the ground that was strong enough to withstand a grenade attack. Lancer, on the other side, also changed his aggressive stance from before and started running madly. But luckily, although his strength was greatly enhanced, the already crazy Naki became completely abnormal under the pressure of being a half-Kakuja. The people in the white suits were okay, but the most miserable ones were the ordinary Aogiri tree members. They were originally full of excitement because of Naki's transformation, but they never expected that when they were cheering, they would be met with a slap. Instantly, several cruel blood flowers appeared on the ground. And what made Lancer even more speechless was that the Antioco Cafe members actually retreated at this moment. He didn't think he had shouted, "I'm about to show off," did he? But no matter what, others could retreat, but he couldn't. He had killed quite a few ghouls by luring them into a trap before, but now that the ones who could be killed were all killed, the rest had basically fled. To continue running around would just be a waste of physical strength. He stomped his foot fiercely and instantly turned around, placing the butt of his spear on the ground. He himself took a big step forward with his front foot, forming a triangle with the ground and his body, and at the same time, his entire body started to press down. Pfft! It seemed that the little bug that was running away never expected to fight back, but no matter what, the pain of the spear piercing his chest still made him let out an angry roar. The giant hand made of Kagun grabbed fiercely at his chest. It was unclear whether it wanted to swat the other person away or simply crush him, but there was no doubt that Lancer was not going to just wait for death. After giving the other person a fierce blow with the other person's momentum, he did something that no one would have expected. He actually put away his weapon. Lancer, who was holding the handle, kicked off the other person's chest and rushed to the ground. He then put one hand on the ground and rolled to the side again, dodging the slap that was coming for him. Then, he actually leaped behind Naki. It should be known that although a Kakuja looks like a monster, the body of the so-called monster is just a change in Kagun. This was equivalent to putting himself and the enemy's weapon together, but perhaps it was this daring move that was completely beyond everyone's expectations. Lancer, who was holding the spear with both hands, was like a sailor who was fighting a demonic whale at sea back in the day. He raised the weapon in his hand high and stabbed fiercely at Naki's back with a distorted expression. Roar! Accompanied by the splashing blood was an inhuman roar. Then, he slammed into the surrounding walls fiercely. With the sound of his shoulder hitting the wall, Lancer, who was holding the long spear with both hands, was also slammed hard against the wall. Bang! Snap! The sound of bones breaking was much smaller than the sound of that guy hitting the wall, but as the owner of this body, Lancer knew his situation better than anyone else. After that impact, his ribs were probably broken by 2 to 3, and his arm was probably fractured, but even so, he still had no intention of letting go. In fact, because of Naki's blood, his expression looked incredibly distorted. He absolutely could not let go. At this moment, the tip of the spear was right under the other person's Kakuhao. As long as he could pierce the other person, the guy's Kakuja state would be broken without a fight, and the other person would almost lose all combat power because of the damaged Kakuhao. Bang! 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 The originally normal battle turned into a meaningless battle of attrition because of the two of them's madness. Although the force of Naki's every impact was not as strong as before because of the impacts and the damaged Kakuhao, everyone's expressions were incredibly serious looking at the two people who had completely turned into bloody messes. During this time, the others had considered shooting, but unfortunately, no one present was confident that they wouldn't hit Lancer while Naki was moving so fast. And the ghouls on the other side were afraid to go up and help and instantly become blood flowers. After all, a few unlucky people had already proven that this was a possibility. But just as this battle of attrition was going on, Naki, who was running madly, suddenly stumbled and fell forward. And Lancer, who was originally on the other person's back, was sent flying directly. And although Lancer was sent flying, he still slowly stood up with the help of his spear. Is the result out? X2. Stop them. Go and help. Both sides roared almost at the same time. Kotaro Aman was the first to rush forward, swinging Dojima, and the injured Akira Mato had also been given a quick bandage. Although her face was a bit pale from blood loss at this moment, she still swung the Amatsu in her hand without hesitation to provide support. And at this moment, Lancer had no time to care about the situation behind him. Maybe Naki's threat alone was not as terrifying as a sentient SS rank ghoul, but his destructive power was definitely not inferior to an SS rank ghoul. At this moment, he was sure that besides fractures, he was also bleeding internally, and he might have already turned into a mess. But even so, he did not forget what he should be doing. He staggered and supported himself with his spear, walking in front of Naki. And at this moment, the other person seemed to have not completely recovered his sanity. He was still muttering "Big Brother," and tears were constantly falling from the corners of his eyes. It was unclear if this was because he had not fulfilled his little brother's last wish or if it was regret that he could not avenge the person he admired. But this had nothing to do with Lancer, because he had only one job. If you can, in your next life, be reborn as a human with Jason. Accompanied by Lancer blessing, the long spear pierced the other person's heart. Chapter 63, Chapter 62, Determination. 2 in 1. Thank you for your membership at PSA ASDF, this is a bonus chapter that will be released early. Thank you very much. Underscore 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 un. Mission completed. Obtained item, Mask of Determination. The voice of the mission being completed sounded so pleasant to Lancer, but maybe it was because of this that the strength that was supporting him also seemed to have disappeared. Instantly, he became a bit dazed. Hey, pull yourself together. But at this moment, a familiar voice appeared in his ear. Amen. You're really bad at reading the atmosphere. At a time like this, it should be a beautiful woman who helps me up. Are you brain damaged? There's only Akira in our team who's a girl, and she can barely walk right now. Are you saying you're still expecting those ghouls to help you up? Kotaro Amon, who was holding Lancer with one hand and Dojima with the other, felt a headache. But thankfully, Lancer was just making a joke, because Naki's death had completely enraged the white suits. Those guys were now being held back by the Antioch Cafe's people. But on the battlefield, you should never completely put your safety in the hands of others, especially when the other party is a group of people with unclear intentions. Lancer was still okay. He knew that the reason Yoshimura came to help was for the so-called future of ghouls, but the CCG people just simply thought that this was an internal conflict between ghouls, so even with them blocking in the front, they still maintained the highest level of vigilance. But even with the Antioch people constantly slacking off, after losing Naki, who was the strongest, the remaining ghouls were just like a rootless water plant. Everyone knew that they could no longer cause any trouble. Today. And at this moment, a hurried sound of footsteps suddenly came from the passage behind them. Instantly, everyone became nervous. The Aogiri tree people hoped that there would be reinforcements. After all, if reinforcements didn't come, they couldn't hold on. If it was CCG reinforcements, then they could basically take their hands off the keyboard. Lancer and his team were the same. At this moment, Lancer, who was the strongest combatant on the scene, was seriously injured, and there were only the strange ghouls whose intentions were unclear. As for the Antioch people, they were the ones who least wanted anyone to come, because no matter which side came, they were definitely not their people. Aogiri tree was the enemy, and the CCG was also the enemy. After all, the cooperation between the two sides was not out in the open. First Class Lancer. First Class Amon. Accompanied by a surprised shout, a young investigator holding a crossbow-shaped kagun rushed over directly. Second Class Takaizawa. When he saw the person who had come, Kotaro Amon was completely stunned. After all, he never expected the person to be Saito Takaizawa. Logically, shouldn't it have been the reinforcement team from the 19th Ward? Why did the reinforcement team from headquarters arrive first? Second Class Takaizawa. And at this moment, a voice that was not loud but full of pressure came from behind Saito Takaizawa, which made him shiver all over. Associate Special Class Hauji. Saito Takaizawa, who had rushed to the front of the team out of concern for his idol's safety, couldn't help but shiver all over, but he still obediently lowered his head and walked behind the other person. He looked just like a little submissive. The reinforcement teams from the 19th and 18th wards were attacked by Aogiri tree ghouls on their way here. Although the personnel loss was not very big, considering that we have also arrived and the CCG branches all over Tokyo have been harassed by Aojirai tree, they have returned first, and we are here to support. But First Class Amen, can you explain what happened here? Haoji had a very organized way of explaining the situation simply, but Kotaro Amen expression became a bit strange after hearing the other person's question. I'm not sure either. When we were fighting with Aojirai tree, these few ghouls suddenly rushed in and ambushed the Aojirai tree ghouls. Not only was the other person confused, but Kotaro Amen was also completely baffled. Associate Special Class Haoji, I know a little about the other parties' identities. This is related to the special class meeting that I and Associate Special Class Mado attended that night. You can treat them as a third-party force that does not have any conflict with our CCG for the time being. Although Lancer only said half of what he was thinking, Haoji nodded with an understanding look. After all, as an Associate Special Class, he was quite familiar with the situation of a special class meeting. Generally, the issues discussed at a special class meeting were divided into two types. One was a large-scale strategy, which would generally be announced after the meeting. The other was a secret, which would not be declassified unless it was absolutely necessary. And from Lancer words, it seemed to be the second kind. Associate Special Class Haoji. The suppression mission is complete. What do we do next? That's right, while Lancer and his team were chatting, the remaining dozen or so Aojirai tree ghouls had already been hunted down. As for the Antioch people, they had already retreated to an unknown location when the two sides started fighting. And now, the huge gate under their feet was the biggest problem. This huge mechanical gate could only be opened from the inside for safety reasons. The only external key was only held by the director and the special class investigator responsible for the 23rd ward, but the problem was that the special class investigator was already out of contact. No one knew if he was already dead or fighting with the leader of Aojirai tree, but the only thing they knew was that they probably couldn't count on the other person for a while. Although it was not impossible to just leave the Aojirai tree people locked up down there, according to the news that had just come from the headquarters a few minutes ago, the battle was still going on below. The Aojirai tree people had not completely breached the prison, and they still had a chance. If they were to just leave it be, no one knew how long the people below could hold on. Although the director is also on his way, there's not enough time. Having finally arrived at the mission location, but being able to do nothing but watch their teammates die was even more painful than not being able to make it in time. Why don't I try? At this moment, a somewhat muffled voice suddenly came from the side. Haoji's originally conflicted expression instantly became a bit strange. First Class Lancer, what are you? I'm just a bit pale, Senior Haoji. What do you think? Haoji had seen Lancer condition before. He needed help just to stand up. What was he planning to do? Lancer, what are you going to do? Mr. Mado has specifically instructed me that I absolutely cannot let you act recklessly. Lancer's tendency to end up in the hospital after every major battle had almost become a well-known fact within the CCG. And at this moment, his appearance clearly showed that he was definitely going to be in the hospital. He didn't want Lancer to act recklessly again. It's all right. At most, I'll just need a longer rest. After all, our comrades are still down there. If there's no way, I naturally won't force myself, but please let me try this time. All right. If that's the case, then I'll leave it to you. No matter what the final situation is, you must retreat immediately. Okay. What was Lancer's situation now? Fractures and internal bleeding. To call him a cripple would be an understatement. So why would he still insist on being the one to do it? It was simple, because of the new piece of equipment he had obtained. Mask of Determination. Rank, C. Effect. Resists mental interference below D rank. Blocks one physical attack below B rank, face only. Skill Determination for 1 minute, all attributes are restored to normal levels. After 1 minute, you will get the weakness LV9 debuff. To be honest, Lancer had always been conflicted. Why did most of the abilities or items he obtained have side effects? But it had to be said that it was precisely because of the existence of side effects that these abilities were enough to turn the tide of a battle. For example, now, the pain from his broken ribs was constantly reminding him that the power he had temporarily recovered was just like water without a source. He needed to seize that fleeting peak. He only had one chance. Although he didn't know if his full power strike could break the gate, he knew that if he failed, then the investigators under the gate would probably all die in the line of duty. He must succeed. His hands, which were holding the spear, clenched subconsciously. Every muscle in his body was activated. He slightly turned his body, like a spring that had been pulled to its limit. He was waiting for that fleeting opportunity. Everyone, including Haoji, who had not held much hope at first, also noticed that the atmosphere in this space seemed to have become a bit strange. Lancer had been in that posture for dozens of seconds without any change, but an invisible aura had attracted everyone's attention. At this moment, he was like a statue, with his muscles bulging under his tight suit. Everyone knew that he was preparing, but no one knew what the result of this strike would be. No one knew how much time had passed. Everyone only knew that while they were staring at Lancer, he suddenly made his move. His slightly turned body turned sharply, and his hands, which were to the side, also straightened. The spear in his hand fiercely stabbed towards the seam of the gate on the ground. Scratch! Everyone didn't even get a clear look at how that strike, which went from slow to its limit, was made before they heard the harsh sound of the air exploding. Did he succeed? Everyone's gaze looked over. At this moment, the Kami Shiro 1/4 in Lancer hand was deeply embedded in the seam of the gate, but that was all. Did he fail? His stamina was draining, his strength was fading, and his body was out of control. His hands that were tightly gripping the spear subconsciously loosened. No. Not yet. Stamina draining. Strength fading. Body out of control. But I'm still alive. Under this spear lies the fate of dozens of my comrades. I absolutely will not allow it to fail. His hands, which had loosened, once again gripped the spear tightly. Countless Kagun rolled over the bloody spear and wrapped around Lancer's arm. Gulp gulp. There were no sacrifices to unleash its power. Then I, its master, will be the one. The eerie spear, which had absorbed Lancer blood, became more dazzling than ever before. A bloody halo enveloped Lancer, and he himself pressed all his power downward. Crack! Crack! Was the gate being pried open? No. The spear in Lancer hand was starting to break. Everyone, get in there! At this moment, Amon's shout came from behind Lancer. Instantly, several quinquas stabbed at the part of the gate that Lancer's spear was attacking. With everyone's efforts, the gate, which was strong enough to withstand an SS rank ghoul, was actually pried open with a crack. But even so, it was still a long way from success. But lucky and unlucky things happened. Feeling the abnormality of the quinqua in his hand, Lancer suddenly remembered a possibility. Get back! What? The quinqua, which was activated to its limit, underwent a change that no one would have expected. The eerie red halo of the Kami Shiro 1/4 that was embedded in the crack became stronger and stronger until... Bang! In a huge explosion, Lancer was sent flying by the shockwave, but it was also because of this that the tightly sealed gate was completely blown open. From the blown open crack, they could even see the completely destroyed latch. Lancer, who was in a weakened state because his strength had disappeared, had no idea what was happening at this moment. In his dazed state, he only saw a black shadow before he passed out. On the other side, although the investigators who came to help had also managed to dodge the explosion because of Lancer warning, the most injured one only had his back slammed against the wall. And Kotaro Amon rushed to the spot where Lancer had fallen, but a black shadow swept towards him. Bang! Akira Mato, who used Amatsu to pull Lancer towards herself, only did it reflexively. She didn't even think about what to do after pulling him over, and the final result was that although she didn't let Lancer fall directly to the ground, the two of them became a rolling gourd. Lancer, who was lying on top of Akira Mato at this moment, was in a very strange posture, like a salted fish that had been dried in the sun, but a person who had passed out wouldn't be picky about how they landed. At this moment, he didn't even know what had happened to him. And after Kotaro Aman moved Lancer head off of Akira Mato thigh, he first checked Lancer nose to make sure he was still breathing before letting out a sigh of relief. Then he looked at Akira Mato, who was on the side. "Second class Mato, how are you?" I'm fine. First class Aman. You and the other investigators from the 20th Ward protect First Class Lancer and Second Class Mato and retreat. The rescue mission is up to us." Kotaro Aman really wanted to help, but after looking at Lancer, who was like a salted fish, and Akira Mato, whose leg was injured and couldn't move freely, he could only nod to Haoji. "I'll take care of it. As long as I, Kotaro Aman, am still alive, I will definitely escort Lancer and Second Class Mato out of here." "Good. I'll leave it to you." After saying that, Haoji didn't say any more nonsense. After instructing his subordinates to throw down the descent ropes, he was the first to jump down. There was no doubt that the subsequent battle had nothing to do with Aman and his team. However, after Lancer and his team left, the unexpected still happened. The missing Antioch Cafe people suddenly appeared again. When they appeared near the opening, the few investigators who were left to stand guard immediately held their quinquas and aimed them at the opening in a tense manner. But unfortunately, although these investigators who were left behind were good and were all first-class investigators, they were undoubtedly no match for the show of force from 1 SSS rank, 3 SS rank, and 2 S rank ghouls. Their resistance did not last long at all. They should have been left there directly, but considering their cooperation with the CCG, they were eventually moved to a location near the CCG's search party by Nishiki Nishio and Toka Kirishima. They only left after they were discovered. Chapter 64, Chapter 63, Shura Field? Aman, how are things? The battle record in the 23rd Ward.
Lancer, you know, Mr. Mato said not to talk to you about work until you've recovered.
All right, I won't ask any more." Lancer, who was lying on the bed, could only wave his hand helplessly as he looked at Kotaro Aman's embarrassed face. He didn't know who told Kurio Mato about his serious injuries before the final blow. When he woke up in the hospital, he was not greeted by the warm embrace of his comrades but by a furious scolding from a certain senior. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but glance at Akira Mato, who was sitting on the side with one leg crossed over the other. It was no surprise that she was the informant. But seeing one leg in black stockings and the other wrapped in a bandage, it really was a different kind of ahem. And Akira Mato, who seemed to have noticed Lancer's shameless gaze, crossed her other leg instead. Although the other person was still looking down at some documents, Lancer wasn't an idiot with an IQ in the negative. How could he not see that the other person's attitude towards him had changed since that day? But the problem was, so what? His time was running out. In a little over 10 days, he was going to leave. The other person was the daughter of his benefactor, and also his only living relative. He didn't want to leave any bad memories for the other person, so he simply pretended to be clueless and acted as if he didn't know anything. It was better to disappoint a woman than to hurt her. It must be said that although Lancer claimed to be an experienced veteran who had played over 300 H games, integrity counted his hard drive, he was essentially just a senior apprentice wizard who had never had any real combat experience. This could be seen from the fact that he actually turned away Reiko Fuegaki, a widow, when she offered herself to him. After all, even if something did happen, Reiko Fuegaki would definitely have hidden it from her daughter and the people at the Antioch Cafe. It would have been a no-loss, all-gain situation, but his personality made him choose to give up directly. There was no doubt that Lancer logic was not a big problem, but he forgot one thing. In H games, besides those that are not picky about anything, in those pure love games with a bit of a brain, the most important attribute of the protagonist is pretending to be clueless. After all, if you don't pretend to be clueless, how can girls foolishly offer themselves to you? For example, now. As mentioned before, Akira Mato didn't like Lancer personality. He would rush into everything first, and she had to spend a lot of time in the hospital watching him while being his partner. It was a complete waste of time. After all, her goal was the same as her father's. She wanted to avenge herself on the owl. But for some reason, every time she saw the other person rushing forward without any regard for himself, the unconscious act of protecting her behind him gave her an indescribable sense of security. She hated this feeling, but she was also unconsciously attracted to it. It was only at this time that she would forget that she was an elite who graduated first from the Investigator Academy and remember that she was just a 21-year-old girl. Her peers should be enjoying sweet love in college, but she had to fight on the front line in a life-and-death struggle with ghouls. But looking at the other person's expression, which she couldn't tell if it was genuine cluelessness or fake, made her furious. Akira, why are you glaring at me? Looking at the other person's foolish expression, scratching his head, and turning his face away but also secretly peeking at her from time to time, what else could Akira Mato do besides sigh? She really didn't want to admit that she had fallen for a man like this. It should be known that when she was in elementary school, there were boys who would secretly confess to her. This guy was in his 20s and was tall and big, so why couldn't he be a little more proactive? Compared to the hospital room, with one person pretending to be clueless and the other with a murderous look on her face, Kotaro Amon, who was peeling an apple for Lancer, was the first to notice that something was wrong. Although I don't know what happened, it's best to retreat at a time like this. If Lancer was pretending to be clueless, then Kotaro Amon was truly someone who had no common sense when it came to relationships. Having grown up in an orphanage, he was already lacking some things compared to ordinary people. What's more, his foster father was a ghoul, which made him go through things that ordinary people could not even imagine. It could be said that he was naturally lacking in some things when it came to emotions. But even though he was lacking in some things, his instinct still told him that the thing he needed to do the most at a time like this was to lower his presence and hope that the two of them wouldn't notice him. He thought so and acted accordingly, but things did not go as he wished. Tap tap. Mr. Lancer, are you awake? Accompanied by the polite knocking sound, the hospital room door was pushed open. A girl with short purple hair peeked into the room, and the three gazes that suddenly shot at her made her shiver all over. From a certain perspective, Toka Kirishima also experienced what Lancer had gone through before, but she was luckier than Lancer. After all, Lancer was being looked at by one SSS rank, 2 SS ranks, and 2 S ranks, while she was just being looked at by 2 first-class investigators and 1 second-class investigator. But the three of them looked at her with different expressions. Lancer was surprised. He was surprised why Toka Kirishima, a ghoul, would come to see him. Kotaro Amon was a look of "so that's how it is." It was clear that this silent but imaginative man had thought of something else. If Lancer knew what he was thinking, he would probably hit the other person on the head and ask him, "What do you know again?" As for Akira Mato, her gaze was the most normal, a look of scrutiny. "First class Lancer, is this your friend?" She's a girl who works at the cafe I often go to." "Haven't you met her before?" Maybe it was because Akira Mato's personality was naturally more dominant, or maybe it was because of his guilt for pretending to be clueless, but Lancer seemed a bit weak at this moment. And Akira Mato also seemed to not have expected Lancer to answer her question so bluntly. She was also stunned for a moment. And Toka Kirishima on the other side also didn't expect why that female investigator would inexplicably target her, but she was the kind of person who was outwardly gentle but inwardly tough. Faced with this inexplicable provocation, she naturally fought back. Mr. Lancer, I was quite worried when you hadn't come to the store for a while. Later, I learned from the manager that you were recovering in the hospital. Here's the coffee you usually drink. While saying that, she took out a thermos from behind her back. It must be said that bringing coffee to a hospital visit was a bit strange. After all, she had never seen anyone bring coffee to a hospital, but unfortunately, Toka Kirishima didn't know how to make anything else besides coffee. Looking at Toka Kirishima pouring the hot coffee into the cup and handing it to Lancer mouth, Akira Mado's eyes immediately became dangerous. But unfortunately, she, who had no experience in relationships, had no idea that Toka Kirishima at this moment had no thoughts about Lancer at all. She had simply come to see him at her manager's suggestion to lay some groundwork for future cooperation. And her actions undoubtedly stirred up something that was very common at a certain age, a rebellious mentality. Although I don't know why you're unhappy with me, I'm going to stay anyway. Instantly, a strange atmosphere filled the room. Lancer looked at Toka Kirishima, who had a completely different expression from her usual cold face and was now smiling, with an embarrassed look. Then he looked at Akira Mado, who was sitting with her arms crossed, her legs crossed, and her head slightly raised, looking down at him. He realized that he seemed to have no idea what to do. Instantly, he could only turn his gaze for help to the last person in the room, Kotaro Amon. Oh my god! This guy finished peeling the apple and was now carving. And judging from his eyes, he was being serious, pretending to be clueless, at this moment. Chapter 65, Chapter 64, Chinese students are the best in the world. Jojo pose. If this were a pornographic novel, Lancer should have kicked Amon out, hugged both Akira Mado and Toka Kirishima, and shouted, "You are all my wings," followed by an hospital care AVI. But the reality was, after he found that his backup had retreated with the excuse that the branch had something to do, he simply decided to bury his head in the sand. No matter how he looked at it, getting involved in this would be very troublesome. He was going to leave in a while anyway, so why not just let it be? Because a nurse had directly notified Kotaro Amon and the others to come after he woke up, Lancer never had the time to check his own condition. And at this moment, a very glaring word was in his status. Weakness LV6. All attributes reduced by 60%, remaining time 47 hours 25 minutes and 17 seconds. He originally thought that he had turned into a data-like state similar to a game character when he first saw the so-called attribute panel, but after truly experiencing it, he realized that he wasn't much different from an ordinary person. There was no so-called HP bar. He wouldn't be able to continue surviving after being stabbed in the heart just because his HP wasn't completely gone. Naturally, the so-called weakness was not a simple attribute. It was actually a decreasing one. Lancer remembered that his status was weakness LV9 before he passed out. It could be said that Lancer had really put his life on the line in this battle. Not only was he still in a state of weakness, but even his weapon had been destroyed. The only good news was that the headquarters should replenish his quinqua. But he also gained a lot. Besides the mask, which had decent attributes under normal circumstances and could save him at a crucial moment, his biggest gain was the secret technique he had finally mastered. Secret technique weapon overload, consumes stamina/magic/life force to enhance the weapon. The degree of enhancement is affected by the power injected, and it also consumes a large amount of weapon durability. Unlike his previous offensive skills, the secret technique he had unconsciously mastered this time was similar to a buff. It didn't seem to be anything special, but this kind of stable ability was the most suitable for combat. After all, you can never rely on a critical hit to kill your opponent in the final blow. In addition, he also found that his other abilities had also gained some growth without him realizing it. The levels of his 3 basic skills had increased, and even Ghoul Hunter had reached D rank after he killed more than 5 ghouls. Lancer was still conflicted before about why his skills didn't change at all even after killing more than 50 ordinary ghouls. He even suspected that these skills might not be able to be upgraded. Now he had an answer. These skills could still be upgraded, but the requirements were stricter. It wasn't like his ordinary skills, which could be upgraded just by constantly using them. Lancer, who had his entire mind on his attributes, had no idea how strange the atmosphere in the hospital room was at this moment, but thankfully, Toka Kirishima was just acting out of a rebellious mentality and had nothing much to say. After all, whether it was to thank Lancer for taking care of the Fueguka mother and daughter or to thank him for providing food that ghouls could eat, these were not things she could say in her current identity. So she quickly prepared to leave, but Lancer, who had been in a daze, habitually said a few polite words. "Are you leaving? The coffee tastes as good as ever. Oh, by the way, is there anything I can help with? I remember you're preparing for your college entrance exams, right? It's not to brag, but when it comes to exams, I'm definitely a pro." It was originally just a simple courtesy, but Lancer got off topic as he spoke. After all, for Chinese students, before college and even after college, they are basically engaged in a hard struggle with all kinds of exam questions. It's 9 years at the least, and 16 years at most, and any more than that is basically a lifetime. It could be said that he had been fighting with it until he inexplicably came to this world. Now that he suddenly mentioned this, he couldn't help but feel a bit nostalgic. And Toka Kirishima's first reaction after hearing Lancer's suggestion was to refuse, but after opening her mouth, she felt that this might actually be a good suggestion. In fact, her original plan for today was to go to the library with Yoriko to study after seeing Lancer. The reason she went to school was originally to fulfill her father's wish and also to try and integrate into a human society, but this did not go well at first. After all, she, who had never been to school, didn't know how to interact with others. The final result was that she, who was actually longing to communicate with others, was eventually isolated by her class. It was also at this time that Yoriko appeared by her side. This girl, who always had a gentle smile, took the initiative to talk to her and taught her how to communicate with others. Although she still didn't have many friends now, at least she was no longer deliberately isolated by others like she was at the beginning. So that's why she decided to go to college. To be able to go to the same school as Yoriko and protect her by her side. It was just that there were many things in this world that could not be changed by momentum and determination alone. For example, her grades, which were not very good to begin with. Having never gone to school as a child, it was already difficult for her to keep up with the curriculum. Now, if she wanted to get into the same university as Yoriko, who had good grades, she would have to put in even more effort. But the problem was that she couldn't afford a cram school, which was a very expensive thing in Japan. But there might be a good candidate right in front of her. After all, Chinese students were famous all over the world, especially when it came to exams. Putting aside the actual effect, they were definitely number one when it came to exams. Then, "I'll trouble you with it." No problem, but I can't help with things like history." Lancer also didn't expect the other person to agree so quickly, but since he had agreed, he didn't plan to go back on his word. Anyway, he only had a little over 10 days left, and as expected, he would be spending most of his time in bed, so he would just treat it as a way to pass the time. The agreement between the two of them could be said to be very abrupt, but it was also a natural progression. But someone on the other side did not think so. He was just watching from the side, so how did the two of them just get together for no reason? It wasn't until Toka Kirishima bowed and said, "See you tomorrow," that Akira Mato, who had her arms crossed, stood up and walked to Lancer's side. "First class Lancer, I have to remind you, it's illegal to make a move on a high school girl. Isn't compensated dating famous in Japan?" Lancer really wanted to retort, but considering the other person's serious personality, he decided to give up on it. After all, you have to know who you can joke with. Ahem, second class Mato, am I that kind of person in your eyes? No, you're not. You're a wooden plank. A pervert who likes ghouls. Humph. Of course, the above words were just what Akira Mato thought in her mind. She just coldly snorted to express her opinion, and as for what that opinion was, that was something Lancer would have to guess on his own. Chapter 66, Chapter 65, Men Don't Need Tears, Unless. If you were to ask Lancer where the most familiar place he had been in the past half-year was, he would probably say the Antioco Café, followed by his own home and the branch. But if you were to ask him where he had the deepest impression of, it would probably be the hospital affiliated with the CCG. Although the wounds on your body haven't completely healed, normal activities shouldn't be a problem. A doctor wearing glasses looked at Lancer test report and then looked at Lancer with a face full of curiosity. He had heard from his colleagues before that there was a patient in the hospital who had been sent to the hospital with serious injuries several times but always recovered at a speed that was far beyond the doctor's expectations. He didn't quite believe it at first, but after the other person was assigned to him, he believed the absurd rumor. By the way, if you are sent here again, just come find me directly. I don't think I'll be coming here again. Seeing Lancer's strange expression, the doctor's face became a bit awkward, but he didn't believe Lancer's words about not coming again at all. After all, the other person came here about once a month, so it should be about time for the next one, right? And what else could Lancer do besides shaking his head and leaving when he saw the other person's expression? He knew that the other person probably wanted to study him, but he had already undergone some examinations before joining the CCG, and unfortunately, there had been no results until now. Of course, the so-called examinations were just things like blood and hair samples. At most, they would take some muscle tissue during surgery. It didn't actually have any effect on him personally. However, as Lancer was leaving the hospital, a tall man was leaning against a car, constantly looking at something until Lancer patted him on the shoulder, and he reacted. "Lancer? You're done? It usually takes you half an hour, doesn't it? I'm already an expert at it." Lancer naturally knew what Amin was talking about, which was nothing more than those enthusiastic doctors. "By the way, Mr. Mato said he's going to hold a celebration party for you tonight. The same place we always go to." "That's right." "Okay, then take me home to drop off my stuff first." "No problem." The two of them spoke very casually, and Amin also seemed very relaxed. After all, although investigators were admirable, the high mortality rate was discouraging. Amin, who had experienced several comrades dying in the line of duty or retiring due to injury, was in a very good mood to see his friend being discharged from the hospital. But what he didn't notice was that although Lancer also had a smile on his face while talking to him, he actually seemed a bit dispirited. This wasn't because he hadn't fully recovered, but because his time was up. That's right, Lancer, who had been lying in the hospital for almost half a month, was about to leave, and the time was tonight. He had a little over 10 hours left before he left. He was inexplicably thrown into this world and almost lost his life at the beginning, but he had to admit that although the 150 days he had feared had brought him countless dangers, it had also given him a brand new experience. A completely different ordinary life from his past. Here, he met his teacher and made true comrades. He originally joined the CCG just to survive, but now he had truly accepted his life as an investigator from the bottom of his heart. "I can't believe I'm actually feeling a sense of reluctance to leave." Lancer had thought about whether he could stay. Even if he was eventually going to leave, at least let him complete what he wanted to do. Even if he couldn't completely solve the ghoul problem, at least let the people he cared about and who cared about him be safe. But unfortunately, no matter how he tried, this so-called system did not react at all. There was no so-called guide or artificial intelligence. It was just like a real system, operating according to a preset logic. At this moment, he had given up on the option of staying. The only thing he wanted to do now was to do something in the remaining 10 hours and decide what he should leave behind. Lancer's eyes flickered constantly while sitting in the passenger seat. During the banquet, Lancer was the same as usual, but at the end of the banquet, he handed a letter to Kotaro Aman and told him, "If you ever feel like you need to, you can open it and take a look." Aman was of course confused by this, but Lancer just smiled and didn't say anything. He just patted him on the shoulder. As for what was written in the letter, it was simple. It contained all the information Lancer knew. It included information about the Antioch Cafe, the owl, and of course, what happened to Ken Kaneki. It could be said that if this letter were to be made public, it could cause an earthquake in the CCG, no, in all of Tokyo. This was also why Lancer handed it to Kotaro Aman. He understood the other person's personality. To put it nicely, he was a man of his word. To put it bluntly, he was a bit rigid, and he would definitely not open Lancer's letter casually. As for why he didn't give it to Kurio Mato? Was it because Lancer didn't trust him? Of course not. This somewhat strange man was the first person Lancer came into contact with and the first person he respected. The reason he didn't give it to him was because of the owl's identity. Lancer was afraid that the other person would go and fight the owl to the death after reading it. If giving the letter just made people feel a bit strange, then Lancer suddenly saying that he wanted to hug everyone before the end of the banquet was full of questions. After all, in their impression, Lancer was not a timid person, but Kurio Mato stopped the others from asking questions. Although it was impossible for Kurio Mato to know about the system, a ridiculous thing, he had noticed that something was wrong with Lancer about half a month ago through his keen intuition and observation. At this moment, Lancer's strange behavior was equivalent to confirming his previous guess. He knew that it might be time for Lancer to leave. Although Kotaro Aman also sensed something, he didn't think too much about it. He just chose to trust Lancer and gave him a hug as he requested. That was all. As for the last one, Akira Mato. After the hug, the two of them didn't say a word. Lancer continued to pretend to be clueless, while Akira Mato continued to glare at Lancer. She hadn't known Lancer for long, so she naturally didn't notice anything abnormal about him. She just thought that Lancer had too much to drink, but her feminine intuition told her that something was not right about Lancer today. "Everyone, I'll be heading back now." After receiving the quinquo that Dr. Chijio of the CCG had specially made for him during his hospital stay from Kurio Mato, Lancer didn't even look at it. He just smiled, waved at everyone, and then turned and left without hesitation. Sometimes, a farewell doesn't need too many words. Although he didn't know if he would have a chance to see them again in the future, he would never forget everything that had happened in the past half year. And the people he had met. Never. At this moment, something seemed to have quietly fallen from the corners of Lancer's eyes. Chapter 67, Chapter 66, Why Am I Asking for Trouble? Main mission: survive in the plot world for more than 150 days. Completed, mission reward, welfare dungeon admission ticket X1. Hidden mission world change. Completed, mission reward, world admission ticket X1. Obtained world recognition title first class investigator reward, 1000 points. Hidden title, enforcer, requirement, participate in and organize rescues and protection operations over 50 times, stop and punish criminals over 50 times. Hidden achievement, junior mage apprentice, LOL. The entire world was frozen. Looking at the subtitles in front of him, Lancer's expression was very subtle. It wasn't because of the hidden achievement at the end, which seemed to be full of malice, but because of what he had done before the world froze. Why did things turn out like this? I completed the survival mission for the first time and got a chance to go back. Two happy things overlapped. And these two joys brought me more joy. What I got should have been a blissful time like a dream. But, why did it turn out this way? 10 minutes ago. Because there weren't many customers recently, Toka Kirishima was simply sitting in a corner and reading a book, and the other people in the store were basically helping her with her work. After all, from a certain perspective, the wishes of everyone were vested in this girl, Toka Kirishima. Nishiki Nishio goes without saying. He was a villain who was redeemed by Ken Kaneki. Because of a girlfriend who was willing to sacrifice herself for him, he chose this difficult path. In Toka Kirishima, he saw a companion who was also walking on a thorny path. Kaya Irimi and Enji Koma were the leaders of two ghoul gangs that were wanted by the CCG. Because of a certain incident, they abandoned their evil ways and joined the Antioco Cafe. There was no doubt that they didn't have a normal childhood. Before joining the Antioco Cafe, their lives were full of bloodshed. Now, they saw a future in Toka Kirishima. And Renji Imo, who was sitting in the corner, had a face full of memories. In this girl, he saw his foolish brother-in-law and his gentle yet serious sister. Although the people here were feared as demons by ordinary people, at this moment, they were just a group of family who had gathered together for a common wish. But at this moment, Toka Kirishima phone suddenly rang. Mr. Lancer? Going out now? A surprise? Okay. After hanging up the phone, Toka Kirishima jogged to Yoshimura's side. Manager, Mr. Lancer said he has something for me. Lancer, did he say what it was about? No, but he said it was a surprise. At this point, Toka Kirishima expression suddenly became very subtle. After all, no matter how you looked at it, Lancer voice was a bit abnormal when he spoke just now. If Toka Kirishima noticed it, then it was impossible for Yoshimura not to notice it. But he didn't stop Toka Kirishima. Instead, he nodded at Renji Imo, who was sitting by the counter. The other person also nodded in response, and then he continued to speak. You go. There shouldn't be any problems. Toka Kirishima didn't know that Yoshimura and the others had already arranged for a bodyguard, but she still nodded at the other person. But after Toka Kirishima and Renji Imo left, Kaya Irimi suddenly leaned next to Enji Koma. Hey, Koma, do you think that investigator really has a thing for Toka? I don't know. Although I also think it's unlikely, I just feel like it would be very interesting. Could it be that female creatures were just like that? Even for ghouls, gossip was almost an instinctive thing. But what Kaya Irimi didn't know was that while she was saying that, Yoshimura's expression behind her also became subtle. There was no doubt that Toka Kirishima at this moment had no idea that the people in the restaurant were talking about her. She was just following the agreement and walking towards a convenience store outside the restaurant. As expected, when she got there, Lancer was already standing there. Toka. Sorry for calling you out so late at night, but I'm going to be leaving soon. Leaving? Are you going back to your country? Something like that, I guess. After Lancer said that ambiguously, he picked up the cardboard box on the ground and handed it to the other person. This is the gift we talked about on the phone, and also the surprise. While saying that, Lancer lowered his head and put it close to Toka Kirishima's ear. An ordinary girl would probably have cried out if an adult man got this close to her, but Toka Kirishima just blushed. After all, she was not an ordinary girl but an S-rank ghoul. At this moment, Lancer had not taken out his quinqua. If a fight were to break out, she could kill Lancer in an instant. She was just curious about what Lancer was going to say. Then, although I can drink the coffee you make now, to be honest, it was a bit bitter at first. Is it because as a ghoul, you can't understand an ordinary person's preference for sweet and bitter tastes? Ghoul. The strange atmosphere instantly disappeared, replaced by Toka Kirishima Crimson Kokugan. She didn't know why Lancer knew, but she knew that she had to capture Lancer now and bring him back. But what she also didn't know was that Lancer had been preparing for this moment for a long time. Almost after the word ghoul came out of his mouth, he immediately leaped backward, stepped on a trash can, and flipped over. The rest of the words were shouted out after he had escaped. And when Toka Kirishima followed him over the wall, she found that there was no trace of Lancer. She thought of something and opened the box in her hand. Then she saw a box full of study guides and a letter. Her expression instantly became very subtle. End of flashback. At this moment, Lancer was lying on the ground in an ORZ pose. He was truly regretting it now. He originally thought he wouldn't have a chance to go back, so he decided to act crazy before he left. So he deliberately timed it and went to find Toka Kirishima. As for why it was Toka Kirishima, the manager could kill him in an instant. The other three's chances of being SS rank were also not low. Most importantly, his goal was not to expose the identities of the Antioku members. He wasn't familiar with Nishiki Nishio at all. So the only option left was Toka Kirishima. Oh my god! Although I put a letter on top of that box of study guides explaining that I was just joking and that I didn't tell anyone, and he really didn't, he just wrote it in the letter, I have a feeling that if I ever go back, I'll be beaten to death. The system was an emotionless entity. It didn't care about a certain person lying on the ground acting strange. It was just simply completing its mission. For example, a certain person was lying on the ground like a salted fish, but there were 3 options in the air. Choose direction. Mission World. Welfare Dungeon, consumes Welfare Dungeon admission ticket X1. Tokyo Ghoul World, consumes World admission ticket X1. There was no doubt that he would not be going back for the time being. It wasn't just because of his silly reason, but more because what could he do if he went back now? Since he could still go to other worlds, he might be able to find a way to solve the ghoul problem. But before that... Welfare World he. A certain person showed an extremely strange smile. Lancer Attributes, as of the end of Volume 1. Host, Lancer. Gender, Male. Age, 22. Strength, 45, Normal Adult Male is 10, Training plus 11, Ghoul Hunter plus 4, Spear Mastery E plus 20. Strength, 25, Normal 20, Ghoul Hunter bonus 25%. Stamina, 29, Normal 23, same bonus. Agility, 38, Normal 31, same bonus. Magic, not enabled. Weapon. Quinqua S+. Inherent skills. Spear Mastery E. Lancer Fate X. Common skills, Destroyer, cannot be upgraded. Charged Strike LV4. Triple Stab LV5. Rush LV5. Deathmatch LV2. Secret Techniques, Weapon Overload C. Desperate Strike D. Fishman Triple Thrust E. Ghoul Hunter C. Titles. Enforcer Initial Favorability with Lawful Alignment increases by 50%, Initial Favorability with Chaotic Alignment decreases by 50%. Junior Mage Apprentice Mystery +1, Magic Recovery increases by 10%. Only one title can be used at a time, cooldown is 24 hours. Ultimate moves, none. Equipment. Mask of Determination C. Recovery Ring E. Mission, none. Remaining points, 310 plus 400 plus 110 plus 1000. Overall rating, D+. Chapter 68, Chapter 1, Monster Abuses People, Laughs. If we were to summarize Lancer's situation at this moment, it would probably be this. Someone is completely exhausted after a fierce battle. As for the specific scene, at this moment, Lancer is lying on the ground, breathing heavily, next to the corpse of a certain monster, and beside him are 3 cats who are also breathing heavily. Welfare Dungeon Main Quest, none, duration 7-H. Looking at the hunched old lady in front of him, Lancer's expression was extremely subtle, and at the same time, he wanted to slap himself. He originally thought that the so-called welfare world was the so-called pa-pa-pa, and might be a hentai world like Demon Bane or Black Beast, but he didn't expect it to be a world where it is easy to obtain equipment and skills. Alas! Actually, you can't blame Lancer for his mind being full of milky white liquid. The main reason is that he had been suppressing it too hard for the past 6 months. When he saved the Fueguka mother and daughter, he could have been a pervert, but whenever he thought that the other party, even if she had sex with him, would only be doing it to protect her daughter, what was the difference between that so-called pa-pa-pa and an inflatable doll? As for making a move on Hinami Fueguka, he wasn't a scumbag. Actually, during this period, he hadn't considered going to a prostitution shop because it was legal in Japan, but not long after he started his job, he heard that an investigator was ambushed and killed by a ghoul while visiting a prostitution shop. At first, he was afraid of dying. Later, considering his reputation among ghouls and the reality that he would basically be attacked by ghouls whenever he went out, he could only give up reluctantly. After all, he didn't want to die inexplicably. It would be ridiculous if he didn't die on the battlefield but died in a prostitution shop. So Lancer always felt that he should actually have a state of hormone 100%. Whether it was a buff or a debuff depended on personal opinion. However, it was clear that the old lady standing in front of Lancer at this moment didn't know what this strangely dressed man was thinking. She was just faithfully fulfilling her duty as the village chief. You must be a hunter from another region? You can choose any of the quests I have here, but I personally suggest you do your best. Although the job of a hunter is to hunt monsters, there is only a future if you survive. Although Lancer's mind was wandering, when the other party handed him a scroll, he still took it with both hands. There was no specific introduction in the scroll, only dozens of titles, many of which had been crossed out, which should have been completed. And Lancer finally knew the world he was in at this moment. 5 stars Absolute Strongman, Tigrex. Although Lancer didn't know which generation he was in, he could be sure that this was definitely a world of monster abuses people. That's right. It was monster abuses people, not Monster Hunter. Although there were already many games in the games recommended for masochist players when Lancer transmigrated, the MH series was still impressive. After all, it was the guide for many people to enter the masochist path. This game is extremely unfriendly to newcomers. As long as it is a hunting quest, even a small monster without a boss can send a new player who has not figured out the weapon mechanics to a cat cart, GG. This is especially true for the Great Jaggi, known as the Rookie Killer. Countless rookies who finally defeated the Velocidrome King, with excited faces went to find other bosses and were immediately taught a lesson, and they first realized the horror of the dragon, pig, cart. After a moment of random thoughts, he began to look for quests. First, Tigrex was directly pass. Although he could use a charged hammer to break the Tigrex's charge when playing the game, his integrity showed a proud smile. He thought he would rather not do that in this real world, especially since the blood-red halo shimmering on the quest told him that he would definitely be miserable if he went, and might even GG directly. After all, he didn't know if this world had such a thing as a cat cart. Because it was a completely unfamiliar world, he set his sights on yellow and green level quests. 1-star quests were directly passed. They were basically all collection quests, and the only hunting quests were ordinary small monsters. The grey color proved that these quests were no threat to him, a complete waste of time. The 2-star enemies were mainly Great Jaggi, Velocidrome, Kongalala, and Cephadrome. The green color meant there was no threat, but he was still not very satisfied. The enemies were either too weak or too disgusting. He didn't want to smell the stink of the Kongalala, and the Cephadrome required a sonic bomb. This was not a game, and he didn't have a combining book. He had no money to prepare materials, and he didn't want to smell the stink, so he decided to look at the next item first and come back to this one if he had to. The 3-star enemies were more normal: Hizu, 2GS name, Velocidrome, Plesioth, Daimyo Hermitor, and Gypsaros. This level should be more suitable for him because the word recommended was floating above the scroll. It seemed that the system was more supportive of him choosing these. Wanting to get more things but also afraid to take risks, humans are such a tangled species. However, as his eyes swept around, he suddenly found a quest that made his eyes light up. I've chosen. Have you chosen? Then I'll register it for you. Which one is it? 5-star quest. Ultimate. After choosing the quest, Lancer originally thought he would set off immediately, but he didn't expect the other party to say that he should have a full meal before the quest. Although he knew the other party was being kind, he always had the misconception that he was having a full meal to prepare for the journey. Lancer then walked into the gathering hall led by a bipedal cat, and then... It was so delicious. Lancer was telling the truth this time. There were crab claws thicker than his arms, roasted meat that was also about the same size, and a small bowl of vegetable cream soup. To be honest, Lancer originally thought he couldn't finish it, but after eating it, he realized that he had underestimated the black technology, or magic, of this world. Although the amount looked scary, after eating it, he didn't have an overly exaggerated feeling of fullness. Instead, it gave him a feeling of being full of energy. Then, when he looked at his attribute panel, he realized that this was not his illusion. Feeling meal. Effect: Attack up, large, Stamina plus 50. Duration: 48h. Thank you, chef. Lancer was in a good mood, so he shouted toward the kitchen, and then he saw a orange cat walk out of the window. The cat was nearly twice the size of a normal cat, and it was wearing a chef's hat. It gave Lancer a thumbs up, as if to praise his good taste. After finishing his meal, Lancer came back to the side of the village chief grandma, and at this time, there were already 3 cat stars, or officially named felines, standing beside her. The village hunters are all out, but hunting is very dangerous after all, so let these children be your temporary companions for this time. For this kind of free teammate, Lancer naturally supported it with both hands. Chapter 69, Chapter 2, We made eye contact, so now I have to kill you. Although it was only temporary, Lancer's task now was to hunt a monster, so at this moment, he was on a carriage heading to the desert. That's right, he was in a carriage. The real world wasn't like a game where you arrived at your destination after a cutscene. Although the desert wasn't far from the village, according to the driver, it would take about 5 or 6 hours to get there by the main road. During this time, Lancer naturally chose to pet cats. Yes, that's right, pet cats. Although they were 3 felines, their daily habits didn't seem to be very different from ordinary cats. After Lancer spent 1 point from his supply system to exchange for a large bag of small dried fish, he successfully established a good relationship with these 3 felines. The feline that was all white with only black spots on its paws and head was named Aruru. It used bombs as its weapon and was the second easiest of the 3 felines to get along with. It seemed to like having its head stroked. The feline that was mostly black, but with a mix of white on its limbs, was named Jack. It used a long sword as its weapon. Just like its appearance, it was a bit aloof. Although it allowed Lancer to pinch its toe beans, it didn't allow him to help comb its fur. The easiest to get along with was an orange and white tabby cat named Tiger. However, unlike its domineering name, it was a foodie. It allowed Lancer to stroke its fur if he gave it some dried fish. By the way, even though they had only been in contact for about an hour, Lancer had already discovered that it liked being stroked on its back the most. As for its weapon, it was the rarest one, the hunting horn. Mr. Hunter, we have arrived at the desert. Mr. Hunter. The driver who was in charge of the carriage had just finished shouting when a slightly lazy voice came from behind him. Oh! I'm awake. Lancer, who was lying in the carriage, also rubbed his eyes and sat up. With his movement, Aruru, who was originally lying on his stomach, also stretched, sat up, and wobbled to the side to put on its equipment. On the other side, Tiger, who was lying on Lancer arm with its belly exposed in a very bold posture, rolled over and continued to sleep. This made Jack, who was sleeping against the carriage, feel a little speechless. After pulling the other cat a few times, Tiger finally got up. Although he still hadn't become familiar with Jack, Lancer could see that besides being a bit aloof, its personality was very meticulous. At least, there should be no problem with cooperation later. Otherwise? Did you think Lancer was really trying to please the felines just for the toe beans? Serious face. Although this so-called campsite in the game was just a tent plus 2 boxes, the actual real campsite was not only much bigger but also had many people. There were people in charge of healing, rescue, and supply management. By the way, the carriage Lancer was in also had the job of transporting supplies. When Lancer took out the 5-star quest request, the big hunter uncle who was in charge of campsite management looked at Lancer with a surprised face. After all, the real world wasn't like a game where quests were available at any time and monsters seemed to refresh infinitely. In reality, there were generally only a few 5-star quests in a region in a month. However, seeing Lancer unknown equipment, a set of combat clothes and protective armor provided by CCG, and seeing that he had no teammates and only brought 3 palicos but looked full of confidence, because it was his first hunt, the uncle didn't say much. Here are your supplies. By the way, if you don't use them all, just put them here, or here. Those are our default item storage points. When you finish the hunt, you can use this green signal flare, and these 3 red ones are for your palicos if they need rescue. Of course, I hope to see the green signal flare. Hunters in the real world were much more realistic. Naturally, the more supplies they could bring, the better. There were even people specially in charge of transporting supplies to certain areas, and everyone generally wouldn't use them carelessly. After all, no one wanted to find that all the supplies were gone the next time they needed them. After the uncle's tiresome reminders, Lancer nodded and said goodbye to him. He was holding a map in his hand and silently put the map on the ground. You 3, who knows the way? The 3 palicos also seemed to be meeting this kind of collaborator for the first time. Their expressions became extremely subtle. In the end, it was Jack who took the map from Lancer's hand. If anyone happened to run into Lancer, they would probably see a very surprising scene. A tall young man in strange equipment had a black cat sitting on his shoulder, and this black cat was holding a map and constantly meowing to give directions. Behind them were 2 other palicos. Lancer felt that his luck today seemed to be not so good. He went to 2 most likely areas for the quest target to appear, but he didn't see the target. Because of this, he had to stop for lunch. If there was one major difference between Lancer and the hunters in this world, it was probably that his supplies were simpler. He didn't need to carry things like water and food. A bag of dried fish and a large bottle of water would appear in his palm for 2 points. The 1 person and 3 cats sat together and ate. But it seemed that God didn't intend for Lancer to have a good meal. Not long after they sat down, the 3 palicos next to him put their food directly on the ground and grabbed their respective weapons at the same time, meowing at Lancer. Although he couldn't understand feline language, he knew that this was a warning. He also threw his things away and grabbed the box next to him. Just as the 1 person and 3 cats hid behind a huge rock, the desert beneath their feet began to tremble. Along with the shuffling sound of the sand, a huge conch slowly rose. But Lancer's eyes lit up. That's right. This was the target he was looking for. Daimyo Hermitor. After the monster emerged from the sand, it didn't do anything, but just lay there silently, as if it had just come out to bask in the moonlight. But at this moment, snap! With a strange sound, the Daimyo Hermitor lying on the ground shook violently, and then looked at the person who had disturbed it. A strange human who had just thrown a paintball and 3 palicos. They made eye contact, so now they had to be killed. Shush! With an extremely exaggerated sound, the Daimyo Hermitor, brandishing its giant claws, charged sideways towards Lancer and his companions. Chapter 70, Chapter 3, Real Hunting. Daimyo Hermitor is a very famous monster in the Monster Hunter series. As for the reason, it's simple, because it has the title of easiest boss. Its attack methods are simple, and its attack delays are relatively long. Basically, as long as you have a few hunting experiences, you can defeat it without taking any damage. In addition, although the Hermitor set of defense equipment and weapons of the same level performs mediocrely, it has no flaws and is a set of equipment that new players collect first when they reach 3 stars. It can be said that Lancer is very familiar with the Hermitor's abilities and attack methods, but there is one prerequisite in the game. At this moment, the Hermitor, which was moving sideways at an extremely exaggerated speed, caught Lancer off guard. Fortunately, when he threw the paintball, he knew that the opponent would definitely counterattack, so when he saw the opponent charging, he rushed forward without hesitation. Bang! Accompanied by an extremely exaggerated sound, the rock that Lancer and his companions were hiding behind was directly shattered, and the enraged Daimyo Hermitor charged at them again. Tiger! You hide and help us buff. Don't look at me like that, just play the flute. Jack! I'll be the main attacker, be careful, and don't push yourself if you can't. Aruru, you too, but remember, never throw a bomb when I'm near the Daimyo Hermitor. Because of the language barrier, Lancer could only give a simple mission, but it was clear that he had underestimated his 3 companions. Although the 3 of them alone probably couldn't even defeat a Velocidrome, as professional hunter companions, they were much more proficient in support combat than Lancer, who only knew how to rush in blindly. Meow! Meow! Meow meow meow! Accompanied by 3 strange cat meows, as Lancer rushed out, Aruru took a bomb directly from its backpack, planted it on the ground, and then ran to the side on all 4s. When the Daimyo Hermitor charged over, bang! Accompanied by a small sand pillar, the charging Daimyo Hermitor's body swayed unsteadily. Fearing it would fall over, it had to stop. At the same time, a strange flute sound suddenly rang out. Tiger, who was the first to run away, was now standing on a rock, holding a hunting horn that was not much smaller than itself and began to play. On the other side, almost at the same time as the explosion and the flute sound, Jack, with a long sword in its mouth, had already jumped to the side of the Daimyo Hermitor, and then swoosh! Accompanied by a splash of blue blood, Jack, who had landed a hit, quickly leaped to the side. At this moment, Lancer, who had just run a few steps, blushed when he heard the flute sound behind him. He hadn't expected his 3 companions to do so well. Opening the box, Lancer, holding his new weapon, turned around and charged. The Daimyo Hermitor, whose attention had been attracted by Jack, had no idea that the scum who had run away before would dare to turn back and attack it, so by the time it heard the sound of Lancer feet rubbing against the sand, it was already too late. Clang! The sound of the lance hitting the opponent's head was extremely harsh. Lancer was stunned for a moment, but seeing the crab claw sweeping towards him, he immediately did a clumsy roll to avoid it. After getting up again, he first took a deep breath and then reminded himself to calm down. The Daimyo Hermitor was indeed the easiest of the 3-star monsters to deal with, but it was not without its advantages. He had been a little too excited by the performance of the 3 felines and had forgotten the combat experience that countless masochists had summarized in Monster Abuses People. Be fierce with your attacks. Seize the opportunity for a round of damage. But be steady with your damage. Never be greedy for extra hits. The rolls must be elegant. The dives must be spiritual. Of course, in the real world, there is no such thing as invincibility during a roll or a dive, but the first few points must be remembered. Hunters wearing equipment of the same level cannot win by blindly rushing in against these monsters. The only way out is to carefully wait for an opportunity. At the same time, you must never attack certain parts of the monster's body, such as the Hermitaur's head. The two most common strategies for attacking the daimyo Hermitaur are to attack its chest, which can also be understood as its belly, and its claws, which are also suitable for attacking because of the joints. As for those who dare not fight it head-on, then attack the shell. That's right. The shell, which looks the hardest, is actually the most frequently attacked part by hunters. As long as the shell is broken, the opponent can only run away, because the back, unprotected by the shell, is simply a target. Lancer looked at the lance in his hand, which was not as long as the monster's accessory leg, and his expression immediately became extremely subtle. Forget it, I'll attack the joints. It seems I can only attack there. In fact, Lancer's biggest problem at this moment was not only because the opponent was a giant beast he had never fought before, but also because of the field. Indeed, with the special sand shoes of the hunters, he could walk normally and even run, but that didn't change the fact that he still couldn't use his skills. Give him some time and he might find a way to use them on the sand, but what he lacked most now was time. I can't hesitate any longer. The power of a quinqua lies in the fact that the material used to create them is a ghoul's kagun, which gives these weapons RC cells, which can be understood as special attacks against ghouls. But because of this, the quinqua also has great flaws. For example, the lance he was holding, made from the kagun of an S-class ghoul, half-kokuja, was rated as C by the system, but in reality, if you remove the special attack against ghouls ability, the accompanying abilities don't even reach C class apart from the basic attributes. Quinqua S. Rank, C. Special abilities. RC cells S-class ghoul, immune to attacks below E class. Hardening, increases weapon hardness and durability. Weapon overload. With a low shout from Lancer, he began to feel his physical strength constantly draining from his body, and the blue lance in his hand also changed at the same time. The volume of the blue lance seemed to have increased a lot, and under its blue exterior, a blood-colored core constantly gave off a terrifying aura, the aura of a predator. The fully powered Lancer showed a combat power that was very different from before, and even the three companions were startled. Using his speed, which was far beyond that of ordinary people, Lancer was sneaky. Extremely sneaky. As soon as the opponent attacked, he would get out of the way. As soon as the attack ended, he would rush to the opponent's side during the stun time and launch a quick attack, and the parts he attacked were aimed at the joints of the claws and the side. The chest was blocked by the opponent's claws. The daimyo Hermitaur, which had failed several times to attack, waving its claws, spraying water, and jumping attacks, used its most shameless move running away. Facing the daimyo Hermitaur, which completely ignored the attacks of the people behind it and just frantically dug in the sand, Lancer really didn't know how to complain. This guy was dead set on running away. In the end, looking at the huge pit in front of them, Lancer and the three felines were speechless. But then Lancer showed a confident expression. Even if you run fast, it's useless. You know, throwing a paintball is a good habit of every old hunter. Unfortunately, Lancer seemed to have forgotten one thing, that this was the real world. The so-called paintball has no tracking ability, and he doesn't have a built-in GPS map. The biggest function of the paintball is to make the monster's protective color ineffective. In reality, after the opponent escapes, the key is to rely on yourself. Chapter 71, Chapter 4, Luck. As I said at the beginning, after finding a way to deal with it, the daimyo Hermitaur was just a little disgusting. Its defense was high, and it liked to dig and run away. In the end, when the daimyo Hermitaur was defeated, Lancer and the three palicos were already exhausted. This was especially true for Lancer because of his weapon. In order to cause enough damage to the opponent, he had to keep using weapon overload. Because the amount of energy infused wasn't too much, and the weapon itself was hard enough, the weapon's durability wasn't too affected, but he was half dead from exhaustion. Fortunately, he had a feline meal before setting off and had a piece of equipment that restored his stamina, otherwise he would have collapsed long ago. After this battle, which was not dangerous but long and Spartan, Lancer deeply realized one thing: the real world is not a game. In order to cope with various situations, you must make sufficient preparations. For example, the quinquina in his hand is very useful against small enemies, but it is a bit inferior when dealing with giant enemies of the same level. After all, being constantly stabbed by a sharp steel needle is painful, but not fatal. In this kind of situation, a sharpened pencil might not stab as deep as a steel needle, but it can be fatal. It's a pity that in this so-called welfare world, his supply system has not been refreshed. Otherwise, he would really want to buy a lance. After the 1 person and 3 cats rested together for a while, Jack took out a signal flare and shot it into the sky. About half an hour later, a smoke dragon came toward them, and when the other party stopped, Lancer finally saw their situation clearly. A team consisting of a hunter carrying a weapon, several ordinary people who were not carrying weapons, and more than 10 felines appeared in front of him. "Which district's hunter are you, little brother? This efficiency is good. You single-handedly defeated 2 daimyo hermitors in one day, and one of them was even carrying a monoblas skull." The overly familiar hunter chatted with Lancer for a couple of sentences and then told the people to get to work. Then, they saw more than 10 felines start to dismember the daimyo hermitor's corpse with small knives, and then a few human helpers began to carry the parts. Finally, the main body, which could not be dismembered, was carried by everyone together onto a small wooden sand boat. Should I say that the other party was really quick and fiery? It only took them about 20 minutes from their arrival to their departure. Lancer, shaking his head, went straight to look for the other daimyo hermitor. That's right, Lancer quest this time was for 2 daimyo hermitors, which was why the quest difficulty was 5 stars. If some places might have other monsters coexisting, places like this, where 2 monsters live together, are even more dangerous. However, Lancer felt that his luck this time seemed to be good. After all, the second one didn't intervene when he was fighting the first one. But just as Lancer was feeling smug, rumble! The shaking beneath his feet suddenly gave him a bad feeling. Bang! Accompanied by a towering sand wave, Lancer lunged forward, and then a huge bony dragon skull appeared in his field of vision. Okay, Lancer finally knew why there was only 1 daimyo hermitor before. It turned out that the other one had started molting, and he had luckily found a monoblas skull. You have to know that when the shell is replaced with a monoblas skull, the most despairing thing is not the stronger defense, but the straight-up increase in lethality. If hunters with strong physical constitutions and powerful defense provided by their equipment were to be hit by a daimyo hermitor's shell charge and lose most of their health, then being hit by a monoblas skull would probably send them straight to the cat cart. At this moment, Lancer, who was running for his life, really didn't know whether he should say he was lucky or unlucky. He actually encountered a daimyo hermitor carrying a monoblas skull. "Little brother, which district's hunter are you? This efficiency is good. You single-handedly defeated 2 daimyo hermitors in one day, and one of them was even carrying a monoblas skull." The overly familiar hunter tried to talk to Lancer, but Lancer, who was lying next to him, was sprawled out on the sand boat, and the 3 felines were lying around him. The very bold tiger was in a similar posture to Lancer, but it was in the shape of wood, rather than big. Its long tail was resting on Lancer's nose. Arura was normal, lying on its side next to Lancer, and Jack, who was the most tired, because of close combat, was uncharacteristically not tsundere and curled up on Lancer's chest. In any case, a cushion is better than nothing. Seeing the 1 person and 3 cats fall asleep like this as soon as they got on the boat, he just smiled. After all, he had seen similar situations many times. When Lancer woke up, they were almost at the village. Looking at the pale sky, he couldn't help but stretch. He remembered that when he defeated that daimyo hermitor, it was a bit dim, but it wasn't night yet. It seemed that he had slept for at least 12 hours this time. But he couldn't be blamed for this, after all, he was just too tired. Physical exhaustion could be recovered by relying on compressed food, but fatigue could not. During the continuous high-intensity battle, his nerves were always tense. After the support team finished dismembering the Hermitor's body, Lancer could no longer suppress his exhaustion and fell asleep. At this moment, looking at the materials that had been tidied up behind him, a happy expression couldn't help but appear on his face. That's right, they had been tidied up. Things like the monoblas skull, only the horn had practical value. As for many parts of the Hermitor's body that could not be used to make weapons or armor, they were directly left at the campsite to be used as building materials. Of course, the most delicious parts of things like crab meat were packed and taken back, but other parts were eaten directly because fresh meat couldn't be kept for long. At this moment, Lancer was full of anticipation looking at the village in the distance. After all, with the materials, he could commission the creation of new equipment. And depending on the situation, he could also get a set of protective equipment. Materials from 2 daimyo hermit ores, very good, the quest is complete. Here is your reward. Go and rest for a while at the gathering hall. If it weren't for the village chief being near the village entrance, Lancer would definitely have gone to the forge first. The shorter the things the other party said, the happier he was. After taking the money, he ran away in a flash. The next part was what he was most looking forward to. Chapter 72, Chapter 5, Carnival. Because Lancer only had 2 days left, he erupted with enthusiasm and motivation far exceeding that of a normal hunter. After learning that the materials from the 2 hermit ores were enough to craft the Hermitor set and the crab claw lance kai, he sold the rarest monoblas horn. Why? It's simple, because to craft the crimson horn, he needed a monoblas heart, and the round trip to the desert would take about 10 hours, plus the hunting time, which would take almost another day. Should he spend a day on one rare material to craft a weapon that wasn't actually much stronger than the crab claw lance kai, or should he just craft a few other weapons that weren't much different? The answer was, without a doubt. Since this was a welfare world, Lancer was not going to be polite. Of all the maps, the closest ones were the jungle at the foot of the mountain and the snowy mountain map above it. However, after going to the snowy mountain twice, he gave up. Why? It's simple, Tigrex. Unlike the quest consisting of 2 low-rank hermit ores, which could be killed separately if he was lucky, the Tigrex was a real high-rank monster. Lancer just watched its hunting process from afar once, and he immediately gave up his trip to the snowy mountain. After all, he didn't want to die for no reason. Finally, as time was drawing to a close, Lancer's third weapon was also finally crafted. Night Lance. Rank, C+. Effect, none. Crab Claw Lance Kai. Rank, C. Effect, Hardness Enhancement, large. Gatling Spear. Rank, C. Effect, Fire Attribute Addition, small, Hardness Enhancement, small. Of these 3 weapons, the one with the highest killing power was naturally the Night Lance, which was rank C+, but because it had no special effects, it could only be considered normal equipment. Next was the Crab Claw Lance Kai. Although its attack was not as good as the Night Lance, because of its built-in hardness enhancement, it was the most durable of the 3 weapons and could withstand weapon overload for the longest time. As for the last one, the Gatling Spear, its damage was the lowest, but because it came with a fire attribute attack, it might have a miraculous effect in some situations. This one was a backup weapon. But now there was another problem. These 3 weapons belonged to the lance type. Not only did they have a spear, but they also came with a defensive shield. If it was just one set to carry around, it would be fine. You could just use a special mechanism to fold the weapon. But the problem was that there were 3 sets. Where was he supposed to carry all of them? Before crafting them, Lancer just planned to make a few more sets for backup, but after they were made, he was dumbfounded. It seemed that there was nowhere to put them. He couldn't just take one set, right? Meow meow meow. But at this moment, a strange cat meow came from outside the door. It turned out to be Tiger, who was waving its paw at him at the door. Coming. Although he was very conflicted, no matter how he looked at it, it was a problem that he couldn't solve, so, he might as well just not deal with it. Anyway, he couldn't think of a solution. He would just have a good time first. For more than 2 days, Tiger, Aruru, and Jack, the 3 felines, had followed Lancer to defeat several monsters. Not only was Lancer exhausted, but they were no exception. Since he was leaving tomorrow morning, he might as well use these last few hours to celebrate and reward them. In addition to ordering a full fish feast at the gathering hall, Lancer also bought a large can of dragon-slaying wine and a small basket of catnip. The job of a hunter was indeed dangerous, but the income was also high. Don't be fooled by the table full of food, expensive wine, and rare catnip. The actual cost was even less than the reward for a 1-star hunting quest. Looking at the 3 felines celebrating with the catnip, especially the aloof Jack, who was constantly rubbing its face against the catnip, Lancer immediately felt that the money was well spent. Friends! The drinks are on me tonight. 1 can of dragon-slaying wine for everyone. Oh, and every feline friend also gets a bag of catnip. Perhaps it was because he was in a good mood, or perhaps it was the alcohol getting to his head. In any case, a high Lancer slapped the remaining money pouch on the table in an extremely bold manner. Everyone in the gathering hall was stunned for a moment, and then there was a burst of cheers. Tiger! Jack! Aruru! Come on! Cheers! Looking at Lancer holding up a wooden cup with bubbles, the 3 excited felines were stunned for a moment and then also held up their catnip from the table and jumped up to clink cups with Lancer. Ha ha ha! Although it had only been a little over 2 days, they were still his comrades in arms. He wondered if they would be happy to see the gifts he ordered for them tomorrow. That's right, Lancer also ordered custom feline equipment for his 3 temporary companions. Anyway, feline equipment was small and didn't require many materials, so Lancer just ordered a set for each of them. The hard work they had put in for the past 2 days couldn't be repaid with just a meal. But there was no point in thinking so much now. The most important thing now was to celebrate. The first time traveling through was inexplicable, the second time was in the middle of an escape, but this third time, it was while being drunk. Lancer, feeling a bit dizzy from the hangover, couldn't even stand steadily. You have to know that people in this world, in order to fight various monsters, have physical fitness far exceeding that of normal humans, not to mention the dragon hunter's wine that hunters drink. Lancer was lucky his physique was good, otherwise he would have been poisoned by alcohol. Completed 5-star Quest X1, gained 400 points, 3-star Quest X2, gained 200 points, 2-star Quest X5, gained 250 points. Welfare Instance Completion Reward, Hunter's Equipment Box, Lance Crafting Manual. Hidden Quest, A true hunter is not afraid of dangerous challenges and can also gain the trust of their companions. Completed 5-star Quest X1, gained 100 affinity with the Palico, gained reward, Palico Summoning Horn. Feeling a bit dizzy, Lancer was still in a daze as he looked at the giant red box that had appeared in front of him. Hunter's Equipment Box. Rank, B. Usage, Channel for 30s in a non-combat state. Effect, stores weapons, armor, and consumables. Size, 100 slots. Lance Crafting Manual. Effect, creates lances using the bones of creatures and ores. Palico Summoning Horn. Usage, blow for 5s. Effect, summons 1 Palico to fight for you, up to 3. Each can exist independently for 2h per day. Due to the personality of the cat people, they will refuse to appear if the enemy is a human. Should I say it's worthy of being a welfare world? Even though he felt very unwell from the hangover, he couldn't help but reveal a slight smile. At the same time, the mechanical voice of the system also rang in his ears. Welfare instance ended, automatically entering numbered world XXXXX, countdown 300s. Chapter 73, Chapter 66, The Upset Honest. The main army had already set off, and Lancer and the others, as secret weapons, were traveling alone in a carriage. The person driving the carriage was an ordinary soldier, and he would unconsciously glance at the person next to him while driving the carriage, but after glancing, he would continue with his work. The reason for this was that the person sitting next to him at this time was a bit strange. The rumors about the imperial executioner had become more and more exaggerated in recent days, especially Lancer's almost reckless behavior when he entered the city, which spread his evil deeds to an incredible extent. But at this time, Lancer was wrapped in a large coat and wearing a hat, leaning against the carriage without saying a word, just like a statue. This was undoubtedly completely different from the Lancer he knew. And Lancer naturally felt the gaze next to him, but he didn't pay attention to it. Although he had wrapped his entire body up at this time, he was actually constantly sensing his surroundings and checking his equipment and various supplies again and again. He had once thought about one thing: what was Leon's situation right now? Would the other party kill her? Or abuse her? It shouldn't be either. The reason the other party abducted her should have been because of him. But just like a kidnapper kidnapping a hostage, why haven't they asked for a ransom until now? Either Leon was already dead, or the other party had other uses for her. If it was the first, then he had no other choice but to kill the damned mastermind behind the scenes to avenge her. If it was the second, then he could only improvise. The only thing he could rely on now was that the opponent didn't know enough about him. His supplies and the weapons he was good at were not just cavalry spears. And he knew a lot of information about imperial armaments based on the plot, which might be useful in the upcoming battle. In order to deal with the other party, he even decided to use the imperial armament on his body as bait. What kind of expression would that guy have when he thought he had finally won, only to be pierced through the heart with his spear? It should be great, right? At this time, even Lancer himself hadn't realized that although the things he needed to do hadn't changed, the reason why he wanted to do them had long changed. And at this time, Honest, who was missed by Lancer, was flipping through a book, sweating profusely. Where is it? Where on earth is it? Since the founding emperor of the empire created the jewel headpiece Ireston to restrain the imperial armaments, it's impossible that there are no other restraining measures. He found this book in the tomb along with those imperial armaments. This book not only recorded a lot of secret stories about imperial armaments but also wrote a lot of things that were unfavorable to the royal family. It was precisely because he found this tomb and had a large number of imperial armaments that he had the ambition to implement his previous plan, but he didn't expect that the originally perfect script would be completely disrupted. According to the records in the book, this kind of special imperial armament can only be used by people with a special bloodline, so where is the method of control? According to the records in the book, in addition to some ordinary imperial armaments, there were also some special imperial armaments, such as imperial armaments that restricted the user's bloodline. One of the most prominent ones was the ultimate imperial armament that could only be used by the current emperor. In addition, there was the lightning god's armor passed down from generation to generation in the Budo family, and this ice imperial armament was one of them. The destruction of Asthetha's tribe back then was an act behind the scenes by Honest. At that time, he had specifically captured many test subjects, but unfortunately, they all ended in failure, and his death was the result of his deliberate nurturing. It was just that what he didn't expect was that the nurturing target not only achieved the goal but even exceeded it. According to the description in the book, people with special bloodlines were made to swallow a small part of the blood, and by doing so, they could get many subordinates. When they died, the blood could be recovered through a special method. But he had already tried the method in the book. Asteth, who drank a whole jar of demon's blood, didn't have any reaction at all. His original plan was to get a super thug, but the current situation seemed to be that he had hired a super ancestor. Honest suddenly felt, why was his luck so bad? Damn it! This guy also said he was the orthodox of the empire. He doesn't even have a way to control his subordinates. He angrily picked up the book and was about to smash it down, but in the end, he gave up. Although anger had almost taken over him, his rationality told him that getting angry at this time was completely meaningless. With a look on his face, he had to sit down again and start to carefully read this book that was full of self-praise. Although this book had given him a lot of help, every time he looked at it, he felt like he was rummaging through a garbage dump, looking for the clues he needed among countless garbage, and even these clues appeared in some roaring text. He had even pulled out a few of his not-so-thick hairs. If it were in normal times, he might have been so angry that he wanted to kill someone, but now he couldn't care less. No. I must have a backup. Even if there's no answer in the book, I have to figure out one myself. Asthetha's current condition was very abnormal. She didn't look like a normal imperial armament user. If the usual Asteth gave people the feeling of a proud queen, then the current she was like a tyrant full of oppressive power. He even wondered if the other party had gone crazy if she hadn't wantonly attacked her surroundings, because the current Asteth was completely the opposite of her previous behavior. After obtaining the imperial armament, she went straight back to her room and had not come out since. The only other person who had given him such a hard time before was that executioner. The man didn't love money, was not lustful, and was not greedy for power. He was simply like an ascetic. Not only was false accusation useless, but even direct action was useless. That guy was full of vigilance even when he was sleeping and would be awakened immediately at the slightest rustle. In the end, he had to give up the assassination plan because it wasn't worth it, but he didn't expect that it was this guy who had ruined his plan several times. And in the end, it was he who coincidentally found his weakness. He didn't expect to encounter someone even more troublesome now. Since I can't break through head-on, the only way is from the side. Then he thought of the woman the other party had brought with him today. Although he didn't know why the other party wanted to bring that woman with him, this might be a good direction. Perhaps because he had found a direction, Honest even found the hair between his fingers to be much more pleasing to the eye. Chapter 74, Chapter 67, The Craziest Death. Lancer arrival at the front line could not be hidden. After all, he was the nominal commander of this army, and his arrival caused an extremely exaggerated chemical change between the two sides of the battlefield. First, the morale of the Imperial Army soldiers soared. Lancer feat of easily breaking through the northern foreign tribes at the northern fortress and impaling all the enemies made them feel that the dawn of victory was at hand. On the other hand, all the rebel soldiers were in a state of panic. This was also because of Lancer feat. In the initial period, there were even deserters, but they were quickly stopped. As for how they were stopped, those deserters were killed by an unknown person, and their bodies were thrown back. Then Honest appeared in front of everyone again. We have no way back. That guy won't let us go. We will be killed even if we run away. The same goes for our surrendering. We have no choice but to fight. As the saying goes, a losing army will surely win. Because of the fear of death, these rebel soldiers broke out with an even more exaggerated feeling, and they fought like crazy on the battlefield. Lancer didn't pay attention to this. He was in the army's main tent, looking at the map with a serious expression. According to the information our army has investigated, the rebel leader Honest's command post should be in these locations. Several locations? What's going on? Pinching his beard, Liver's expression was not good. After all, when the southern rebels appeared, these intelligence personnel had already started working. Why was the information still so vague after more than a month of gathering? You can't blame them for this. Honest has someone who can use a teleportation imperial armament. He relied on it to escape from the palace before. But I want to know the most likely location for that guy to appear. The intelligence officer was also relieved to hear Lancer speak up for them. Although the news sounded unreliable, it was indeed a fact. But then, Lancer's somewhat cold eyes made him remember that the person in front of him was not a good person who spoke up for him, but an executioner with countless blood on his hands. According to intelligence, the other party has been frequently appearing in the central squares of various cities recently to give speeches to appease the people and intimidate them into fighting our army. During this period, our army's scouts tried to assassinate the other party, but they all failed. Even though he was being assassinated, he still had to do propaganda. Was this because he was too confident in himself, or was this a well-laid trap? He didn't know which it was, but Lancer had to step into it, because the other party's whereabouts were elusive, and this was his only chance. Tomorrow, the main army will attack the city. You will sneak in. I will go to the front battlefield. If Honest appears, give me a signal. At that time, we will attack from inside and out to kill that guy together. We will strive for a decisive victory with one blow. Yes. Lancer had been in this time for a year and a half. He had participated in dozens of battles, large and small. Maybe some people feared his reputation, and maybe some people secretly talked about his cruelty, but no one denied his strength. When he appeared on the battlefield with his spear, it meant that a battle had entered its climax. And when he pierced through the enemy's formation, it basically announced the end of the battle. But this time, his mood was incredibly complex. When he killed the foreign tribes before, he could use the customs of the foreign tribes that he couldn't stand to persuade himself, but when facing these soldiers who were deceived by Honest, he developed a kind of sympathy. Of course, he didn't sympathize with them for being on the battlefield. No matter the reason, when a person stepped onto the battlefield, their life no longer belonged to them. What Lancer truly sympathized with was that they, like him, were victims of Honest. There was no doubt that Lancer still didn't believe that Esteth had abducted Leon. In his opinion, this was a low-level move by Honest. He and Esteth had known each other for a few months. In his opinion, the other party was just a simple obsessive and battle maniac. If the reason Lancer constantly trained himself was simply because his fear of an unknown future forced him to strengthen himself to survive, then Esteth was simply honing herself, hoping to become stronger. With her personality, she would never do something like kidnapping. It could even be said that she would rather he go all out and fight her. But when Lancer appeared at the forefront of the army formation with his cavalry spear, he saw an unexpected scene. She was still wearing the tribal clothes that were somewhat similar to the foreign tribe's clothing, but the blue and white mixed hair, the ice crystals flashing on her limbs, and the ice path she left behind as she walked were telling Lancer the scene he least wanted to see. Esteth? Lancer asked unconsciously, and the other party showed an elegant smile. That's right, it's me. Esteth was recruited by Honest? How was that possible? Could it be in exchange for an imperial armament? No, that was also impossible. Even if that was the case, after Esteth had the power to make a comeback, it was absolutely impossible for her to listen to the other party again. Rather than saying she obeyed Honest, it was more like she obeyed power. But just as Lancer was thinking about the cause and effect and had guessed most of the answer, Esteth suddenly clapped her hands, and then a group of people walked over carrying a palanquin, and Lancer's eyes narrowed immediately. Could it be Honest? Unfortunately, the result was not, because the person who came out of it was not Honest but Leon. Leon, whose hands were bound by ice cuffs, saw Lancer, and her first reaction was to rush over, but the ice surface under her feet instantly extended towards her and froze the lower half of her body, turning her into an ice sculpture. And Lancer's expression, which had been filled with shock and ecstasy, instantly became incredibly cold. Seeing the expression on Lancer's face, the smile on Esteth's face became more and more intense, and a strange blush appeared. This is great. This is absolutely great. I knew it. Ha ha ha. Then she did something that neither Lancer nor anyone else present could understand. She actually directly unfroze Leon and pushed her directly to Lancer. When Lancer hugged Leon, who was still carrying a cold aura, his face was full of disbelief, because he seemed unable to understand why the other party would do this. "Come on! Let me have a good fight. I declare here. If you lose, I won't kill you. I will torture that woman to death in front of everyone and then let you go. I want you to become stronger like me and come back to fight me." "You're crazy." "Crazy? Haha. If this is the price of power." Without any nonsense, she swung her right arm fiercely, and an ice pillar swept from Estetha's direction towards Lancer, and as it got closer to Lancer, the ice pillar also got bigger and bigger, until... bang! Under the scattered ice crystals, Lancer, with a serious face and a spear in his hand, started to move. In Lancer's opinion, Estetha was already crazy at this time. This was no longer the behavior of a simple obsessive. Moreover, he believed that the other party would definitely do what she said, so he had to win. Chapter 75, Chapter 1, Could it be that my luck has changed? When Lancer first arrived in the world of Tokyo Ghoul, he didn't care what had happened, but this time he saw it clearly. When he woke up from his hangover, he was in that static world. The surroundings were still the scene of the gathering hall, the only difference being that the gathering hall where he was had no one else, and he was like a transparent person who couldn't touch anything. And with the sound of the countdown, the familiar gathering hall gradually faded. No, it should be said that it was like a sand painting that was gradually filled with sand. As the countdown neared its end, the surrounding sand decreased again, and finally it turned into a scene that was completely unfamiliar to him. Although it was blurry and distorted, Lancer could tell that he was in a dense forest. Countdown ended, mission starts, main quest announced, survive in the plot world for 720 days. The main quest was as simple and concise as ever. Lancer couldn't even confirm where he was. But this time, he was not as frail as the first time. Wearing a dark red senator set and holding a green quinquina in his hand, Lancer cautiously observed his surroundings. After all, he had encountered a door kill the first time, so who knew if it would be the same this time? Unfortunately, he lurked cautiously for a long time but still didn't find any enemies. Could it be that my luck has changed? Whoosh whoosh! Lancer's bold idea hadn't finished when a familiar sound of plants rubbing against each other came from a distance. Although Lancer could understand his situation more accurately after having the status panel, the fact is that the status panel was helpless in some things, such as the survival skills taught by the three palicos in the MH world, and the keen intuition he developed while fighting those monsters with amazing stealth abilities in the wild. Based on the sound of the branches and leaves rubbing and the branches breaking, Lancer could deduce that a huge creature was constantly approaching. And as Lancer listened carefully, he seemed to hear human voices. Lancer, who was struggling with how to determine his location, decided to go and check it out first. As for what to do after checking? If possible, he would naturally go to help and get some information. If not, then he couldn't be blamed for watching the show. After all, he had just arrived at a new place, and he had to be cautious about everything. The senator set has an ordinary appearance and no special abilities, but when it comes to defense, it is the best among equipment of the same rank. Lancer, who was completely wrapped in armor, deliberately slowed down as he approached the target, and then directly climbed up a big tree. Then he took out electronic binoculars. That's right, it was one of the small tools Lancer had put in his box when he left the CCG. With the help of the electronic binoculars, he finally saw what was happening in the distance. Several huge monsters were running rampant, and under their destruction, a clearing was even cleared out in the distant forest. In the clearing, several adult men holding strange weapons and wearing armor were protecting something. Taking advantage of a moment when a man holding a great sword drove away a monster, Lancer finally saw the thing they were protecting. An unknown person wearing a hat. That's right, Lancer couldn't see anything clearly except that the other person was a human. But this couldn't be blamed on him. From top to bottom, he could only see the other person's clothes and the hat. But even so, Lancer couldn't help but feel a little excited. Could it be that his luck had really changed? Does that mean he finally had a chance to be a hero and save the beauty? But excitement aside, Lancer decided to first study the strength of those monsters. After all, he only wanted to show off, but didn't want to be beaten into a fool. After studying for several minutes, he still couldn't determine the world he was in. The only thing he could confirm was that the other party's weapons seemed to have strange abilities, such as being able to ignite themselves, or summoning wind blades. It seemed very powerful, but it had no iconic features. After all, as long as it was a magic world, then a magic swordsman would know these few tricks. Unfortunately, he still didn't know where he was, but he had a general understanding of the strength of those monsters. Based on the efficiency of destroying trees and the thickness of the trees, the destructive power of the crocodile-like monster was only similar to that of the Kong-Alala King. As for its defense, it was far worse. It clearly had a body covered in scales, but it was sliced to a bloody pulp by a wind blade that could only cut down a tree. Its defensive ability was also very ordinary. Its overall strength might be around D. It's just that because of its huge size, its health bar might be thicker, but as long as a vital spot can be hit in one blow, then it's a piece of junk. To sum it up, it's probably all for show. Since he had confirmed that there were no problems, he also decided to take action and save the beauty. At the same time, the group of people who were being attacked by several dangerous beasts was already a bit exhausted. Everyone, you have already done your best. The targets of those dangerous beasts are me. Instead of Your Majesty. Are you looking down on our Imperial Guards? General Budo order to us is to protect Your Majesty's safety with our lives. As long as we have a breath left, we will never let these beasts harm a single hair on you. Saying this, the guard also showed a smile that he thought was relaxing. And these beasts are a bit chaotic now. Without a doubt, General Budo should have already defeated the Taigu user who was controlling the dangerous beasts, and might even be rushing towards us. The man who was called Your Majesty was also relieved when he heard the other person's explanation. Although he didn't want these people to sacrifice themselves pointlessly, it would naturally be best if he could survive, so he simply stopped mentioning the matter of letting them leave first. Unfortunately, comfort was just comfort. No matter what they said, the attacks of those monsters didn't stop at all. In fact, when one of the monsters was beheaded by one of them, the monsters became even more violent. In fact, people like them who held Shingu were not afraid of ordinary dangerous beasts. Even dangerous beasts of this strength could be dealt with if they took some time, but the problem was that time was what they lacked the most. Once they split up to deal with these dangerous beasts, there would not be enough people to protect the person, which led them into their current awkward situation where they could only passively defend. But at this moment, crack crack! A strange sound of branches breaking suddenly came from a distance. Everyone's faces changed drastically. No matter how they looked at it, this wild sound didn't seem like it would be made by a human. After all, what normal person would hit trees for no reason? Just as they had managed to split two people to be on guard against the attacker from the east, they could already see the broken trees, and then... Pfft! Everyone only saw an afterimage, and then saw a bone-like long spear suddenly stab out from the dense forest. Then they saw a large hole burst open in the chest of the ape-like dangerous beast, which flew backward. Don't worry, because, hey! Lancer, who originally thought he could be a hero and save the beauty, had a blank look on his face. How could it be an uncle? Where was the princess I saw just now? Such a big princess! After noticing the uncle's attire, Lancer felt like there was a curse word he wanted to say. You're a grown man wearing so much and wrapping up your face. Even AXX men wouldn't wear something like that. Chapter 76, Chapter 2, Allow me to grant you the honor of becoming my trophies. Lancer's sudden attack startled the group of guards. But what Lancer didn't expect was that several of the guards actually temporarily turned their weapons on him. I wasn't angry even without a princess, but why are you guys ignoring the enemies in front of you and pointing your weapons at me? No matter what, I at least came to help, right? In reality, these guards didn't want to do this either, the situation forced them to. Today, the emperor had a sudden whim to take them out for a hunt. Since it was a hunt, there would naturally be no danger. Not only was General Budo personally serving as a guard, but there were also more than 300 imperial guards surrounding them. You have to know that the leaders of the imperial guards all held Shingu, so there should have been absolutely no problem. But who would have known that the dangerous beast the emperor was riding would suddenly go berserk? And when they finally managed to kill the emperor's mount, they found themselves surrounded by dangerous beasts. It was only after General Budo showed his might and killed most of the dangerous beasts in one blow that they were able to catch their breath. It was at this time that General Budo, based on the previous situation, came to a surprising conclusion. Both the mount losing control and the encirclement by dangerous beasts must have been manipulated by someone behind the scenes. Although it sounded a bit absurd, considering the existence of things like Taigu which were far beyond common sense, it was indeed possible. What's more, General Budo had never made a mistake in combat, so they chose to believe him. Then, after General Budo left the order to protect the emperor even if you die, he went to find the enemy who was manipulating the dangerous beasts. In the meantime, they had already killed more than a dozen attacking dangerous beasts, but they could clearly feel that the subsequent dangerous beasts were getting weaker, which was not unexpected, as the enemy had likely caught them on the spot. But in this dangerous situation, a person wearing armor and holding a lance suddenly appeared in the depths of the deserted forest. No matter how you looked at it, it was very strange, right? The fact that they didn't immediately attack was already because they were giving face to the fact that the other party had helped kill a dangerous beast earlier. However, this strange standoff didn't last long. After Lancer killed the ape-like creature, the controlled dangerous beasts had already regarded Lancer as an enemy, so before Lancer could even open his mouth to explain, the group of dangerous beasts attacked again. Alright, at this point, it was no longer a question of whether Lancer would ignore them because of their ingratitude. He was now completely involved, and it seemed that those guys wouldn't let him go even if he didn't help. It's just that these guys who had lost their ability to think due to being controlled by a Taigu had no idea what kind of enemy they had provoked. Anyway, they're just a bunch of walking points. I'll just treat it as a point grinding session. That's right. A certain person was already seeing them as mobile points. Lance. A weapon that is not uncommon, but one that most people know very little about. Generally speaking, knights on the battlefield use lances as their main weapon, and the very tip of the lance can actually be replaced. Generally, after the first charge, the lance will basically break. This is so that the weapon doesn't get stuck in the enemy's corpse, but don't think that the lance is no longer a threat at this time. The most terrifying thing about cavalry is the impact force of the mount. Even if the lance head is lost, being hit by the broken lance body is absolutely not a pleasant experience, and if you're unlucky enough to be knocked off your horse. Just think of the chaotic battlefield, you would probably be trampled into minced meat by friendly forces. This was undoubtedly the understanding of ordinary people, but Lancer changed their perception. Holding a lance with one hand and a shield with the other, Lancer showed them another way of fighting with a lance. Facing the charging dangerous beast, he held the dark red bone-like shield in front of him, leaned forward, and after blocking the opponent's attack, he suddenly thrust the originally level spear upwards. Amidst the wails of the dangerous beast, he quickly retracted the spear and continued to attack. Because they had Shingu, everyone present was confident in hunting the explosive bear dangerous beast that was attacking Lancer, but the problem was that even if they could deal with it, they generally wouldn't go head-on, as it wasn't worth it. But they didn't expect Lancer to perform a forced kill while holding a shield. In less than 1 minute, the explosive bear could only lie on the ground and pant due to excessive blood loss. Can you block that explosive bear's palm strike with your shield? Not likely. Could it be that that person is using a Shingu or a Taigu? Lancer, who had already put on his faceplate, had no idea about the discussion behind him. His attention was completely focused on the monsters that had surrounded him. He had already used a lance in actual combat in the previous MH world, but to be on the safe side, he only dealt with low-level monsters like Yinkutku. Now that he had finally encountered monsters that were a bit stronger than Yinkutku but only by a limited amount, he naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity to test his lance. It could be said that at this time, Lancer's entire attention was focused on the several dangerous beasts surrounding him, except for a portion of his attention that he left on the group of people behind him. I have to say, the previous world still had an impact on him. Compared to the life of an investigator who was constantly worried about being attacked by ghouls, the 3 days he spent in MH were simply paradise. When he had enough energy, he would go hunt monsters. When he was tired, he would just lie down and sleep. In the camp, the boisterous hunters would not only help with night watch but also often treat him to meat and wine. This kind of boisterous lifestyle had infected him in just a few days. Looking at the dangerous beasts around him at this moment, he even had a sense of heroism, as if he had returned to the MH world and was fighting those monsters again. Allow me to grant you the honor of becoming my trophies. Although Lancer had never quite understood what the so-called Lancer fate in his status bar was, there was no doubt that he was indeed different from ordinary people. When fighting the dangerous beasts, he didn't feel any fear due to the number of enemies. On the contrary, he felt a sense of boiling passion. It was only when he plunged his spear into the heart of the last dangerous beast that he took off his faceplate and let out a sharp breath. At the same time, his brain, which had been dominated by passion, gradually calmed down. Clap clap! And at this moment, an extremely abrupt sound of applause rang out from behind him. Looking at the surprised Lancer, the blonde middle-aged man who was clapping had no change in his expression. Not bad. Although it was just 2 simple words, it made everyone who knew his identity also show surprised expressions. Even the Emperor was looking at Lancer with a strange expression. Chapter 77, Chapter 3, The Outsider, Lancer. If Lancer was unable to determine the world he was in before, when he saw that middle-aged man, he got an answer: the world of Akame ga Kill. After all, there are many blonde men in the anime world, and many blonde men with cowlicks, but those with 2 cowlicks growing backward are extremely rare. Combined with the other person's almost iconic armor, the answer was practically obvious: General Budo. In the original world's initial setting, he was a strong contender for the title of strongest person. And Lancer had a deep impression of this world, and his evaluation was very simple: a world full of distortion. You know me. But at this moment, the other person's slightly hoarse voice appeared again. Well, I've seen your pictures. Lancer's voice was a bit nervous at this moment, but how could he not be nervous? Although the other person was eventually killed, that was the result of a joint effort of a bunch of main characters, and the other person's Taigu was terrifying enough to turn him into charcoal in an instant. It's just that Lancer didn't know that his current nervous appearance was not unexpected by the other party, and he even nodded silently in his heart. It seems that this person is indeed not part of that group of assassins. In fact, with Budo twisted loyalty to the Emperor, he could even kill innocent people for the others' safety. It was a good thing that according to his subordinates' reports, the other party had immediately started fighting the dangerous beasts as soon as he appeared. And Budo also saw some clues from Lancer fighting style before he decided to let Lancer off the hook. He had already seen that Lancer fighting style with the lance should be a skill specifically used to deal with dangerous beasts. There was no doubt that if the assassin who was a Taigu user and was manipulating dangerous beasts had a contingency plan, it was impossible for them to send someone like this. Combined with the fact that Lancer equipment seemed to be made from the bones and shells of a dangerous beast he had never seen before, he had a preliminary guess about Lancer identity: he should be from a small village with no contact with the outside world, and his profession should be a hunter. Lancer, who was completely bewildered at this moment, had no idea that his door kill was here, but he was well prepared and managed to get past it again. Just then, the ground shook. There was no doubt that the Imperial Guard army had arrived. Lancer, sitting in the carriage, seemed a bit reserved. Although he had already guessed the identity of the middle-aged man when he saw General Budo, he didn't expect it to actually be the previous emperor, who was almost like a background prop in the original script. Although he was a background prop, it could be seen from many places that this previous emperor was completely different from the little emperor. According to the little emperor himself, the other party was a wise emperor. Combined with the night raid members Nayenda, Bulat, and other former high and mid-level military commanders, and even the conscientious nobles who were assassinated by the Imperial Assassination Squad, the previous emperor was definitely a qualified emperor. If he went by the plot he knew, he should be able to do quite well, as he could avoid risks. But the problem was that looking at the middle-aged uncle in front of him, who had a bit messy hair but was very energetic, he felt that he might not even be able to wait for the plot to begin even after 2 years. "Mr. Lancer, you seem very nervous." At this moment, the emperor had no idea that his identity had been exposed. He had a good impression of Lancer. After all, the other person had helped him a lot with just a moment of passion. He only thought that the other person was nervous because he treated him as a regular noble. "Sorry, it's my first time riding in this kind of carriage. I usually ride in cars, and it's also my first time in the imperial capital." "Haha. There's nothing to be sorry about. You helped me a lot before, and you'll have plenty of opportunities to ride in them in the future." Saying this, the middle-aged uncle even winked at Lancer playfully. To be honest, Lancer knew his identity, so he felt very strange. But the other party seemed to enjoy this feeling of simply getting along with others without them knowing his identity. In fact, he knew. He proudly introduced the imperial capital to the other party. There was no doubt that he was singing praises of his ancestors and boasting about his own achievements, but he was also undoubtedly helping Lancer integrate into this world, and Lancer could get more information. The only thing that made him feel strange was that according to the other party, the imperial capital was not great, compared to a modern rule of law society for ordinary people, but it was at least not like the living hell that Lancer understood it to be. But a doubt was a doubt. He didn't voice any opinions. After all, even if he hated those things, only the living had the right to hate them. And the other party didn't mind Lancer's silence at all. He just thought that the other party was shocked by what he said. Finally, he ended his speech when the carriage stopped in front of the palace. But even so, he seemed to be a bit unsatisfied, as if he wanted to continue talking, but Lancer was secretly relieved. Although the other party's words were indeed information, there was too much subjective influence from the other party in this information. It was fine to listen to it, but listening to it too much was quite speechless. And as the carriage came to a steady stop, the carriage door was pulled open. Budo, with his head slightly lowered, showed no signs of his empire's strongest demeanor. "Your Majesty, we have arrived at the palace." The emperor, who was the first to get out of the carriage, couldn't help but show a satisfied smile as he looked at Lancer's surprised, feigned, expression behind him. Lancer felt that his luck was pretty good. Although he had accidentally saved this emperor once, he had not only had a lavish dinner. In fact, for people in this world, eating with the emperor was the happiest thing, but he could also sleep in a comfortable bed, and he even got a legal identity. That's right. After listening to Budo whispers, the emperor agreed with Budo's statement. He thought that Lancer was a commoner who lived in the deep mountains and didn't even have an identity record. He generously provided Lancer with an identity certificate and even generously allowed him to live in the guest room of the palace. It's just that Lancer didn't know that when he was resting with his weapon as a pillow, there was more than one pair of eyes watching him from the shadows. It was obvious that although his actions made the emperor very happy, it was impossible for him to be completely trusted by others with just that. His true test had only just begun. Chapter 78, Chapter 4, This is probably what a fool is, right? The morning sun was incredibly warm, and the emperor, sitting in his study, was dealing with the work that had accumulated because of yesterday's hunt. There was no doubt that for an emperor, he was too diligent. Even his wife advised him that there was no need to be like this, but he always replied with a smile, "It's all work that needs to be done anyway, so what's the difference between doing it sooner or later?" It could be said that it wasn't an overstatement to call such a man the empire's wise king. And at this moment, there was a man kneeling on one knee in front of his desk. Of course, before this wise king had repeatedly asked the other party not to kneel on one knee, but the other party refused on the grounds that it's not according to the rules. Now, he no longer said anything, as it was completely meaningless. "Your Majesty, the people who were in charge of surveillance last night have returned." "Oh, they've returned? What did they observe?" "According to their observations, the other party is very cautious. Even when sleeping, he will be startled awake by the slightest sound of wind or grass. And the other party's weapon is never out of his reach. In fact, because he discovered several clues, the other party didn't even sleep in the latter half of the night and was on high alert. Later, when my subordinates found that the other party had already woken up, they didn't disturb him anymore." Budo words brought a strange smile to the face of the emperor, who was holding a pen. What was the other party on guard against in the palace? Was there even a need to ask? Of course, he was on guard against him, or rather, his subordinates. What else could he do but smile about this? If he really wanted to make a move on the other party, could the other party even stand up to Budo? Then, combining today's information, what do you think of the other party? Is he a threat? Yes. After all, even without a Taigu or a Shingu, his combat power is in no way inferior to that of my subordinates. I suggest keeping one surveillance person to be in charge of tracking and monitoring him." "All right, I'll listen to you." For him personally, he was indeed very grateful for the other party's help yesterday, but as an emperor, it was impossible for him to do everything as he pleased. For example, investigating the other party's situation and judging whether the other party was a threat. After all, he wasn't living for himself alone. However, as he nodded, he suddenly thought of something. "Budo, what do you think about letting that Lancer join the Imperial Guards? His strength has been recognized by you, and if he's in the Imperial Guards, wouldn't you be able to monitor him better?" Because of Lancer actions, he really wanted to give Lancer some reward, but giving him money was too vulgar. Maybe joining the Imperial Guards was a good reward? After all, for an ordinary person who had just left a village, this was indeed a high-paying and not-so-dangerous job, he thought. "Your Majesty's great kindness." There was no doubt that in Budo's eyes, for an ordinary person to be able to join the Imperial Guards in one step was definitely a sign of the Emperor's favor. But what Budo didn't expect was that when he told Lancer about the Emperor's gift, the other party actually hesitated. How could Lancer not hesitate? He still didn't know what his situation was. After all, he didn't have a good impression of the Empire. The nobles were causing trouble, the little Emperor was just a puppet, the entire imperial ethics had collapsed, and the imperial capital was a living hell where people ate people. Of course, saying this doesn't mean that Lancer had a good impression of the Revolutionary Army. Lancer was not happy with the entire world of Akhamgakil, as they actively brought foreign races into the empire. He only persevered in watching it to see how the minister would die. After all, from beginning to end, he had been feeling frustrated for several years. The same was true for Jaiko. At first, he felt very upset about the girls dying, and later on, he simply felt frustrated, as the entire world was full of malice. Budo didn't really care about Lancer's response of "Can I think about it for a bit," and just nodded. After all, aside from his crazy loyalty to the royal family, he was actually just a relatively serious person. From that day on, Lancer began to tour the entire imperial capital. There was no doubt that this behavior was very suspicious. Even Budo began to doubt his previous deduction again. Is this guy a spy sent by another region? But upon careful thought, the places the other party went were all ordinary places. If he really was a spy who was planted, he wouldn't do something so obviously suspicious as wandering around, especially to ordinary places. In the end, he could only come to one conclusion: because the other party had never seen anything before, his curiosity was quite strong. Lancer didn't know what he had become in the eyes of others for the time being, but even if he did, he wouldn't care. He was just genuinely curious about one thing right now. Although the slum areas of the imperial capital were equally chaotic, the normal residential areas were very normal. At least, Lancer didn't see any nobles causing trouble, and ordinary people were living their ordinary lives. Could it be that before that minister came to power, the imperial capital wasn't in that state of a living hell? Lancer needed to stay in this world for 2 years. The simplest way was to find a deep mountain and lie low, and occasionally kill some dangerous beasts. In that case, 2 years would be no different from a vacation. Of course, the price was that he probably wouldn't get any good stuff. But when he thought that this seemingly normal city would completely turn into a living hell in an unknown number of years, he felt a sense of disgust from the bottom of his heart. He wasn't a saint. He didn't have the noble sentiment of sacrificing himself for others. He was just an ordinary person, so he couldn't give up on something that was within his power to do. I just simply hope to earn more points. As long as I change the course of the world, I'll be able to get a lot of points. If it doesn't work out, I can still run away. Perhaps because he couldn't convince himself to get involved in a vortex because of others, a certain person simply used benefits to convince himself. This is probably what a fool is, right? After convincing himself, a certain fool also appeared in front of a certain man. Please allow me to join the Imperial Guards. For most people, Lancer joining the Imperial Guards was just a small matter. After all, the Imperial Guards sounded good as the Emperor's direct army, but in reality, because of General Budo ancestral rule that the army is not allowed to interfere in domestic politics, the Imperial Guards did not have real power. Generally speaking, any noble with a bit of hope would not send their heir to the Imperial Guards. Going there meant a complete farewell to a political future. So ordinary people wouldn't pay attention to this matter, and even those with ulterior motives wouldn't care about a country bumpkin from the countryside. But in reality, with the other party's entry, history had already begun to change. This subtle change would eventually turn into a monstrous wave that would completely change the future. Chapter 79, Chapter 5, I feel like what was said makes a lot of sense. Although the Emperor allowed Lancer to continue staying in the guest room of the palace, Lancer actually moved from the palace to the barracks after he decided to join the Imperial Guards. Although the Emperor tried to make him stay many times during this period, Lancer politely declined. After all, a person with a normal brain would not take someone else's gratitude as a command token. You have to know that no matter how much gratitude there is, it will fade with time. Instead of keeping this meaningless gift, it's better to use it to get another wave of favorability. Lancer didn't know if he had achieved his goal, but he knew that his choice must be correct. On the other hand, Lancer originally thought that joining the Imperial Guards would be more troublesome. After all, it was said that everyone in the Imperial Guards either was promoted from the lower ranks of the army or was a famous expert who was directly recruited. Someone like Lancer, who had no reputation and was directly parachuted in, would probably be disliked, but that was not the case. The news of Lancer killing several dangerous beasts alone without using a Taigu or Shingu had already spread throughout the Imperial Guards through the mouths of the several Imperial Guard captains who were in charge of protecting the Emperor. And there was no doubt that in the army, as long as you are not the kind of person with an annoying personality, strength will earn you respect. So, when Lancer joined the Imperial Guards, he did not face any difficulties from anyone. It could be said to be extremely smooth. Time passed, and it had been almost a month since Lancer joined the Imperial Guards. At this moment, Budo was standing outside the training ground, his hands crossed over his chest, looking at the people below with a serious expression. No one knew what he was thinking. But his gaze would occasionally sweep over Lancer position, as Lancer was simply too ordinary at this time. That's right, just ordinary. The standard equipment for the Imperial Guards was a lance, a sword and shield, or a bow and arrow. There was no doubt that Lancer had joined the Lance Squad, but during the initial drills, Lancer was simply too conspicuous. In a neat formation, a discordant element always attracts everyone's attention. It's not that Lancer's strength was poor, it was just that he had never joined an army and didn't understand military formations. This resulted in him being unable to cooperate with others. Even if Lancer movements were very standard, they gave off a sense of disharmony. For this, Budo had specifically sought out Lancer. There was no doubt that Lancer's strength was definitely not inferior to that of those squad leaders, or even company commanders, but if he hadn't gone through the rigorous training of the army, it was impossible for him to promote the other party. This was his rule. So he gave Lancer a requirement: as long as you can integrate into this army, I will allow you to be promoted. After all, he also knew that it was a waste for Lancer to be a regular soldier, but he originally thought that Lancer would need to spend more time. But he didn't expect that in just half a month, he had gradually integrated into the Imperial Guards. Why was this? It's simple. Because at first, Lancer had a sense of resistance toward the so-called Imperial Guards. After all, who said Night Raid was the protagonist? But after a period of contact, Lancer discovered that the so-called Imperial Guards were just a group of ordinary people. They had no political leanings at all, they were just fanatical fans of General Budo. That's right, just like General Budo crazy loyalty, the soldiers of the Imperial Guards also had a strange fanaticism for General Budo. In Lancer words, they were a group of people with no opinions of their own. Maybe in the future, they would become executioners, but at least for now, they were just a group of ordinary soldiers who maintained the peace of the Empire. So, what was there to resist? Once he got past that mental hurdle, with Lancer talent for the spear as a weapon, it was still very simple to integrate into the basic spear formation. In the end, Lancer was promoted to a squad leader of the Imperial Guards without a doubt. Although the Imperial Guards were more strictly managed than other armies because of General Budo, Budo, despite being strict, was not without humanity. He was fair in his rewards and punishments for his subordinates and naturally understood the importance of balancing work and rest. So, the soldiers of the Imperial Guards had a long vacation. And Lancer and the other captains could naturally leave their station under reasonable circumstances, such as going for a drink tonight to celebrate Lancer promotion. Lancer had participated in many such social banquets before in the CCG, and he naturally wouldn't refuse. No matter what, he had to blend in with the Imperial Guards for a while. However, when the topic of what to do after drinking came up, the group of people around Lancer suddenly showed strange expressions. I know a new place. There's a discount recently, and they have all new merchandise. Tisk, what's the point of new merchandise? They don't know anything. What can you do besides wasting physical strength? You also have to be careful. Humph. Do you think everyone is like you? Never mind, go find your old flame. Lieutenant Lancer, what do you think? What do I think? I'll stand here and think. You're asking me, but how should I know? If Lancer didn't understand at first, then as they continued talking, he knew what the group of middle-aged men around him, who were on average 5 or 6 years older than him, were talking about. Ahem, sorry, I don't really know much about that. As soon as Lancer finished speaking, a person who was about the same age as Lancer eyes immediately lit up. I didn't expect Brother Lancer to still be a virgin. It's okay, I'll treat you to celebrate. That's not really appropriate, is it? As a good young man who grew up in the new century, Lancer naturally opposed such things, but as the saying goes, the mouth says no but the body is honest. Although he said no, he didn't push away the hand that was on his shoulder. The people around them naturally didn't call out Lancer Tsundere behavior. Instead, they all showed strange expressions as they looked at him, but even so, they still laughed and led Lancer out of the barracks and toward the slums. However, during this time, there was a disagreement about which store to take Lancer to. The older captain thought he should take Lancer to the store he frequented. According to him, whether it's a man's or a woman's first time, it should be with an experienced person. As for the other person's view, it was the girls in the store are all trained, so the difference won't be too big. A young man naturally needs to be enterprising and explore a world that belongs to himself. Although the latter's words seemed more provocative, Lancer always felt that the expression on this guy's face when he spoke was simply too lewd. And then, Lancer didn't know why, but he felt that what the other person said seemed to make a lot of sense. Chapter 80, Chapter 6, The Cruel Reality That Is Impossible to Refute. Lancer swore that he would definitely take off his Great Mage Reserve hat today. There was no doubt that Lancer was acting a bit differently than usual because he was a bit excited, which made the people with him couldn't help but sigh. Even a man who doesn't talk much on a daily basis is still a man at heart. However, the route they took was a bit strange, as they didn't go toward the pleasure district that Lancer knew about. As for why Lancer knew the route of the so-called pleasure district? Ahem, that's a small matter. In short, Lancer felt that the route was wrong. Where are we going? Aren't we going to? Although Lancer's words were incomplete, the meaning was very obvious, but the colleague who was treating him shook his head with a strange smile. Lancer, you've just arrived in the Imperial capital, so you might not know, but while the Pleasure District has the most foot traffic in the Imperial capital, in reality, tisk the people who go there are either the rich nobles or merchants, or ordinary people with no money. And while the places where the rich people go are in the Pleasure District, in reality, ordinary people don't even have the right to enter those places. As for the ordinary places, I don't need to explain, do I? Then what about people like you, us? That's naturally the place I'm going to take you to. Although it doesn't have a business license, it's a semi-public place. After saying that, the other party stopped talking and quickened his pace. Lancer also stopped asking and followed the other party's footsteps. Then, the group arrived in front of a complex of buildings. Where is this? Lancer had guessed that they would either go to a place full of pink lights and an ambiguous atmosphere, or a very secret area, but he didn't expect to come to a place that looked like a villa area. This place? The home of a slave merchant who just came to the imperial capital from the east to do business. All right, let's not waste time, let's go. After saying that, the other party took the lead and walked toward the main gate. After saying a few words to the person at the gate was opened, and the group walked in. Mr. Lieutenant, welcome. A middle-aged man with a mustache had already come out to greet them before the group even reached the building. It had to be said that the other party, both in appearance and in the way he spoke, didn't really look like a slave merchant. Instead, he gave off the impression of a gentleman. What's wrong? No, it's just a slave merchant. Is a slave merchant strange? Have you not seen one, Lancer? The other person's matter-of-fact expression made Lancer not know what to say for a moment. There was no doubt that even in modern times, this kind of profession wouldn't completely disappear, because there would always be darkness growing in places that people couldn't see. But there was no doubt that even if it existed, it was rejected by ordinary people. But at this moment, the other person's matter-of-fact expression made Lancer feel for the first time that he was out of place in this world. But the other party seemed to have no idea that Lancer would think so much. He just patted Lancer's shoulder, signaling him not to be nervous. In the Empire, slave merchants are completely legal. As long as you can apply for a business license for a slave merchant, there's no problem. Every year, the Empire spends a huge amount of money to defend against the invasion of foreign races and the friction with smaller countries. Of course, the salaries of us ordinary soldiers also cost a lot. Those people from foreign races who are captured are uniformly sold to slave merchants at the border, and then they sell them to various places across the country. Listening to the other person's explanation, Lancer even felt that the other person was not talking about living people but items. This absurd feeling swelled to an undeniable level after entering the building and seeing countless people in tattered clothes with chains locked around their necks. "You're not sympathizing with these guys, are you?" Although Lancer didn't say anything, his silence could be said to be an answer to some extent. "Lieutenant Lancer, it seems you still don't really understand the current situation of the Empire. These dregs from foreign races are not worth your sympathy. Do you know what they do after they break through our villages? Do you know what happens to our people after they are captured? You." But just as he was speaking, the person who had been talking to the slave merchant earlier had already returned. He grabbed the middle-aged man's hand and stopped him from continuing to speak. "Brother Quesser, what you're saying is a bit harsh. Lieutenant Lancer has just joined the army, after all. And Brother Lancer, don't be angry with Brother Quesser. He was transferred from the Eastern Army. At the border, he participated in several battles with foreign races, including carrying out missions deep in their territory. He has seen many things that we haven't. Never mind, let's not talk about this. After all, we're here to have fun tonight." While saying this, he pulled Lancer to a row of iron cages. "Boss, you don't need to accompany us. We'll pick them ourselves, but this is my friend's first time here. Can you introduce them to him?" After saying that, he walked to the side, and the others did the same, leaving only Lancer and the slave merchant standing together. "Sir, my apologies, I didn't introduce myself until now. I am the owner of this slave merchant guild Nubr. Please allow me to introduce my merchandise to you." The other party's incredibly calm and even slightly proud tone made Lancer not know what to say for a moment. The other party's demeanor was like that of a pet store owner introducing pets to him. "I heard from Mr. Lieutenant that this must be your first time in a place like ours, sir." "That's right." Because of his complex emotions, Lancer's voice was a bit dry at this time, but the other party didn't seem to notice and continued to talk to him politely but respectfully. "I have met guests like you before, sir. What do you guess I usually say to persuade them?" "I don't know. Although it may not be good for me to say this, for these slaves, being bought may actually be a good outcome. The largest supply we have here are usually strong men and beautiful women. If they can be bought by a caring owner, it would undoubtedly be a good thing for them." The other party didn't explain the situation of the slaves to him, and he didn't even argue about his own actions. The other party was just simply stating a fact, and it was this cruel reality that made it impossible to refute. Chapter 81, Chapter 7, Dispatch and Attack. If Lancer had been full of enthusiasm before coming here, then after he truly started shopping, he fell into a state of silence because of his completely different worldview from this world. People in this world generally do not find slavery strange. The only reason they show some resistance is that the condition of these slaves looks bad. The high-quality merchandise was fine, but some of the regular merchandise was barely clothed. And generally, the people who come here are at least from well-to-do families. It's inevitable that people who have never seen such a sight would be shocked, but Lancer was different. He was simply disgusted by all of it. But after the initial anger, he showed a wry smile. What was the point of his disgust? Not to mention whether he had the ability to change slavery, he had to know that even in his own era, these things were not completely eliminated. He was just turning a blind eye to avoid seeing it. In the end, because he had lost all interest, he said goodbye to the others and left. Feeling annoyed, he chose to return directly to the Imperial Guard's station. Although he wanted to drink to drown his sorrows, drinking was not allowed inside the military camp, and he was also relatively afraid of death, so this idea eventually came to nothing. On the other side, Lancer didn't know that after he left the slave merchant guild, the several companions who had gone to have fun with him also returned to the barracks shortly after him. When they told Budo everything that had happened that day, the other party just nodded and didn't express any opinion. Given Lancer's strength, he shouldn't have received so much attention from Budo, but to this day, Budo still hasn't fully trusted Lancer, so tonight's treat was actually a test. The result he got in the end was still satisfactory. It seemed that the other party was not a foreign race. However, the sympathy the other party showed also made Budo very unhappy. In his opinion, no matter how strong a person's individual strength is, having excessive sympathy for the enemy is completely meaningless. When Lancer was woken up by a messenger and asked to go to Budo office the next day, he was completely bewildered. Logically speaking, soldiers who went to prostitute would get into trouble, but why was he being called for a talk even though he didn't go to prostitute? According to custom, our imperial guards generally send soldiers to various border troops for short-term training. I plan to send you to the Western Army. What do you think? What do I think? What else could he think? Although it sounded like a question, it didn't seem like one no matter how you looked at it. I will obey all arrangements. Very good. Here is your letter of introduction. Looking at the other party skillfully taking out a letter from his desk, the corner of Lancer's mouth twitched twice. Although he didn't dare to resist and couldn't resist, you're telling me you didn't prepare this in advance? Of course, Lancer was mistaken about Budo here. Sending people from the Imperial Guards to the Border Army for short-term training was indeed one of the routine trainings of the Imperial Guards, and these letters of introduction were all prepared in advance. However, the meaning of him sending Lancer to the Border Army was very obvious. In his opinion, although Lancer's strength was not bad, he had lived in the countryside and was ill-informed, which led to him not understanding the relationship between the Empire and those foreign races. So, he decided to let Lancer intern at the border. He believed that any patriotic imperial person would not turn a blind eye to the actions of the foreign races. On the other side, after getting the letter of introduction, Lancer went straight to the imperial capital's post station. He had no attachment to the imperial capital at all. After all, it made no difference to him where he was, everywhere was just another world. At the post station, Lancer directly found the army's transport and supply vehicle. After greeting the other party, he got on the vehicle. Along the way, he was looking forward to a bandit robbery or hero saving the beauty plot, but after following the convoy for several days, there was no reaction at all. Later, one night while drinking by the bonfire, Lancer asked his question. The several soldiers in charge of protecting the supply team looked at each other and then burst out laughing. Haha, Mr. Lancer, you really like to joke. There are local army patrols on the main road on a regular basis to maintain public order. Even if there are bandits, they only dare to rob ordinary merchant caravans. When they see our military flag, they've long since hidden somewhere. The last time a transport convoy was attacked was several years ago, and the attackers were a group of foreign defeated troops who had fled to the Empire from the border. We're still a bit far from the border, so it's very safe, just relax and rest. Although what the other party said was well-founded, Lancer always felt that something was wrong. That night, Lancer had always felt that his intuition was pretty accurate, especially for bad things. When he used to play on his phone in class, he would often suddenly feel a chill down his spine and then put his phone away in his sleeve, and then the homeroom teacher/dean of students/principal would walk past the window. Another example was in the world of Tokyo Ghoul, where he often felt that he was being spied on, and without a doubt, he would be attacked by ghouls afterward. After what the other party said tonight, he had always felt that something was wrong. Although what the other party said was well-founded, he always felt that something was being ignored. But just as he was dozing off on the grain cart, he suddenly opened his eyes. He finally knew what the other party had ignored. The Revolutionary Army. Although in the original work, the Revolutionary Army's slogan was always overthrow the corrupt imperial rule. But there was no doubt that their first appearance seemed to be not during the period when the minister was in power, but much earlier. At least during this period, the empire had not completely rotted. If they were the Revolutionary Army later, then now they were simply a rebel army. Lancer grabbed the lance next to him and jumped directly off the grain cart. Then he saw a group of people wearing black night suits walking sneakily from outside the camp. Both the other party and Lancer were stunned. It was clear that the other party hadn't expected to meet Lancer, and Lancer also hadn't expected to really encounter an attack. After the two sides looked at each other, Lancer didn't hesitate to give the lance a shake, and the folded lance instantly returned to its original form. The other party, on the other hand, took out a whistle. Chirp! Along with the sharp short whistle, several more black-clad figures rushed out from the shadows. Looking at their blood-stained short swords, Lancer could probably guess the situation of the others. But perhaps because Lancer came out earlier, as the group of black-clad figures appeared, some of the Imperial Guard soldiers also rushed out of their tents in disarray. Most of them were completely bewildered, and it was clear that they hadn't expected to be attacked. However, when the pungent smell of rust entered their minds, they all sobered up. Enemy attack. These two words appeared in everyone's minds almost at the same time. Chapter 82, Chapter 8, The Second Acquaintance. Lancer himself quite liked the dark red and white combination of the Senator set, but after joining the Imperial Guards, his equipment was repainted. After all, at that time, Lancer was just a newcomer, and allowing him to use his own armor was a special favor. However, at this time, the armor that was originally painted silver-white was once again stained red. "Who are you people? Speak." "Executioner, S. May you die a horrible death." Facing Lancer interrogation, the black-clad man he was choking let out a low curse before his eyes rolled back and he completely lost his breath. It was only then that Lancer remembered something and pulled off the other party's mask, revealing a trickle of black blood. There was no doubt that the other party had just taken a potent poison. Although Lancer combat ability was indeed good, as Budo said, he was still too young and lacked experience in many things. As the attacker in Lancer hands committed suicide, this extremely abrupt battle also ended, but everyone present didn't feel the slightest bit of joy. Half of the guards were killed in their sleep, and the night watchmen were eliminated at the very beginning. Even the remaining people suffered several casualties in the fierce battle just now, and most of the remaining people were also seriously injured. This was all because Lancer was there. If he hadn't been there, the people who had already lost their vigilance would have all had their heads taken off in their sleep. In addition to the casualties, a portion of the supply materials was also destroyed, especially the food. Who knows if these foods were poisoned? It would be abandoned without a doubt. In the end, after a discussion, they first hastily buried everyone, and then they took the undamaged transport vehicles to their destination. Although Lancer had also suggested that he go to the nearby noble territory to report the news, everyone else said that he didn't need to work so hard. Being attacked this time scared them half to death. Who knows if they would encounter another attack after Lancer left? It was not surprising that most of the people here would either retire or apply to be transferred to other units afterward. In the next few days, the group rushed toward the Western Border Army's station day and night. What was originally a journey of at least 3 days was completed in just over a day. There was no doubt that this transport mission had failed, but because more than half of the personnel were lost, the people of the Border Army were embarrassed to be overly critical. Of course, an investigation was inevitable, but strangely, when the Border Army arrived at the scene of the incident, the bodies of the attackers had disappeared. Even the several bodies of the attackers that were brought back did not provide any useful clues. But what Lancer didn't expect was that this incident was finally classified as being done by foreign races. What? When Lancer heard this conclusion, he was completely bewildered. Foreign races? Do foreign races look like that? But then, he and the others were given a gag order. However, considering that Lancer was from the Imperial Guards, the officer in charge of the communication said one more thing to Lancer. "You'll know why tomorrow." And when the public speech was given the next day, he finally understood what the other party meant yesterday. Just yesterday. More than 20 of our brothers sacrificed their lives at the hands of that group of inhuman barbarians. The supplies that were supposed to be allocated today will probably take a month to gather. I hereby order. Everyone, take 3 days of supplies. Our target the Western Desert. Oh. Looking at the frenzied soldiers around him, Lancer had a misconception, as if they were not going to the battlefield but to a carnival. But after the frenzied atmosphere ended, the officer who had found him yesterday and told him about the gag order found him again. However, this time it was not as perfunctory as before, because the commander of the Western Border Army planned to meet him. Lancer naturally wouldn't refuse. "My apologies, Lieutenant Lancer. I haven't had time to meet you because of the attack on the supply team yesterday." "No, General, you are too kind. Military affairs are more important." Although the other party was very polite, Lancer was not a fool. If someone is polite to you, do you not have to be polite back? People like that would definitely be ostracized in social interactions, and the general just nodded and didn't continue to dwell on the matter. "General Budo letter has been confirmed, but I would still like to confirm your thoughts." "My thoughts?" "That's right, your thoughts. Generally speaking, the talents who come here for short-term training are those who have directly joined the Imperial Guards. They have come to make up for not having gone through the trials of the lower-level army. Generally, there are 2 routes to choose from. The first is to join a unit that I will assign, and the other is to be a special operations unit. The first one is safe, while the second one will be detached from the main force and is also more dangerous. Which one do you plan to choose?" If Lancer was planning to develop along the path of a general, then he should have chosen the first one. After all, what kind of general would he be if he didn't even have command experience? But the problem was that Lancer would leave after 2 years. Compared to command ability, he was more concerned about his own personal strength. "I choose the second one." "Good. Go report to my deputy later." Lancer didn't expect that the first plot character he would meet in this world would be General Budo, and he also didn't expect that the second one would be Liver. However, unlike the handsome uncle in a black combat suit from Lancer memory, this person's hair was still mainly black at this time, and he had not grown a beard. If it weren't for the fact that killing Bullet had left a deep impression on Lancer, he would have had no way of remembering the other party's identity just by hearing the name. "Is there anything, Lieutenant Lancer?" "No. Nothing." "That's good. Now, let me introduce your teammates for this time. I hope we can work well together." "Yes." Although Liver looked to be only around 30 years old at this time, his meticulousness hadn't changed at all. Even the distance of each step he took when walking seemed to have been strictly calculated. However, although he was serious, he was relatively lenient toward others, so he wasn't annoying at all. Instead, he gave off a feeling of being reliable and unconsciously created a sense of trust. And so, Lancer life in the Western Border Army began. Chapter 83, Chapter 9, There are always people who think they are lucky. Although it was temporary to join the Western Border Army, he actually just slept and went out with Liver early the next morning. However, the only thing that made Lancer strange was that there didn't seem to be a Taigu user in the team. It was just that considering his identity, he didn't ask, but when they were about to set off, an extremely awkward situation occurred. "You don't know how to ride a horse?" Although Liver expression didn't change at all, Lancer was almost certain that the other party was feeling very helpless at this moment. "Never mind. You can ride a horse with me. Anyway, it's impossible for us to ride horses once we truly enter the desert area. Speaking of which, it was strange. Normally, you should ride camels to enter the desert, but he didn't know if it was because the imperial military horses were a mix of dangerous beasts, but they generally rode horses. For this conquest of the western foreign races, a total of 5,000 soldiers were dispatched, while Lancer Special Operations Unit only had a little over 10 people, so their mission was not easy. They needed to first confirm whether the next target had moved based on the map. After all, they only brought 3 days' worth of food and water this time. It would be fine if they got the wrong target once, but if they kept making mistakes, this operation would probably have to be cancelled early. The group set off in the morning, and when Liver and Lancer arrived at the outermost outpost of the Empire in the west, it was already noon. Lancer, who was sweating profusely, sat inside the outpost and looked at the dazzling sun. For the first time, he regretted not making a sand dragon set. Although he could directly buy a bottle of ice drink from the supply system to stay cool for at least 4 hours, he had to give up this tempting idea to make himself look more ordinary. "Captain Liver, where are we going next?" Although Lancer had asked the other party before setting off, Liver had brushed him off with "It's a military secret, we'll talk about it after we set off." However, what made Lancer strange was why no one else asked. Was it because it wasn't their first time doing this, so they already knew? The answer was actually very simple. Unlike Lancer, who was a halfway monk, as professional soldiers, they were very clear about the reality that they only needed to carry out missions and not know why, so they never asked too many questions. "Well, our mission this time is to confirm whether the small oases on the outskirts of the desert have changed. After we confirm that, we'll try to enter the desert and destroy the large oases. That's pretty much it." After saying that, Liver looked at the bewildered Lancer, who didn't understand at all, and sighed helplessly. Although according to his superior, this newcomer had good strength, he lacked common sense because he had never served in the army. But he didn't expect him to lack so much. "The war between us and the foreign races has been going on since the birth of the Empire. Although our ancestors drove those foreign races into barren lands like the desert beneath our feet, those guys seem to have a particularly tenacious vitality. They managed to multiply again when we weren't paying attention. In these hundreds of years, our ancestors have tried countless times to completely solve these pests, but unfortunately, these guys have already unknowingly taken root in the desert, and it's impossible to completely eliminate them. So, later, a general invented a method." Saying this, Lancer wasn't sure if it was his imagination, but he felt that the temperature inside the outpost suddenly dropped. "If we send a large army for an extermination-style massacre, then those foreign races will unite. Even if we can kill many of them in the end, we still won't be able to completely clear them out because we can't go deep into the desert. On the contrary, maybe in 10, or even 20 years, the other party will launch a counterattack, and countless imperial citizens will be slaughtered and plundered. Since that's the case, how about we don't use exterminating the foreign races as our strategic goal?" That general proposed this idea, and he also acted on it. The main target is the large settlements deep in the desert, while the small settlements near the fortress are swept every few years, and they generally don't get rid of all of them. They will leave 1 or 2 settlements, so that whenever a small settlement is swept, there will always be some foreign races living deep in the desert who will move to the outside. Liver spoke with almost no emotion, but it was even more bizarre. After all, the other party's tone seemed to not regard the foreign races as human beings at all. However, Lancer still had a question. "Don't tell me that no one among those foreign races figured it out." "Hee, how could that be? But there are always people who think they are lucky. Maybe they won't be cleared out? And for them, instead of fighting to the death to attack the fortress or the surrounding villages, it's better to take a gamble and stay there. After all, what if they survive?" Liver's sarcastic voice made Lancer not know what to say for a moment. After all, he wasn't an imperial person, and he couldn't understand the ordinary imperial people's disregard for the lives of foreign races and the hatred the people in the army had for foreign races. But he never argued with others. After all, as he said before, he didn't understand anything, so he had no right to argue, just like how he couldn't stop Mato Kurio from hunting ghouls. The only thing he could do was not do it himself. After all, he was just an ordinary person. To be honest, the work that followed was very boring. The group of people wore camouflage suits and ran continuously through the desert, stopping at a distance from the oasis and then confirming whether there were any settlements near the oasis. During this time, Lancer's job was to be in charge of the innermost circle of vigilance. He didn't know if it was because they thought his weapon was too big and not suitable for covert operations, or if they thought that as a newcomer, he needed to observe more than work. Until one night. We have checked all the locations marked on the map. Next, we will go deeper into the desert. Liver's always serious voice sounded a bit hoarse at this time, but no one else responded. Even Lancer didn't speak. After all, it was meaningless for him to speak. This was also because for the past half a month, he had been following Liver's request to try not to speak. It could be said that even when performing missions, everyone almost communicated with sign language. Lancer even felt that if he opened his mouth after not speaking for so long, he might not be able to control his own voice. However, Liver's words did make him a little excited. This damn boring life is finally over. Every day, all he saw was sand, and he was almost going crazy. But compared to the somewhat excited Lancer, the expressions of the others became serious, because they knew that the most dangerous time had arrived. Normally, if there were any casualties, it would be at this time. But at the same time, they were also filled with a surge of passion, because if they could really destroy the undocumented foreign race stronghold deep in the desert, then their future of promotion and salary increase was almost predictable. This was a gamble, and while it was dangerous, it was also full of opportunities. Chapter 84, Chapter 10, Release. The map of the desert's periphery had long been compiled into a book by Imperial scouts after hundreds of years of exploration. This made the soldiers performing special missions even more familiar with their surroundings than the locals. But if they were to go deeper, the difficulty would increase exponentially. That place was a completely foreign world to the Imperial people. It could be said that even Liver, the team leader, didn't have absolute confidence in finding the destination, but because of Lancer, their luck seemed to be good. "Captain, are we really going? That large stronghold has at least several thousand people. We only have a little over 10 people. Even if they stood there and let us kill them, we wouldn't be able to finish. Once we're surrounded." Although it was a mission, Liver, as a deputy general, had extremely high authority. This operation was also under his full command. If he felt that it was impossible, they could still choose to retreat or find the next settlement, but since we've seen it, it's impossible for us to just leave. We have to at least sneak in and investigate. Liver ultimately rejected his subordinate's suggestion, and after hearing Liver answer, the other party could do nothing but sigh. But after the sigh ended, his expression became serious again. Since it was unavoidable, there was no room for hesitation. "All right, since everyone has no objections, I'll assign the tasks. Lancer, this is your first time on a mission like this. You're in charge of the outer perimeter. Quesser, Tully, and Hessler, you three are also in charge of the outer perimeter. If needed, we'll send a signal for you to come and assist. If not, you will retreat according to the original plan and hand over the information here to the general." "Yes." Liver's words undoubtedly gave the others a get-out-of-jail-free card. If necessary, they could completely abandon the others, but this was also a last resort. Their numbers were too small, and if they were to be surrounded, probably not a single one of them would be able to escape. The team of a little over 10 people was divided into 3 groups. Lancer and his team were in charge of the outermost perimeter and also the rendezvous. Liver personally led the 2 strongest people into the core area to try and assassinate the person in control here. Based on their understanding of these savage foreign races, as soon as the person in control died, the place would definitely fall into a civil war. As for the last group, they were in charge of investigating the water source and setting up traps in the city to buy time for a retreat if necessary. Watching the other 9 people leave their sight, Hessler, who was standing beside Lancer, patted Lancer's shoulder. "Don't look. Let's finish our mission first." "Our mission? What is it?" "You'll find out later." In Lancer memory, Hessler was a big, bronze-skinned man who was silent but very friendly, but the other party's somber expression at this time made Lancer feel as if he had become a different person. When Lancer followed the 3 of them to a place that looked like a temporary shanty town, he was completely stunned. Although he hadn't gotten a close look at the foreign race settlements before, Lancer had seen them. The houses they lived in weren't luxurious, but they were definitely sturdy. After all, houses that weren't sturdy in the desert would have already been weathered away. But what about this place? It gave off the feeling of being ruins rather than a residential area. There were rubble everywhere, and only a few houses were brightly lit. Led by the 3 of them, Lancer walked into the rubble, but when he saw the things in front of him, his eyes widened. What is this?" Lancer tried his best to control his voice, but it still sounded a bit shaky. "Them? They're the women that the foreign races plundered from the villages near the fortress before, and the descendants of the women who were plundered before." "Then what do we need to do? Rescue them? Our manpower?" "No, our mission is to kill them." Hessler's words made Lancer instinctively want to refute, but the other party spoke first. "Captain Liver told me that you have never been to the border and don't know much about the foreign races, but I'll explain it to you here." Glancing at his pocket watch to confirm that there was still some time before the operation began, Hessler took a deep breath to calm his voice down as much as possible. "Those damn foreign races plunder people from the border and transport them to the desert. The men are used as labor, while the women are simply used as breeding machines. The boys they give birth to are immediately taken away and trained to be warriors of the foreign races, and the girls are raised and will repeat their mother's fate. For these women, killing them is probably the best choice. At least in my memory, very few people are able to maintain their sanity. They either go insane and become crazy, or they completely break down and become slaves. The slaves in these foreign race settlements deep in the desert are said to be all suffering from remnants, and are almost all the second kind." If Lancer had been unable to understand the imperial people's hatred for the foreign races before, then now he understood it a bit more. But Lancer didn't give up. He tried to find someone who could still be saved, but he failed. Even when he tried to wake up a certain woman, they were either listless and like walking corpses, or they would actively try to have sex with Lancer. That posture made Lancer almost bite his lip until it bled. The time they had agreed upon was getting closer and closer, but Lancer failed again and again. He didn't even know how many people he had already looked for. "Lancer. Time's up. I know this is your first time and you might not be able to do it. You go and take care of those guards and the people inside the buildings. As for these people, we'll help them find their release." "Yes." At this time, Lancer's voice was incredibly hoarse. He didn't know if it was because he had said too many words before or for some other reason. But when he walked toward those few buildings, his originally gloomy eyes were instantly ignited like gunpowder meeting a spark. Liver's mission for them was to attract attention and buy time for the other 2 groups, so he had no reason to hesitate anymore. Crack! The lance on his back hadn't been used for a month, but the cold sensation of it in Lancer's hand calmed his almost frenzied mood down a bit. However, he was more willing to believe that the reason for the calmness was that the almost unstoppable killing intent was reminding him of how to kill more efficiently instead of just swinging his weapon around. The giant shield was held in front of him, the lance handle was tucked under his armpit, and his right hand held the front end of the handle in a reverse grip. His left foot stomped forward, and then his speed continuously increased until... Bang! With a loud bang, the stone house that was strong enough to withstand a sandstorm was instantly hit with a large hole. The people inside seemed to have no idea that this would happen. A group of naked men scrambled to cover their bodies with things and look for weapons, but what greeted them was a yellowish-brown lance. It was a camouflage color that he had painted on before setting off, but it seemed to have been a waste of effort, because today, it would become even more enchanting than before. Chapter 85, Chapter 11, Secret Technique, Desperate Charge. Killing is a soldier's job, but other than a true pervert, who would like such a job? Especially when the people being killed are defenseless women, even if they are begging to die. There were over 100 women in this ruin, and it took Hessler and the others several minutes to deal with all of them. And when they had completed their mission and rushed toward the several still-lit buildings, they were stunned by the scene in the first room. On the east wall, there was a large hole almost 2 people high. All the foreign races inside had been pinned to the walls or the ground with weapons, and the women, although they looked like they were sleeping, were undoubtedly dead. The cause of death was probably poison. The 3 of them looked at each other and ran to the other 2 rooms. The situation in the second room was similar to the first, with the only difference being that the foreign races here had obviously put up a fight. It seemed that the battle in the first room had made them prepared, but unfortunately, the result was no different. When the 3 of them rushed to the third building, they finally saw Lancer figure. At this time, the shield in his left hand was hanging by his side, and the lance in his right hand was propped on the abdomen of a foreign race person. The other party was constantly wailing but did not die immediately. And when Lancer heard the footsteps behind him, he also swung the lance in his hand fiercely, throwing the wailing foreign race person onto the wall. "We need to move. Get ready to go and meet up with Captain Liver and the others." Lancer didn't answer his words and just nodded, and Hessler didn't say much either. After all, Lancer was performing very well. They had seen newcomers who had gone almost insane. When the 4 of them, including Lancer, left the building, the soldiers of this foreign race city had already appeared on the outer perimeter. There was no doubt that Lancer's previous massacre had already caught their attention. But before Hessler could speak, Lancer directly held his lance and charged forward. Killed 100 enemies in one battle, achievement, 100 killer, completed. When the familiar mechanical voice rang in his mind, Lancer was startled awake, but the others didn't notice Lancer's abnormality, because at this time, they were all in the midst of a massacre. When Lancer and his group made contact with the second team, Liver and his group had already successfully retreated, but the condition of the 3 of them was not very good. It was obvious that they had encountered fierce resistance when assassinating the master of this place. But fortunately, even so, Liver and his group were strong enough and completed their mission. Then, with the help of the traps set by the second team, they successfully arrived at the meeting point. But even so, the situation was still not good. First, the 3 strongest people were seriously injured. Second, the foreign race warriors were constantly surrounding them, and no one knew how long they could hold on. Without anyone noticing, he quietly exchanged for 2 potions. "Lancer? What do you have in your hand?" Because the lance Lancer was using was too conspicuous, when he suddenly stopped, the others also noticed his actions. They then saw him take out 2 palm-sized cans from his arms, but these 2 cans were very bizarre, one was golden yellow, and the other was bright red. That's right, they were the new products that were launched in the MH supply system before. Mega Dash Juice and Mega Demon Drug. The requirement of 100 points per bottle was enough to make Lancer heart tremble. After all, this required killing several dangerous beasts, but the situation was urgent now. It was already good enough if he could survive, so how could he worry about the cost? If it weren't for the fact that Mega Armor Skin and Demon Drug had completely opposite effects and couldn't be taken together, he would have exchanged for it as well. But this was not the end. He still had over 2,600 points on him before, and with the close to 500 points he gained from killing the foreign race soldiers, he didn't hesitate to purchase the thing that the supply system had already put out when he first arrived in this world. Taigu, gun type, Point requirement, 5000. Secret technique, point requirement, 2500. In fact, Lancer had always wanted to save up points to buy a Taigu. After all, the most overpowered thing in this world was Taigu. It was like everyone was fighting naked. Even if he couldn't defeat Budo, he could at least run away, but once a Taigu was used, he would probably be turned into charcoal in an instant. But he couldn't care about that anymore. Captain Liver, everyone, please keep up with me later. After chugging down the Mega Dash juice, Lancer only felt a surge of strength continuously rising within his body. But then, after he chugged down the Mega Demon drug, his entire being became bizarre. Although he was completely wrapped in armor, everyone felt that Lancer seemed to have grown a bit larger. Lancer, what are you planning to do? Huff. Huff. There's no time to explain. The powerful medicinal effects ran rampant within his body, and his eyes seemed to have turned blood red. He thought it was because of the Mega Demon drug, but what he didn't know was that when he completed the 100 Killer Achievement quest, the last item in his status bar was unlocked. What was originally the magic power position became another attribute. Killing intent, 100/100. And with the catalysis of the Mega Demon drug, the value was continuously decreasing. There was no doubt that the increase in his strength at this time was not only from the catalysis of the medicine. Secret technique, Desperate Charge. Rank, D. Heaven to the left, Warrior to the right. Effect, uses magic power, similar to strength, to increase weapon sharpness. Strength judgment value increases by 25%. Consumption, consumes 5% stamina per second, until stamina is completely depleted or it is stopped. Liver and the others didn't know what was happening to Lancer, but they had no choice at this time. Continuing the stalemate would probably lead to them being exhausted to death by the enemy. Originally, Liver and his group were planning to send someone to cover the retreat of the others, but since Lancer seemed to be very confident, then, they also decided to trust Lancer. The most basic rule of survival on the battlefield is to trust your comrades. After all, no matter how strong a person is, they can't be everywhere at once, and at this time, it is your comrades who protect your back. The foreign races were currently in 3 layers surrounding Lancer and his group in front of a building. So when the previous few waves of people who went in were eliminated, they stopped going in and instead guarded the perimeter tightly. Anyway, they're surrounded inside, so how can they escape? Don't go in and not get any credit, and instead lose your life. This thought filled the minds of most of the people present. If it were a normal situation, then their choice would not have been wrong, but unfortunately, what they encountered was a not-so-normal situation. Before most people could react, the previously unnoticed wall suddenly made a strange sound, but before the others could react to what had happened. Bang! With a loud bang, the wall instantly turned into countless fragments like glass, but this was not the end. Amidst the countless wall fragments, a red shadow shot out like an arrow from a bowstring, and then... Ah! Although the bystanders didn't see what exactly happened, they saw the result. The foreign race warriors in front of the red shadow had already turned into severed limbs. A path wide enough for one person to pass through was perfectly cut out of the entire encirclement. Wait! A path for one person to pass through. Some of the people who reacted first rushed into the house to check, and when they came out, their expressions became very ugly, because the enemy had already disappeared. Chapter 86, Chapter 12, Not Enough. I'm still not strong enough. Bang! After an extremely exaggerated crashing sound, a stone pillar in the desert was directly broken. Hurry and save them! Following the extremely exaggerated crashing sound was a slightly panicked cry for help. The exhausted Liver and his group fumbled to move the rocks away. However, unlike what they had imagined, Lancer, who was buried under the rocks, seemed to be in much better shape than them. Yo! Looking at Lancer, who still had the mood to greet them, the others were immediately filled with frustration. Even the usually serious Liver directly let go and leaned against a pile of broken rocks to rest, and the others followed suit, putting down the rocks in their hands and sitting on the ground. You have to know that unlike Lancer, who was a true man for 6 minutes after drinking Mega Dash juice, the people who ran out with Lancer were all exhausted. Especially Liver and his 2 companions, who were already injured, had their wounds burst open, making them look miserable. Everyone, it's time to go. Although they had just escaped from that city, they were still not safe. According to Liver plan, if they were lucky, the city would fall into chaos first, and they would hopefully start a civil war, so they wouldn't have time to deal with them. But looking at the smoke dragon in the distance, they knew that the life of fleeing had just begun. On the other side, Lancer, who had regained the use of his limbs, also dug himself out from the middle of the broken rocks, but his right arm had almost lost all feeling. Indeed, when using the skill, it would theoretically continue as long as stamina was not exhausted or a target was hit. But in reality, this was not a game. There were many ways to stop him, such as uneven ground, a serious injury to the user, etc. But Lancer didn't want to be so grotesque, so he simply chose a target. That's right, it was the giant rock he had discovered when they were heading to the city. The skill stopped, but the injuries caused by the recoil made him not want to act so recklessly again for a while. When Lancer returned to this city, it was already more than a week later. After retreating with Liver and his group, they quickly found the main force that was clearing the area. After that, there was no need to say more. While the group received treatment, they also handed over the map of the large town they had found to the commander of this unit, which led to the current scene. But Lancer, who had calmed down, was thinking about one thing: what should he do? The previous massacre was more because of inner anger. In reality, neither the imperial people nor the foreign races had any blood ties to him. He just happened to be in the Empire's territory. So, he decided to listen to his heart. When the Empire's army arrived, the fate of this place was already unchangeable. The town would be breached, the water sources would be polluted, and all the people who survived would be sold as slaves to the Empire. Lancer was just a soldier. He couldn't and wouldn't stop others, so he only had one choice: kill them. Instead of becoming slaves, being abused, and then dying miserably in a place no one knew about, it was better to let them die here. At least let them die on the battlefield instead of being humiliated. Lancer, who was wearing armor, didn't even notice his abnormality. He was filled with killing intent and rampaged across the battlefield like a ruthless executioner. No matter who it was, as long as they were in front of him, Lancer would give them death. This was his mercy. When the flames died out and the entire city was turned into charcoal, the Imperial soldiers, when collecting the bodies of their comrades, would unconsciously avoid a certain area. The reason for this was not only because there were no bodies of their comrades in that area, but more importantly, because of a certain person who was sitting on a giant rock at this time. Normally, no matter how strong a person was or how many enemies they killed, it would only be for a certain period of time. After all, as long as they were human, their stamina would have a limit. Very few people could truly wield their weapons from the beginning of a battle until the end, but Lancer did it. This battle lasted for more than 2 hours, and Lancer, as the vanguard, never stopped. The originally yellowish-brown armor had long been stained dark red with the blood of the foreign races. The breath that continuously came out of his faceplate turned into a white mist because of the low temperature at night, making him look like a demon that had crawled out of hell. Lancer, it's time to go back. Yes, Captain Liver. In the end, it was Liver, Lancer nominal captain, who took the initiative to find him. However, Lancer, who was following behind Liver, suddenly stopped when he saw the bodies of the Imperial soldiers being carried away and the foreign race people being driven away by other soldiers. Lancer. Liver was actually also frightened by Lancer. With his experience, he could naturally see that Lancer's use of the lance was not very skillful, but his strong physique, combined with the sturdy armor and large weapon, made him a grim reaper on the battlefield. Lancer's sudden stop made him a bit confused, but when he saw that Lancer's gaze was on the corpses and slaves to the side, he sighed helplessly. But when he was about to go and console Lancer and walk to his side, he heard the other party mumbling to himself. Not enough. I'm still not strong enough. Even with liver temperament, he couldn't help but shiver, because in his eyes, Lancer was just like those unsatisfied executioners on the battlefield. But what was the reality? What was Lancer trying to express? Not strong enough. If I were strong enough, I could have stopped all of this. That's right, Lancer was also a tyrant. He compulsively instilled his own views on all the people he had killed. Maybe some people would have rather become slaves than be killed? And in reality, he was more aware than anyone else of what he had done, but he also found the key to the matter. He wasn't strong enough. If he were an imperial general, he would have the right to decide how to handle these people. If his strength was strong enough, then he would have the right to propose his own opinions to the emperor of the empire. On the contrary, overthrowing the emperor had long been ruled out of his plan. After all, he would be leaving in at most 2 years, and he wasn't confident enough to be a ruler. The empire had its reasons for ruling this land for 1,000 years. Before it became corrupt, it was the best choice. As for the revolutionary army, if Lancer had only been unhappy with the other party's collaboration with foreign races to attack their own country before, then now that he had truly seen the actions of the foreign races, he had a complete disgust for the revolutionary army. Could this group of traitors really rule this land well? Chapter 87, Chapter 13, The Man Who Haunts Lancer. This trip to the desert lasted for 2 months. For the first half, he was mostly slacking off, the middle part was all about killing, and on the way back, as he looked at the carriages full of slaves and the corpses of imperial soldiers, he was reflecting. The result of his reflection was that he came to a conclusion: he was too weak. If he had been strong enough, he might have been able to stop the slaughter of the Aogiri tree. If he had been strong enough, he could have gained the respect of the CCG and even asked them to research food that ghouls could eat. If he had been strong enough, he might have been able to ban the slave trade. But the premise was always the same: he needed to be strong enough. Only by being strong enough can one change their own destiny, or even control the destiny of others. The weak can only drift with the current, and sometimes, no matter how much they try, it can't stand up to a single word from the strong. After Lancer returned to the western fortress, he set off again to return to the imperial capital. This time, as he returned to the imperial capital and saw the city that was no different from when he left, his mood was incredibly calm. When he had persuaded himself to stay, he had held the idea of changing the future, but looking back now, he was simply too cowardly at the time. Staying in this city had no meaning at all, it was just wasting time. Even if the key to changing history appeared in front of him, could he hold it? No. General Budo. I hope to be transferred to the border army. In these 2 months, I have realized my shortcomings and deficiencies. The me now is not qualified to join the Imperial Guards. When Lancer said these words, Budo didn't respond but simply tapped on his desk with his hand. It was clear that he was considering what Lancer had said. Bang! With a slightly louder tap, Budo nodded at Lancer. All right, I'll agree to your request. Since you want to go to the border army, I'll allow it. But remember one thing. You are someone from the Imperial Guards. Don't embarrass the Imperial Guards, don't embarrass the Emperor. Yes. Although Lancer was temporarily transferred to the border army for service, he was still a member of the Imperial Guards, similar to being dispatched or seconded. For the second time, Lancer, with Budo letter of introduction, embarked on the road to leave the imperial capital. But unlike the first time's confusion and drifting with the current, this time, Lancer's eyes were filled with a firm will. Become strong. Only by becoming strong can one change their own destiny and the destiny of others. Ha! Ha! Accompanied by low shouts, Budo stood at the very front of the training ground as always, looking at the meticulous Imperial Guard soldiers below without expressing any opinion. But in the eyes of the people below, this was normal. After all, this was the man known as the Empire's strongest. But no one knew that at this time, his mind was on another matter. Lancer departure from the Imperial Guards was completely unexpected for him. However, as the top military figure in the Empire, as long as Lancer was still in the army, it was impossible for him not to be aware of Lancer information, such as what had happened a while ago. It had been almost a year since Lancer left the Imperial Guards. He had also been promoted from a second lieutenant to a lieutenant colonel, and was now serving as the deputy to Major General Liver of the Western Border Army. The reason he was thinking of Lancer today was because Lancer was returning to the Imperial capital after a year. And this time, he wasn't recalled by Budo, but because of the merits Lancer had earned in a battle with the foreign races at the Western Fortress. But along with the merits came his title of Iron-Blooded Executioner. Generally speaking, no matter how strong a general was, they would not always charge at the front. After all, not to mention the possibility of accidents, the so-called pride of the strong alone would prevent them from making a move on ordinary people, but Lancer was different. He would always lead the charge in every battle, and his number of kills was always the highest. It could be said that when he raised his lance level, it meant that the Imperial Border Army was about to charge, and this charge would definitely bring death. If it were just that, he wouldn't have been given the name Executioner. The most crucial thing was his way of dealing with the foreign races. You are just a bunch of bandits who plunder the Empire's border. I will give you an opportunity. An opportunity to choose how you die. During this time, it wasn't that no one tried to be opportunistic. A guy cleverly said, "I want to die of old age," and his fate? Is there even a need to say? He was pierced through the heart with Lancer lance and violently thrown onto the rubble. There was no doubt that most of the foreign races would rather be killed, but there were also a few who would rather be slaves. Lancer didn't make any comments about these people, it was their own choice. It was true that most imperial people didn't have a good impression of the foreign races, but Lancer himself had blood all over his hands, and his extremely low capture rate seemed to stain his reputation with blood. When some soldiers from other regions thought of Lancer, their first reaction was, a psychopath. But in reality, people who knew Lancer knew that he was a battle-crazed person but not a villain who senselessly killed innocent people. After all, he had no desire for money, women, or even power, as if he simply craved battle. After going through the information he had recently obtained in his mind, Budo walked toward his office. As expected, Lancer was sitting in front of his desk at this time, no different from when he had left a year ago. "You have done very well this past year." While saying this, he sat down in his chair, and on the other side, Lancer stood up. "Thank you for your guidance, General." What Lancer said was not just a compliment. He hadn't felt it at first, but upon careful thought, whether it was the attitude of the commander of the Legion when he returned to the Western Fortress, or his choice to kill those foreign races instead of selling them to slave merchants, there must have been an influence from General Budo behind it. After all, the former was fine, as he was going back to the Imperial Guards sooner or later. As for the latter, blocking someone's path to wealth is no different from killing their parents. However, Lancer's attitude toward Budo was completely different from his attitude toward Kurio Mado. If Kurio Mado's initial rescue of him was just fulfilling his duty as an investigator, and helping him enter the Ghoul investigator training camp was because he saw his potential, then after that, the other party never forced him to do anything. Even joining the training camp was Lancer's own request. But what about Budo? His purpose was obvious, so Lancer treated Kurio Mado as his teacher, while Budo was just a patron. Does it seem like there's no difference? In reality, the difference is huge. If one day Kurio Mado asked Lancer to go and deal with the One-Eyed King, Lancer would not hesitate for a moment. But when it came to Budo, he would take it with a grain of salt. But no matter what, at least in a normal situation, Lancer was still very respectful of this General Budo. This time, the Emperor will be conferring honors on you warriors who have fought for the Empire, and all the ministers will also be present. The other party's words made Lancer body tremble, but he quickly suppressed it. Budo just glanced at him casually. In his eyes, Lancer was just excited because of the conferment of honors tomorrow, but what was the reality? The real reason for Lancer's excitement was that he could finally meet the man who had been haunting him. Chapter 88, Chapter 14, let's talk about the specifics at the guardhouse. After leaving the imperial capital and the imperial guards, Lancer never returned to this city. Since he had no attachments, he didn't care. As long as he could improve his strength, it was all the same to him. However, he didn't miss out on some information about the imperial capital, such as, which officials had done something worth writing about recently. Although there were no newspapers in this world, there were things with similar functions, and that was the official announcements. To be honest, the main function of this kind of thing was not to let ordinary people know information, but to manipulate public opinion. But this had nothing to do with Lancer. He was paying attention to one person, Minister Honest. Of course, the minister at this time was not him, but Lancer didn't believe that the other party would remain obscure. Although there was no description of him becoming a minister in the plot, there were two things that could be confirmed. The former minister should have retired of his own accord before the previous emperor passed away. After all, with the personality the other party showed, he would definitely not suddenly leave at the critical juncture of a young emperor and the passing of the previous emperor. The second thing was that Honest must have done something good before becoming a minister, otherwise he wouldn't have taken the position after the former minister left. No, it's also possible that he later manipulated the little emperor to make himself a minister, but what was certain was that even when the previous emperor was still alive, he would not have been obscure, as it was not so easy for him to gain favor with the little emperor. So Lancer felt that in the absence of a source of information, reading these announcements might allow him to find the other party's whereabouts, and in the end, it was just as he had expected. He saw the information more than 2 months before he left for the imperial capital. It's just that the content of the announcement made him feel both amused and at a loss for words. Although he had long thought that the other party would put on a good facade before he completely unleashed himself, he didn't expect it to be so dazzling. Prefect Honest, diligent in government and loving toward the people, helped the disaster victims in his territory survive the famine, and was recommended to serve as the Imperial Minister of Finance. Thinking of the other party's subsequent actions, Lancer almost felt sick enough to vomit. But then, he started to consider one thing. Should he take advantage of the fact that the other party hadn't come to power yet and get rid of him? Although the Imperial Fist Temple should have already sided with him at this time, and Lancer even suspected that there had always been a shady deal between him and the Imperial Fist Temple. After all, his own combat power and the 4ONI of the Imperial Fist Temple under him seemed to hint at this possibility to Lancer. But in the end, Lancer gave up. It wasn't that he wasn't confident in himself. Even if the 4ONI of the Imperial Fist Temple were protecting him, the possibility of him succeeding with a planned attack was still very high. The problem was, what would happen after he got rid of the other party? Minister Honest, a man who was given the name of Mastermind. But what was the reality? It was not realistic for one person to completely corrupt an entire country. Lancer was more willing to see the other party as a fuse. He ignited the malice in the hearts of others and dragged them into the abyss. Looking at it this way, the other party's image seemed to have two similarities with the legendary devil. In short, in Lancer's opinion, simply getting rid of the minister would just be delaying a bomb that was destined to go off. So, what should he do? He should cut off more of the tentacles related to the other party, and then give the other party a fatal blow. Of course, if Lancer couldn't do that, then he would just go wild before he was about to leave, just like before. But this was a last resort, and Lancer wouldn't use it until the very last moment. The chat with Budo actually ended in just a few minutes, and then he left. But what made Lancer feel helpless was that his reputation seemed to be really bad. Even the several colleagues who had almost formed a revolutionary friendship with him were now looking a bit timid when they saw him. In reality, they were afraid that the other party would find out about the time they had tested him. Feeling bored, he finally left the barracks and started wandering around the imperial capital again. After returning to the imperial capital from the western fortress before, he had been waiting in Budo office for the other party. Now that the official business was done, it was naturally his private time. But what made him a bit relieved was that at least in this past year, Honest seemed to have not yet influenced the imperial capital. It seemed to be no different from a year ago. With his hood on, he seemingly casually walked around the imperial capital, and finally, he unconsciously walked into the slums. Why would he come here? It was probably because he felt that if the imperial capital changed, then this would be the first place to change. After all, people in other areas at least needed to maintain appearances, but here, they didn't. But what he didn't expect was that the accident would come so early. When he passed by a person who was also wearing a hood, he clearly felt that something was missing from him. A money pouch was gone. Lancer usually kept his money in the hunting box, as it only took up one slot, so he didn't care. But he would also carry some emergency money on him. However, he didn't immediately say anything and instead chose to quietly follow. The main reason was that he was curious about who would be so bold as to steal from him. Walking quickly into an alley, Leone took off her hood with an excited expression. "Looks like another naive person from out of town. It's your luck that you met me. I hope you leave soon." In her opinion, the other party's left and right glances made it obvious that he wasn't a local of the imperial capital. And looking at his hood and the clothes he was wearing, it was obvious that he wasn't short on money. No matter how you looked at it, he didn't seem like someone who would be related to the slums, so why was he here? He was either here to broaden his horizons or to buy sex. For people like this, it was already good luck to just have their money stolen in the chaotic slums, as even the guardhouse couldn't control the entire slum area. While sighing, she opened the money pouch in her hand, but after opening it, she was completely stunned. Why were there only a few silver and copper coins? No matter how you looked at it, the other party didn't seem like someone who was short on money. "Are you very disappointed? Why is there only this much money in the pouch?" The slightly sarcastic voice coming from above made Leone shiver, and at the same time, she instinctively took a step back and looked up. She then saw a person standing on the roof of a mud house. Because of the sunlight, she couldn't see the other person's appearance clearly, but judging by the other party's tone, it seemed to be the person she had stolen from earlier. Leone had countless experiences of stealing things, so the number of times she was confronted was naturally not small. When dealing with people like this, you must never panic. You have to stay calm. "Haha, mister, what are you talking about? I don't know anything." While giggling, she subtly moved her feet, and at the same time, she unconsciously puffed out her chest. It was clear that she was trying to attract Lancer's attention and then run away. If it were a normal person, they might have been captivated by her, but unfortunately, the person in front of her was different. He was on high alert. Almost at the same time Leone took a step back, the other party leaped down from the rooftop, and the moment he landed, he forcefully grabbed her wrist. It was clear that Lancer's strongest skill was his spear art. Even the lance, which he was not good at, had reached a level that ordinary people could only look up to after a year of experience. But this didn't mean that he was useless with his bare hands. His powerful physical attributes, combined with the eyesight he had trained on the battlefield, meant that an ordinary person could not evade his grasp. Let's talk about the specifics at the guardhouse. Chapter 89, Chapter 15, Beast or Worse Than a Beast. Lancer initially thought he had just conveniently caught a thief, but he didn't expect to get a surprise, or rather a shock, after taking the person to the guardhouse. "Lieutenant Colonel, that thief has confessed to everything, and she's a repeat offender here. She had never been caught before." Lancer didn't hear what the guard said at all, his eyes were completely focused on the file in his hand. It had been over a year since he came to this world, but in reality, he hadn't met many plot characters. Besides General Budo at the very beginning, there was Liver from the Western Border Army. Later, he thought about it carefully. Although he didn't know which period he was in, he was sure that it was a period of time before the plot began. At this time, the protagonist, Tatsumai, was probably still playing in the mud in his village, so he had long given up hope of finding the so-called plot characters. But he didn't expect that flowers you tend may not bloom, while willows you plant unintentionally may grow into a shade. Today, he actually ran into one. The name of this girl in front of him was Leone. But it was obvious that at this time, she had not yet obtained her taigu and was just an ordinary person who lived by swindling and cheating in the imperial capital's slums. "Get to the point. What's the plan for this thief?" "Yes, according to imperial law, a thief must pay back twice the amount of what was stolen to the victim, and at the same time, must serve 5 years of hard labor. The other party is a repeat offender, we have a record of over 10 cases. But looking at her, she probably can't afford the compensation. Without a doubt, she'll probably be sold to a slave merchant. I'll buy her." Lancer interrupted the other party before he could finish speaking. The member of the guardhouse was obviously stunned, but in the end, he nodded. The guardhouse selling criminals to slave merchants was just a part of their job, and the other party privately selling Leone to Lancer was already an abuse of power. But in reality, there was a lot of room for manipulation in this kind of thing. They could just find a slave merchant they had a good relationship with and go through the process. Of course, this was also because Lancer's identity as a lieutenant colonel played a role. No one at this age who was a lieutenant colonel in the Imperial Guards was simple. On the other side, Leone, who was sitting in the holding cell, also had a gloomy expression. She had tried everything on the way, from seduction to sneak attacks, but unfortunately, she couldn't escape. As a repeat offender, she knew better than anyone what the consequences of her actions were. But she was helpless. Born in the slums, if she didn't rely on swindling and cheating, her only fate was to sell her body. After all, there was no way out for a poor girl with no family. However, she knew that even if she said something, no one would pity her, so she didn't yell like the others. She just silently recovered her strength. After all, her only chance was when she would be escorted to the slave merchant's place later. After all, she had no chance before or after that. The guardhouse was heavily guarded, and if she tried to escape, she might even be shot and killed. If she was sent to a slave merchant, she would probably be directly injected with drugs, and there would be no way back. She wasn't stupid, she knew that her only chance was later. She just had to act a little more obedient now so that no one would pay attention to her later. Creak. As the door of the holding cell was opened, Leone couldn't help but shiver. She knew that success or failure was it. "I don't think I need to say too much. To compensate the people you stole from, you have already been sold as a slave to this gentleman." Listening to the guard's words, Leone's face was full of confusion. What was going on? Leone, following behind Lancer, unconsciously shrank her neck, trying to hide the steel collar on her neck. The way she was acting now was completely different from before. On the way to the guardhouse, even when Lancer had her hands cuffed, she would still unconsciously resist, but now, she was acting timidly. As for the reason? It was simple, it was naturally the steel collar on her neck. This thing was used to prove a person's status as a slave, and it was also the most crucial reason why Leone didn't dare to escape. Slaves did not have human rights, they were the private property of their master. And once a slave escaped, they were considered ownerless goods left on the side of the road. If the imperial capital at this time was considered normal because of the guardhouse, it was obvious that slaves were not within the scope of protection. It could be said that no matter what happened to her, it would at most result in monetary compensation. Especially since she was born in the slums, she had seen the final fate of some slaves who had escaped to the slums. Walking on the street now, she felt that the gazes of the passers-by were very dangerous. But Lancer was thinking about another thing: how should he handle the other party? There was no doubt that after a year, Lancer was no longer as out of place in this world as before, but there was one thing he was still extremely resistant to, and that was the existence of slaves. This was also why he had earned the title of executioner. He didn't have any desires for Leone herself. Although it might be a bit rude to say, Leone, who was at most 16 or 17 at this time, had short hair, her body hadn't fully developed, and she had never taken care of herself while living in the slums. In terms of her appearance, she could barely be considered average. As for her identity as a member of the protagonist group, Lancer had almost killed Ken Kaneki before. He judged a person based on what was happening in front of him, not their identity. The other party hadn't joined Night Raid yet, and she didn't even have a taigu. She was just a common thief in the imperial capital. You can be my maid for now. Lancer abrupt words made Leone, who was following behind him, stunned for a moment, but what else could she do besides nod? She kept trembling as she walked into a hotel with Lancer. Although she looked like a tomboy, she couldn't hide her identity as a woman. When she had finished bathing and was wearing a nightgown, lying on the bed with Lancer holding her, her entire body became as stiff as wood. She knew that if Lancer made a move on her, she didn't even have the right to resist. It wasn't just because she was his slave, but also because her physical strength was not as good as his. Having resigned herself to her fate at this point, her only hope was that after the other party was done with her, he wouldn't just give her away. After all, she had heard of the tragic experiences of some slaves being treated like objects and being sent back and forth. But what she didn't know was that Lancer, who was holding her, was also incredibly nervous. Should he be a beast or worse than a beast? Lancer, who was in a state of excitement, looked at Leone's originally stubborn expression turning incredibly panicked. He involuntarily recalled the imperial women he had killed and the foreign race people who had chosen to commit suicide during the campaign against the foreign races, and he suddenly lost all interest. Although what he did to Leone in this world was within the scope of the law, he, who was destined to travel through countless worlds, also knew that what he needed to follow was not the local law, but his own heart. His intuition told him that if he really chose to indulge his desires, he would step into a bottomless abyss. Never mind. So what if I'm worse than a beast? While thinking this, he rubbed his head against the warm cleavage. Although he was worse than a beast, it wouldn't hurt to take some interest, right? Chapter 90, Chapter 16, Morning. When a certain person rested his head on her chest, the incredibly stiff Leone couldn't help but shiver, but just as she was continuously telling herself it's just going to hurt a little, she felt that the other party seemed to have stopped moving. After trembling and opening her eyes, she saw that a certain person, who had his arms wrapped around her waist, was resting his head on her chest, and had fallen asleep. She tried to move, but she happened to see that Lancer had opened his eyes at some point and was looking at her. She immediately showed a smile that was uglier than a cry. She only breathed a sigh of relief after seeing Lancer close his eyes. How should I put it? Her emotions at this time were extremely complex. First, there was the relief of having temporarily escaped. Second, she couldn't understand the other party's actions. The most important thing was, her chest felt so itchy. The other party's hair was making her so itchy. Since she had embarked on the path of swindling and cheating, it was impossible for Leone not to have thought about her future. Maybe she would die on some unknown small path one day, or be hanged in a public execution ground, but being turned into a slave was the one thing she hadn't considered, or rather, she had deliberately avoided this possibility. But she didn't expect this future that she had deliberately avoided to come so quickly and so abruptly. Nervous, conflicted, and at a loss, coupled with the fact that she couldn't even tell the passage of time while lying on the bed. She had no idea if time was going fast or slow. Under the pressure of multiple factors, she finally succumbed to the Sandman and obediently closed her eyes. She just didn't know that when she closed her eyes, a certain person who was leaning on her chest opened his eyes. He first looked at her with confusion, then his expression became incredibly conflicted, and finally, he let out a helpless sigh before rubbing his head against her and closing his eyes again. A soft bed and blanket? Leone rolled over, but she had no intention of getting up. After all, she felt that she hadn't woken up yet. You have to know that her home only had a hard plank bed. But she quickly realized that something was wrong. Logically, wouldn't a person wake up after knowing they were dreaming? Rustle, rustle. And at this moment, a strange sound made her alert. She suddenly opened her eyes and saw a tall back facing her. Instinctively jumping up, she tried to reach for the short knife she had hidden by her side. As a woman living in the slums, she would have been taken advantage of long ago if she hadn't had some preparations. But as soon as she reached out, she froze, because she noticed the anomaly. She was not in her home in the slums, and she was not sleeping on the familiar hard plank bed. The strange feeling on her neck was also telling her that everything from yesterday was not a nightmare, but something that had truly happened to her. Are you already awake? Perfect. I was just thinking about whether I should wake you up later. I'm going to the palace right away. You can stay in the hotel and wait for me. As that voice, which was strange but destined to become familiar, spoke, Leone's pupils slightly shrank. Having lived in the slums, the uniform she was most familiar with was naturally the guardhouse uniform, but as a resident of the imperial capital, she was also not unfamiliar with the uniform of the imperial guards. And at this time, Lancer was wearing the uniform that only generals of the imperial guards would wear. At this point, she finally knew why the people from the guardhouse broke the rules and sold her directly to this man. She also knew why she couldn't defeat this man. The imperial guards, the most elite army in the entire empire, were led by the empire's strongest man, General Budo. According to rumors, every member of the imperial guards was handpicked. And Leone would even go to the annual celebrations to watch. Of course, it wasn't that she liked such events so much, it was simply because there were a lot of people at that time, and it was easier for her to get her hands on things. But since she had been there many times, she still had a deep impression of the Imperial Guard's uniform. It was only when the sound of the door closing rang out that she was suddenly startled awake. Bang! Leone, who was lying on the bed, immediately curled up into a ball, hugging the blanket. When her parents had just passed away as a child, she had also been naive. She had also fantasized about marrying a noble or a certain officer one day, so she wouldn't have to risk her life stealing every day. But as she got older, she knew that all of this was just a fantasy. Living in the slums, not to mention those noble sirs, even the people living in the normal citizen area wouldn't look at her in the eye. There was even one time when she passed by a noble who had come to the slums for some unknown reason, and the other party had a ridiculously huge tantrum. It was at that time that she realized she and the other party were living in two completely different worlds. If she weren't a slave today, and could be with the other party, even without a formal title, she might not have been so disappointed. Creak. But at this moment, the door suddenly opened, and Leone, who was lying on the bed, immediately sat up straight. But when she saw a woman in a maid's uniform, she couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief, but then she became incredibly embarrassed. Because at this time, her yukata was a bit loose because she had just woken up, giving the impression that she had just gotten out of bed, although that was the truth. But the other party didn't say anything and just bowed slightly to her. Then, after simply cleaning the room, she left again and brought in a breakfast. Looking at the breakfast the other party had placed on the table, Leone immediately felt incredibly strange. In her 17 years of life, she had never been waited on before, except for when she was a child. And having a person standing next to her while she ate made her feel incredibly awkward. The atmosphere in the room became extremely awkward, and Leon had to speak up. "Miss Maid, is there something you need? I need to clean up the dishes after you finish eating." After the other party finished speaking, the atmosphere became silent again, and Leon felt even more awkward. "You." She had never been addressed with a term of respect in her life. "There's no need to be like this. After all, I'm just a..." Leon, who had been about to say something, suddenly couldn't speak. Although what she wanted to say was the truth, it was still too cruel to say the fact that she was a slave out loud. On the other side, the maid couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief after seeing Leon's reaction. It was true that Leon was a slave, but this didn't mean that her status was higher than the other parties. After all, even for a slave, it depended on who the master was. A slave who was favored by their master would not necessarily be looked down upon. What's more, the other party had seen Lancer leave the hotel in a military uniform. Even Leon knew what Lancer military uniform represented, so there was no need to even mention the maid. After all, the most crucial thing for people who make a living in places with a lot of foot traffic like hotels and taverns is their eyesight. She didn't want to cause any trouble for herself, but seeing Leon's reaction, she knew that the other party was probably not the kind of person she had imagined. Seeing Leon's somewhat lost expression at this time, she couldn't help but want to comfort her. "Miss, you don't have to be so down. After all, that gentleman seems to be very good to you. You have to know that some people's treatment of their slaves is simply obscene." This girl, who was about the same age as Leon, blushed, but after a long time of trying, she finally squeezed out a word that made Leon not know what to say. And Leon was not unaware of what kind of life slaves generally lived. In reality, she was already very surprised that her body hadn't been taken last night. You have to know that she had never heard of a female slave being spared by her male master. It could even be said that if they were spared, it would generally be worse. After all, how could any normal man spare a beautiful female slave? Unless the other party was impotent. And men who were generally impotent were more perverted psychologically. Leon didn't believe that the other party was impotent. After all, when the other party was holding her to sleep last night, she had felt the other party's strong masculine scent in a certain hot area. Leon, sitting at the dining table at this time, felt her mind turn into a confused mess. Her rationality told her that she should do her best to please the other party, because the other party was the person who held her life and death in his hands, but her long dormant fantasies were beginning to resurface because of a single sentence from the maid girl. And after Leon finished her meal, the maid called out to her a few times in a low voice and, after confirming that there was no response, she took the dishes and left the guest room, leaving Leon alone at the table, not knowing what to think. Chapter 91, Chapter 17, Nayenda. Sitting in the carriage heading toward the palace, Lancer's arms were crossed over his chest, and he had a serious expression, as if he was contemplating a very serious matter. But in reality, he was thinking about why he had met Leon. In reality, because he couldn't know which period he was in, he had tried to look for the so-called protagonists, but there were no clues at all. Bulat had not yet joined the army, at least before he left the western fortress. Nayenda seemed to be serving in a local army of a prefect. Chelsea, who had the only concrete clue, didn't seem to have become a female official yet. As for Sheely, he only knew she was in the imperial capital, but not where she was. The situation with Leon was similar. As for the remaining few protagonist group members, they were probably still in the stage of being a child. So Lancer had long given up on looking for the protagonists, but he didn't expect to run into Leon, and it happened when he was completely caught off guard. But he couldn't be blamed for this. At that time, it was probably hard for an ordinary person to tell if Leon was a man or a woman, and even he hadn't expected that the short-haired, flat-chested girl who he didn't know the age of would be Leon. But after thinking for a long time, he couldn't find any clues. He could only say that it was because he looked like a rich person, and he happened to meet Leon in the slums, and then because he was strong enough to catch her. But besides that, he didn't think too much about it. After all, he had long understood that he was living in a real world, and there was no need to care too much. Whether they were protagonists or not, they were all flesh and blood beings. Even Ken Kaneki had almost died at his hands before. "Sir, we have arrived." Just as Lancer was finally figuring things out, the carriage driver's shout woke him up from his thoughts. "Thank you." After thanking the other party, Lancer straightened his clothes and walked toward the palace. No one stopped him along the way. After all, Lancer was a member of the Imperial Guards himself, but no one talked to him either. This wasn't just because the occasion was more formal now, but also because even though he was nominally a member of the Imperial Guards, he had actually been with the Border Army, and coupled with the frightening rumors, it would be strange if someone talked to him. But even so, Lancer still walked with his head held high on the carpet. As early as when he made his decision, he had already guessed that he might encounter this kind of situation. Although it was a bit lonely, it was only for 2 years. If his goal could be achieved, everything would be worth it. He would save countless people. Even if they didn't know it, even if no one thanked him, he would still be proud of his choice, because only then would he not have any regrets. Besides, half the time had already passed. In reality, it was nothing. After finding General Budo, Lancer followed behind the other party. He was accepting the award this time as a subordinate of the other party, so it was natural to follow him. However, the other party was as expressionless as ever and didn't say a word along the way. It seemed that he had no intention of introducing him to those officials. But this was in line with Budo's usual image. In his opinion, Lancer, as a soldier of the Empire, didn't need to care about those officials. He only needed to do what he was supposed to do, just like he had done before. He would handle the rest. But when Lancer followed Budo into the main hall. "What's wrong?" This was the first time Budo had spoken along the way. "I feel that person is very strong, but why is he in the civilian officials column?" "Honest? He was recommended by the prefect a while ago, but this has nothing to do with us." Looking at Budo in different expression, Lancer couldn't help but sigh in his heart. After all, based on the plot he knew, if Budo was willing to take action, there wouldn't have been so many problems. But he was too old-fashioned and proud, clinging to an ideology that was no longer suitable and proudly believing that as long as he was there, he could protect the Empire, but the result was self-evident. Although there was a suspicion of being killed by the plot, there was no doubt that even without the plot kill, he would probably be besieged to death in the end. After all, for those who suffered persecution from Honest, they wouldn't care why you stood by. Driven by anger, they only knew that he chose to be a bystander. Even if he wasn't an executioner, he was an accomplice. Even if a Taigu was strong, the user was still human, and they would be exhausted to death one day. And there was no doubt that those who had decided to abandon everything wouldn't mind becoming the foundation of the other party's grave. It was impossible to talk in this situation, and in reality, there was still a while before the Emperor came out. Lancer, having nothing to do, started looking around to see if he could find some familiar faces. But unfortunately, besides that current minister who he had an impression of but forgot what he looked like, he didn't seem to recognize anyone else. The so-called conferment of honors was actually a person reading from a document, and the people whose names were called would go up and receive everyone's attention. To be honest, Lancer felt that it was similar to when a teacher announced grades after an exam in school, with the only difference being that he was criticized every time for not doing well. This time, the conferment of honors was mainly for military members who had performed excellently within the year. There were people from the Border Army, the local army, and of course, the Imperial Guards. And Lancer, as a member of the Imperial Guards and a subordinate of Budo, was naturally saved for last. But what he didn't expect was that he would meet another plot character Nyenda. To be honest, he was stunned for a moment when her name was announced. After all, just like he hadn't expected Leon to be a short-haired, flat-chested girl, he also hadn't expected that the one-eyed, mechanical-armed, smoking big sister would be an impressive-looking, serious female military officer. And he never expected that he would receive the honor with the other party. But the reason for her receiving the honor was actually suppressing a rebellion and eliminating bandits. When he heard this, Lancer almost burst out laughing. He even maliciously speculated whether some of the rebels and bandits that the other party had eliminated would later join the Revolutionary Army. There probably wouldn't be any, right? After all, his existence hadn't affected the other party, but Lancer was still filled with malice. If he had only been unhappy with the Revolutionary Army before, then after he learned more about the foreign races during the past year, he was completely disgusted. And this had nothing to do with his current position. He just simply hated people who betrayed their own country. At the same time, Nyenda also felt the slightly malicious gaze from behind her. When she saw Lancer, she was also stunned for a moment. After all, she didn't know the other party at all. Could it be another chauvinist? After letting out a cold snort in her heart, she simply walked away with her head held high. She also couldn't be bothered to deal with people like this. After all, since she had joined the army, there had been too many of these guys. They had no strength themselves, but they liked to bring up her being a woman. Chapter 92, Chapter 18, Conferment of Honors, Taigu. Her mood, which was originally good because of her promotion, became a bit unpleasant because she had met an annoying guy, so the expression on her face became even more serious. This made many people who were secretly looking at her couldn't help but label her as a man-eater. But what she didn't expect was that the person who had been staring at her earlier was also one of the people receiving the award this time. And as far as she knew, the remaining one should be the one from the Western Border Army who was known for slaughtering captives. It was obvious that Lancer had let the foreign races choose for themselves, but some slave merchants had deliberately distorted the story. She had originally thought he would be someone with a gloomy expression or a fiery personality, but she didn't expect it to be him. He seemed to be only a few years older than her, and he didn't give off the impression of a bloodthirsty person, but why was he able to do something like having a capture survival rate of less than 10%? But despite her doubts, there was nothing she could do at this time but silently watch the other party. As for Lancer on the other side, he also didn't know what Nyenda was thinking. At this time, he was kneeling on one knee with a very respectful expression, but that was all. The reason he did this was simply because rules were not easy to violate, and not because he was accustomed to it like the others. But the other party seemed to still remember Lancer, the person who had saved him a year ago. He even smiled at Lancer. Although it seemed like a casual smile, for the group of people below who were playing politics, it was a signal, especially for the military bigwigs. After all, people like Budo who were determined to draw a clear line with the civilian administration were one of a kind. But then, Lancer didn't expect there to be another surprise. In view of your contributions, I have decided to allow the three of you to choose a Taigu from the treasury. This was a complete and pleasant surprise, but then he, along with the others, showed a confused expression. After all, this was not several years later, and only a few people knew about Taigu. Taigu are 48 non-replicable weapons developed 1,000 years ago by the Empire's founding emperor. He used immense financial resources and power to gather the world's top craftsmen, using materials from legendary super-dangerous species, rare metals like orichalcum, and a large number of lost secret techniques. And these 48 weapons are Taigu. Although some Taigu have been damaged or lost, at least half of them are still preserved in the Empire's treasury. Today, I will allow you to choose one of them as your weapon. After the other party's rhythmic voice explained the origin, rarity, and power of the Taigu, the ministers below couldn't help but let out gasps of admiration. However, some of the great nobles showed disdainful looks. They had already been very clear about the existence of Taigu. Only these ordinary people who were promoted by the current emperor didn't know about the existence of Taigu. After all, Taigu were the cornerstone for the entire empire's rule. But after the excitement, Lancer was a bit confused. Why would the emperor give them Taigu at this time? But Lancer didn't understand politics, which didn't mean that others didn't. Some of the old foxes either showed caution or nodded with satisfaction. Indeed, the empire had ruled this land for 1,000 years, but that didn't mean that the empire had been peaceful for 1,000 years. Whether it was the rebellion of the local descendants after the initial crazy expansion, or the exploitation of the power of some local magnates due to the emperor's policies, or even simply because some people wanted to pursue more benefits, in reality, some chaos had already begun to appear within the empire in recent years. Lancer's rescue of the emperor a year ago was actually because of this. And furthermore, everyone looked at the people who were receiving the award this time. The three of them had both men and women, and their ages varied, but the three of them had one common characteristic, and that was, they were all commoners. Lancer, without a doubt, had saved the emperor before, and his public identity was that of an outsider from a remote village. Nyenda, although she belonged to a local army, was a soldier from the territory of a pro-emperor noble. And the last middle-aged uncle was from the border army. How could a border army that guarded the empire's gate not be a confidant of the emperor? In reality, the 3 Taigu that were given out this time were still within the emperor's control. It could be said that this time, the other party not only showed his generosity to everyone, but he also openly increased the strength of his subordinates. It was simply killing 2 birds with 1 stone. It was likely that with the appearance of 3 people who possessed Taigu, the empire should be stable for a while longer, right? But what no one noticed was that a certain person, who also had a face full of admiration at this time, showed a sarcastic smile. Although it was fleeting, it was still discovered by a certain person. After all, ever since Lancer had stepped into this hall, he had been staring at him, except for the time he saw Nyenda and took a longer look at her. Perhaps at this time, Honest had already obtained that jewel headband Ireston, or had some clues. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to show such an expression. But I'm not just using a Taigu. I'll give you a surprise when the time comes. Following behind Budo, the 3 of them walked toward the empire's treasury. Along the way, the group passed more than 5 open sentry posts, and there was no telling how many covered ones there were. As the treasury door was opened, Lancer couldn't help but lament that Budo was truly trusted by the imperial emperor. He dared to entrust the key to a place that was the foundation of the nation to the other party. But after he actually walked inside, Lancer stopped thinking about these things, because he had to find what he needed. There was no doubt that the strongest Taigu should be the type that could manipulate elements, like the ones on Budo and his death. Besides that, there was Tatsumi's Incurgio or its corresponding noble chariot. They were Lancer's initial targets, but he realized that he didn't see the jar where Demon's Extract was located at all. Upon careful thought, it was more normal for it not to be here. After all, that thing was too overpowered, and it couldn't be recycled like other Taigu. Every bit that was drunk was 1 bit less. So he could only settle for the next best thing. No armor. When Lancer told Budo that he wanted to get a set of armor, Budo shook his head. The 2 armor-type Taigu in the treasury, Incurgio and Noble Chariot, already have masters. Budo words made the corner of Lancer's mouth twitch. He felt that his luck, no, it wasn't luck. The fact that these 2 items had masters just meant that he had come too late. With his 3 main targets gone, Lancer could only settle for the next best thing and continue to look, but at this moment, General Budo, I've made my choice. General, I've also made my choice. Lancer hadn't even started choosing yet, but the other 2 had already made their choices. Nyenda was holding a silver gun-type Taigu, and the other person was holding a hammer. It seemed that the one in Nyenda's hand was pumpkin, but he had no impression of the other one. No, he did have some impression of it. It seemed to have been used by a certain Taigu user of the Revolutionary Army, and then was instantly killed by its death. Colonel Lancer, is something wrong? Perhaps Lancer's gaze was too strange, and the uncle couldn't help but ask. No, nothing. I just felt that the Taigu looked a bit strange. Lancer couldn't possibly say, the Taigu in your hand will be stolen by the Revolutionary Army, and you'll probably be screwed. If he said that, he would probably make an enemy. What's more, there was no Revolutionary Army at this time. All right, Lancer, you go too. Although the Emperor hasn't set a time limit, this isn't just any place, and you don't need to think too much. I believe that an excellent warrior like you will definitely be favored by a certain Taigu. A Taigu can only unleash its greatest power when it is in sync with its master's heart. Budo words sounded very inspiring, but the actual meaning was very simple, it depends on your face. And Lancer face? At this time, if he rubbed his face hard, could he make it a bit whiter? Thinking of strange things in his mind, he walked toward the Taigu with anticipation. Chapter 93, Chapter 19, Night Shadow Alucard. The first thing Lancer saw after entering the treasury was not Taigu, but some Xingu. Lancer casually glanced at them and then walked inside. Although some Xingu were also very powerful, they were called Xingu because these weapons had obvious flaws or significant side effects. Unless absolutely necessary, Lancer didn't want to waste his opportunity on them. As he walked further in, Lancer saw many familiar Taigu. Double-bladed axes, Belvac, Musical Dream, Scream, Water Dragon's Grasp, Black Marlin, March of the Dead, Yutsufuza, Beast Transformation, 100-Armed Giant, Super Strength Ejection, Balzac. These 6 were the ones Lancer could recognize, but besides Water Dragon's Grasp, Black Marlin, the abilities of the other 5 were not suitable for him. But compared to these, he at least knew their abilities. As for the others that he didn't recognize, he felt even less confident. First, he ruled out swords, axes, and strange weapons, and it seemed like there weren't many left. Since he didn't know what to choose, Lancer decided to follow Budo advice and see which one was suitable for him. With his eyes closed, he stood silently in the middle of a row of Taigu. Suddenly, he took a step to the east with his right foot. After opening his eyes, Lancer himself was stunned, because in front of him was a cloak. He looked at the red cloak in front of him, then looked at the other Taigu placed to the side, and he decisively took it off. Although he didn't know if his compatibility with it was high, he felt that the cloak in front of him might be his target. On the other side, when Lancer came out with the red cloak, Nayenda and the other person were also stunned. After all, they didn't expect Lancer to take something that was obviously not a weapon, but no one said anything. All right, since you've all made your choices, I'll take you to get the documents. Unlike when it was completely manipulated by Honest, the Taigu now were strategic resources of the Empire. The items and the instruction manuals were stored separately, and those who possessed them would not casually tell others about their Taigu's abilities. After all, the most terrifying thing about Taigu was their varied abilities. Night Shadow Alucard. This was the name of the unknown Taigu that Lancer had obtained. Although the name sounded a bit familiar, he was certain that he had never heard of it in the world of Akame ga Kill. Because he couldn't remember it at all, he simply stopped thinking about it. After all, a name was just a code name, and the ability was more important. This cloak looked very magnificent from the outside. Lancer had originally thought that it would have the ability to manipulate a certain element, as it looked a bit like a wizard's equipment, but he didn't expect the ability to be completely opposite to its magnificent appearance. The cloak reduces the user's presence in the dark, absorbs the master's blood to temporarily increase defensive ability, and can store the master's blood to heal the master's wounds at a critical moment. The abilities were very simple but also very practical. According to the records, someone once used this Taigu to withstand the siege of several super dangerous beasts. Since it was such a practical Taigu, why was it left in the treasury to collect dust? It was simple. It was because not a single one of the masters of this taigu had a good ending. They all died under the ability of this artifact. For example, that strongman who had withstood the attacks of the super dangerous beasts died in the end because all the blood in his body was absorbed without him even knowing. So there was a rumor that anyone who used this taigu would be cursed. But what was the reality? Because the super dangerous beast that was used to create this taigu had a poison in its body, the user would not feel any pain or discomfort when their blood was being drained. This resulted in the user only realizing it when death truly arrived. But it was obvious that this taigu was very suitable for Lancer. First, he could confirm the most troublesome problem of blood extraction through the status panel. And unlike when he used the lance, when he used a long spear, he would generally be in light armor. This allowed him to perform better, but the price was that his defensive ability was weakened to the extreme. Although he thought, as long as I don't get hit, it's fine, who could guarantee that they would never get hit? There was no doubt that this was a good insurance. However, when Lancer tied the cloak behind him to see Budo, the other party directly reached out to him and gestured for him to sit across from him. Although he didn't know what was going on, Lancer sat down anyway. I plan to transfer you back to the imperial capital. Lancer had just sat down when the other party said this. However, Lancer didn't have any intention of resisting. Before, he went to the border to train himself and to grind points to exchange for the gun-type taigu. But now that he had accumulated enough points, he had killed almost 1,000 foreign race people in a period of almost a year, and the points were about the same, so it made no difference where he stayed. What's more, his target had already appeared, so it was naturally better to stay in the imperial capital. It's just that Budo commanding tone made him a bit unhappy. After all, the other party's matter-of-fact tone and habitual cold expression were simply mocking. Yes. Good. As a colonel, you are already qualified to serve as a company commander in the Imperial Guards. Your letter of appointment will be coming down soon. Lancer had heard some rumors about the job arrangement before, so he wasn't surprised at all. But the only thing that made him curious was that he didn't expect that this world would also provide housing. But following the other party's gaze to the cloak on his back, the corner of his mouth twitched. Well, it wasn't providing housing, it was just an excuse to monitor him. On the other side, when Lancer was being led by a palace attendant to his villa, he ran into an unexpected person. Nayenda. Miss. Nayenda, who had already changed out of her military uniform and was wearing a more neutral outfit, walked out of the house next to Lancer, and she was also stunned when Lancer suddenly greeted her. But then, she bowed to Lancer. Hello, Colonel Lancer. Please just address me by my military rank. My apologies, Lieutenant Colonel Nayenda. The other party's serious demeanor made Lancer feel a bit strange, but perhaps Lancer's gaze was too piercing. Nayenda couldn't help but frown after she greeted Lancer. Is there something wrong with me, Colonel Lancer? No, nothing. Then I will be taking my leave. After saying that, Nayenda turned and left without hesitation. This left Lancer bewildered. Even if his gaze was a bit rude, it wasn't enough to make her angry, right? Lancer, who had no idea that the other party had already imagined him as a chauvinist, could only attribute the other party's inexplicable anger to that time of the month. After shrugging his shoulders, Lancer walked toward the hotel. No matter what, he still had to pick someone up.